Hey, good morning, everyone. Yeah, hey, Bennett, can you hear me? Good to go? Thank you. We're recording. We're live here. And I just want to say again, thank you to everyone for logging in, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to our listeners from the legislative branch, the staff members, to the executive branch staff, and then judicial branch staff too as well. And then also to Mr. President, Vice President, wherever you're at, good morning. And then to Madam Chief Justice uh, Joanne Jane, thank you very much for listening in too as well. And good morning to all the chapters out there, to all the constituents, everybody inside and outside of the Four Sacred Mountains. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and get started. We do have a proposed agenda that has been posted online, and there was a request to have a special Navajo Nation Council session. And as you know, that special Navajo Nation Council session needs 13 signatures from the Navajo Nation Council members. And I do believe that right now there was how many? 15? I think there was 15 members that signed on to that petition. So that's the reason why we're holding a special session here today. So this special session is via telecommunications. Today's date is January 15th, 2021. I have to keep reminding myself to say 2021. 2021, and today's the time now is 10:06 a.m. We are actually, I'm myself speaking. I'm here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers in Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. I do have my colleagues throughout the Navajo Nation at their respective communities. So again, thank you, colleagues, for calling in. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I did call the meeting to order at 10:06 a.m. in order for us to continue on to make sure that we have a quorum. Let's go ahead and get a roll call going, and Ms. Nota will be doing that for us this morning. Ms. Nota?
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Malone is present. Good morning. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here. Thank you.
Honorable
Present.
Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, share. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Canaz Barkrad.
Good morning. Delegate Amber Keenes-Bockrati is calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Barkrati answered. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels answered. Roll call via text. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 15
Good
members
morning.
present.
This is Delegate Brown. I'm on the line from Denahoto. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Speaker, 16 members present, including yourself.
Thank you. 16 members are present. Thank you very much for that, colleagues. What's going down to, we did have invocation this morning at the Eastern Avalanche Commission meeting. I'm not too sure if there was an invocation at the uh, sexual assault prevention meeting this morning, but I think those prayers can carry us through the day here, colleagues. So we'll go ahead and continue on down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials of the Navajo Nation, or to the Navajo Nation. Any recognitions this morning, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, good morning. Yate. Floor is yours.
Yate Beneficilla. Thank you, Speaker Damon. Speaker, I just want to say that this morning I did have a call with a veteran who is currently not doing very well. He was a combat veteran who served this country and was discharged honorably. He has been going through a lot of things lately, and the pandemic hasn't really helped his situation. He did tell me that he's suffering from PTSD and then other issues as well. And so I just want to, listening to his story this morning, it was very emotional for me, and because I honestly never really thought about what this pandemic was doing for our veterans who are suffering from PTSD and also suffering from, serving this country. And so I just want to recognize all of the veterans this morning, especially those who are suffering from PTSD or who are suffering because of the pandemic. And I think it was very interesting that the statement that was made is, we in the military are trained to fight illnesses, or not illnesses, I'm sorry, to fight those things that bring evil to this country, and it's usually something that we can see. But with this pandemic, it's very difficult, and we can't fight. Even for those of us veterans who are here who do want to provide services, we can't fight. And so I just, him saying that really just kind of made me think about a lot of things. But again, I really feel like we talk about our veterans and we talk about how we recognize them, but to actually hear stories from this particular veteran of what he's going through during this pandemic was really heart-touching. So at this time, I do want to recognize our veterans like we always do. We always recognize our veterans. We always thank them for their service. We always thank them for being out there, and then also those who are currently serving right now. But I do want to recognize them at this time, this morning. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles.
Good morning, Speaker. Dr. Freeland calling in.
Hey, good morning, Honorable Freeland. That colleagues, any other
Eugene
recognition?
So for announcement. Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue too? Thanks.
Recognition, Lee. Kadodosa. Sheta Norsi for Shehet. The newly elected President Chinle Chapter, Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Smith.
Hello. Hi. I'm just going to go ahead and check your lights and tires.
Santa Claus, Aeronaut Force Secretary Roanne Burbank, Otto Crazy, Devon, Oscar Bayer. And Chinle Chapter was never closed during the pandemic. They helped almost like saying 24/7. The manager, Walton Yazi, Administrative Assistant, Melissa Winnie, the planner, Tyrone Gay, Project Manager, Michael Doha. Thank you, Speaker. I want them to be recognized. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. With that, moving on down on recognitions. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Arash Nata, colleague, 24th Nomination Council. Speaker, my colleagues, I wanted to pay a special recognition and tribute. We lost a law enforcement officer and one of our travel conservation officers, Mr. Perry Benali, and wanted to ask if we could give a moment of silence. He was a law enforcement officer. He was a protector of travel resources, and he was a very nice gentleman, and we have to give recognition to, if we can, Chair, Speaker, if that's okay. He's from Church Rock. If anything, if we can go ahead and excuse me, I'm sorry, I said Perry Benali, wrong person. I'm sorry, Mr. Eddie Benali. And I'm sorry, I'm on the side of the road right now, but I wanted to see if we could give recognition to him, Speaker, if that's okay.
Yes.
Speaker.
I can do that, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker.
This time. I think in the recognition of us moving forward on that. Chairman Yazi, were you going to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you and good morning to everyone here on this beautiful Friday morning. I want to thank Mr. Freeland for that acknowledgement. Yes, Mr. Benali worked for the city of Gallup when I was with the Sheriff's Department, and he then was a narcotics officer and with the city as well, and then he went on to the tribe. His brother, Albert Benali, is retired from the Sheriff's Department, who I worked with within the years. So yes, thank you, Mr. Freeland, for that acknowledgement. I also want to include in the moment of silence a commander that has always been trying to speak up for his veterans on housing issues, and is from the Yamato chapter, and that's the late Commander John King. And we just ask that everyone keep the families in prayer for the lost loved ones, for strength, and so if I could also include Commander John King in the moment of silence as well, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Yazzie. With that, colleagues, if there's no more recognitions for the individuals who have journeyed on to the next world, we can do a moment of silence and recognize Mr. Benali and Mr. King at this time for their leadership, not only in the public safety world, but also leadership from Mr. King and his expertise on housing and working with the veterans organization. So at this time, colleagues, let's go ahead and recognize them and recognize their families and keep their families, friends, and most importantly, keep them in their prayers at this time. So we'll go ahead and do a moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, not only Honorable Freeland, Chairman Yazzie, for recognizing Mr. Benali and the late Mr. Benali and the late Mr. King for their efforts and their leadership, not only in their communities, but what they've done for the nation too, as well, too. Yeah. With that, Honorable Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. The 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for the moment of silence. I wanted to try to get, we did have, again, this pandemic has really impacted our nation and our people from Kansas area, you know, from Kate Cosby, a wonderful man, also a veteran, Mr. Edmund White. He passed on Wednesday. So a great man, traditional man who has contributed to Navajo society so many different ways with his family, his wife, his counselor, his children who are educators. And the other individuals really, and it saddens me, my family, that, you know, we are in preparation for my father's passing as well. So we did lose him also on Wednesday in Phoenix, and non-COVID related. But it, you know, to everyone out there, we're with you, but the work will continue in memory of our people. Certainly for me, the work continues for me, remembering my father. My father never stopped working. He's a baby boomer, worked at the mine, operated one of the biggest drag lines. We're very proud of him, who only chose to speak Navajo, and he was able to work there for over 35 years. Also, my father contributed to the nation by actually meeting with the 23rd Navajo Nation Council with numerous delegates, as well as the president of the Navajo Nation and vice president. Our leadership has heeded advice from him. So I'm very, it's an honor to have him be in our life. And it is his words that I speak on the council floor. It is his words and his prayers that I speak from the generations and generations from it's his thoughts. And the reason why I know that I'm in this position is because a huge part is because of him, and he taught me a lot on how to speak. And he always said, "Así como son de donde Yeah. Sometimes I don't listen to that, I guess. But he's given me a lot of advice on how he taught me, and the vote that really counts and everything. Kekunsen, no other. I'm glad that my father and my late auntie and a lot of my relatives that are now in the spirit world, and then including so many relatives of ours that are listening across the world, the United States, and on Navajo. That the 24th Navajo Nation has not forgotten you, and it is hard. And I'll bring some other points later. Again, it is challenging to go through social service with all these, and then the mortuaries are busy. We understand that we try to help them as much as we can, but we're learning as we go, and I hope that as legislatures we continue to address these issues at a nation level, and keep in mind, offices that are being closed, but in memory of all our people who. And then finally, my father would always say, still a beautiful day. Ako manao, anjo no kanao, ako was a nebekia. Adon tehana na da painido. The show is the show. Unta. Event able to hagla. The whole ako na shada. We already met them terribly, but with my colleagues, Ishi Amasa Henry Catherine Go the Nani Kenny Ishi the King's Kid or so there's been so this is the quite so there's the so we're going to continue to pull our heads up high and although this is the thought about that. Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, for not only recognizing the late veteran and spiritual leader in your community, Mr. White, but also colleagues. I think our prayers and the urgency for comfort right now with you, as well as the passing of your father. Is probably one of the toughest things you have to deal with. So, Honorable Brown, you'll be in my prayers. I'm sure my colleagues will not only do the same, but again, thank you very much. And I did have the pleasure of meeting your father, and he did give us advice on the 23rd Council. And thank you for allowing us some time with him. And again, thank you, Honorable Brown, for the recognitions this morning. Yeah. With that, colleagues, any other recognitions at this time? If there are none,
Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay on recognitions.
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know that I'm on the holiday right now.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Halona.
Yeah, Speaker, good morning, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker, all the people on the line listening on the web. I wanted to do a recognition for one of our community members, College Dennison. He was two-time world champion of the Indian National Rodeo Finals. He passed 2 weeks ago. I'd like to honor his family in the recognition. And I was trying to get on so we could do a moment of silence for him too. So if we can do that also, I'd like to recognize the Dennison family for their loss.
Thank you very much, Honorable Halona. And we can not only do that for Mr. Dennison and his family and his friends, but also for Mr. White there from Honorable Brown's area. But I think recognizing Honorable Brown's late father as well in this moment of silence too. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and take some time again to be not only with Mr. Dennison's family, but also the White family, but also as well, again, with our colleague, Honorable Brown and his family, that they get through this time of mourning and also get through the healing process in the loss of their loved ones, and most importantly, keep their family and friends in your prayers, colleagues. So let's go ahead and do a moment of silence at this time, and recognizing them and everyone that has lost a loved one over a period of this time, colleagues. So let's go ahead and do that moment of silence now.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Yell.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much again for recognizing those individuals who have gone on to a journey to the next world. So, yeah, with that, colleagues, if there's no more recognitions or guests and visiting officials, let's go ahead and continue on down to review and adopt the agenda. And today, colleagues, let me just recognize again. We have Jalissa, who's taking a request to speak, or if there's any requests, her number is 505-422-3203. And then Mr. Rico is not with us today, actually this morning. So Ms. Nakai, Ms. Peggy Nakai is filling in right now. So actually Ms. Nakai is going to be reading in the agenda this morning too as well. So Ms. Nakai?
Speaker, for the record, this is Delegate Yell here on the line.
With Honorable Yellow Hair, thank you. Hold on real quick, Ms. Nakai.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Member Crotty?
I better mute myself again.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to briefly recognize all of the advocates that are on the line today that help us with our sexual assault cases, our domestic violence, and the missing and murdered Diné relatives. January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. We do have Navajo survivors who are receiving treatment at the Albuquerque Indian Clinic. And so I think during this time, we deal with a lot, but we know that the victims, the survivors, and the family continue to need healing, and it's the advocates who do that on a daily basis. So thank you, and I just wanted to recognize them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that recognition. Good morning to everyone listening in, and thank you very much for helping assist Madam Chair with her committee and the efforts you do for all our Navajo people within the Four Sacred Mountains and outside too as well. So with that, I know Ms. Nakai ready to go on the agenda. So Ms. Nakai, you can read the agenda into the record this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Honorable Navajo Nation Council. This is your agenda for January 15, 2021. It's a special session via telecommunication. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. Presiding is the Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business. A, legislation number 0309-20, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Nabikiat Committee, and Navajo Nation Council allocating $11,924,571 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development, adopting the Citizen Fund Chapter Heavy Equipment Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508, allocating $33,876,114 from the Citizen Fund to the Department of Water Resources, adopting the Citizen Fund Department of Water Resources Emergency Projects Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. And this requires 2/3 vote. The sponsor is the Honorable Seth Damon. Co-sponsor is Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Co-sponsor Honorable Daniel E. So. 6, new business, none. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, on the agenda, is there a motion?
Motion, Halona? Second, Eugene So.
Motion by Honorable Halona, second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions
Speaker,
on the agenda? Yes,
Speaker.
Vice Chair Walker.
yes.
This is Delegate Charles Coon.
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, although staff and all the listening audience out there are relatives. Although, I'd like to offer an amendment to include a report from DOJ and the election administration on the recent elections, and of course some positions at the chapter level were not filled these past elections. I mean, so there is a memo that speaks to that, how certain what the plans are and what can happen if those vacancies are not. Would like to have the council receive a report. I reserve my time.
Fifty. 3 minutes of that. Vice Chair Walker, on the agenda, reserve time is 3 minutes, 50 seconds. And motion to add on a report from the election administration, the election board, and Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding an update on the Navajo Nation election, the Navajo Nation vacancies, and a update from the Department of Justice on a memo issued yesterday regarding the vacancies. That's what the motion is. With that, on Amendment 1, Vice Chair Walker, is there a second?
Charles Newton. I'll second.
Madam Chair Charles Newton. Hey, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1, adding a report?
This is Delegate Charles Newton, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker.
On
I would
Amendment
like to ask yes, I would like to ask the amending party if we could also add a report to the agenda as well. A report from the controller regarding, well, I guess it would be controller and also DCD, the distribution for the chapters and what the plan is, so that people who are listening in and then us delegates who weren't able to attend the RDC meeting can hear what the plan is. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
With that, there's a request, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, to amend Amendment 1 to also include a second report from Office of the Controller and Division of Community Development regarding the distribution of food and supplies that has been received for the chapters, and that is awaiting for distribution plan, I guess. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Speaker, I am good with that request by Delegate Charles Murphy.
Okay. Great. Madam Chair, as a second, you're good then too as well, right?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Two reports. Any other
Speaker Davis, Vice Chair Smith.
On Amendment 1?
Speaker Davis, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues on 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also motioning party on the Amendment 1. I'd like to request what I had mentioned yesterday at the Navajo Committee, that the chapters are wondering where their funds are, and they're waiting on behalf of that. So I'd like to have that also included from the OOC regarding the FY 2021 budget. Thank you.
With that, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, there's a motion to modify Amendment 1 to also include a third report, which will be from the Office of the Controller and the Administrative Service Center under Division of Community Development regarding the chapter distribution of funds pertaining to the closure of the continued resolution and implementation of the fiscal year 2021 budget, and where those chapter funds are at as of right now. Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, Speaker, I am good with that request from Honorable Smith. So I'm good with that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
I'm good with that, Speaker.
Okay, with that, 3 reports. With that, moving on down, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? There's no other comments, questions. Back to Madam Chair Charles Newman with the reserved time, 4 minutes and 27 seconds.
I waive my time, Speaker.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? If there are none, second reading on Amendment 1. Want me to just read over here?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, Amendment 1 is to add 3 reports to the council agenda. The first report would be from the election administration, the Board of Election Supervisors, and the Department of Justice on the elections and the vacant chapter positions from the past election, what their plans are, and if vacancies will be filled at the chapters. And then the second report is requesting a report from the Office of the Controller and the Division of Community Development regarding the distribution to chapters of food and supplies. And then the third report is the FY budget status for chapters, a report from the Office of the Controller and the Administrative Service Centers from the Division of Community Development regarding the chapter budget status. And the motion is held by Thomas Walker Jr. The second is by Eugenia Charles Newton, Mr. Speaker.
That, is there a motion? Oh, actually, there's a motion, sorry. With that, let's go to the vote. Ms. Sota,
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay, can you repeat your vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Calvin votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty,
Delegate Amber King-Esbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Pardon me. Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Eugene So,
Look at that, dog crazy shit.
Honorable
Otto
Eugene
So
So
votes green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, can you repeat your vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Wanika votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas, 0 nays, Speaker not voting.
Pat, on Amendment 1, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, back to the main motion on the agenda.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Ricknez.
Yes, Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I just need you to repeat the text in number to request to speak, sir.
505-422-3203. It's all.
Thank you.
It's emailed out too as well. With today's legislations. Okay, that. Madam Chair Charles Newton, on the main motion.
I'm sorry, Speaker, what was that?
You're in the queue on the main motion, so the floor is yours.
Speaker, that was actually for the amendment that I made the previous amendment with Honorable Thomas Walker.
Okay.
I apologize.
All right. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the agenda? If there's none, let me go back to reserved time. Vice Chair Walker, 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Speaker, I waive my time. Thank you.
Okay, waiving your time. That, there's no other comments, questions. Let's go to the board on our agenda. Second reading. With agenda with one amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, the agenda has one amendment. And the amendment includes 3 reports that were added. The 3 reports will include a report from an update report related to chapter elections and vacant chapter positions presented by the Election Office, the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, and the Department of Justice. The second report is the update report related to the distribution of food and supplies to Navajo Nation chapters presented by Perlene Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller, and Pearl Yellowman, Division Director, Division of Community Development, and others. The third report is a report regarding the FY21 budget status of Navajo Nation chapters presented by the Office of the Controller and the Administrative Service Centers, Division of Community Development. Mr. Speaker.
Colleague, go ahead and go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Cal Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes.
I'm sorry, Mr. James, can you repeat your vote? Mr. James?
The schedule of the chapter's operation.
Meet him. Honorable Vince James, can you repeat your vote? Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Charlene.
Vote green. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, it's it.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker with
Green.
19. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas, 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Thank you. Thank you. That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Let's continue on down. On reports, item number 4. We do have a report from Department of Justice, Election Administration, and NBO's Board of Election Supervisors regarding an update on the Navajo Nation election, the vacant positions, and also a memo that came out from Department of Justice clarifying the vacancies of these chapter positions. So with that, let me go ahead and go over to an update on the Navajo Nation election first, and then the vacancies. So I can go to Mr. Rodriguez Morris from the election office.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. This is Mr. Morris.
Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker, and also members of the council. I believe that Melvin Harrison is also online, as well as Roderick Begay. But I'll go ahead and start the actual report from the Navajo Elections Administration side. Currently, as of today, we've established that there are 38 positions that remain vacant on the Navajo Nation. There are two communities on the reservation, Pueblo Picado and Whippoorwill chapter, that do not have any elected officials at this point in time. We've discussed this matter with the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors at their regular meeting, which was set yesterday on January 14, 2021. We've determined that the Elections Administration will be declaring vacancies for those 38 positions as of Tuesday, January 19th, 2021, and we will look to open for a candidate filing from January 19th, 2021 to February 1st, 2021. And thereafter, we will commence with the actual schedule for the election. This year, the special election day will be set out at March 16th, 2021. This allows for open filing, the closing of filings. Thereafter, it gives us time to finalize the actual voter ballot layouts. Voter registration will also be commenced in this time. There will be time limits for absentee ballots, mail-in absentee ballot applications as well. Also, early voting will also open, and this will lead all the way up to the actual special election day of March 16, 2021. That's currently what's proposed at this point in time. The Navajo Board of Election Supervisors also instructed the Elections Administration to proceed in declaring these positions as vacant as of starting Tuesday. We've been in the process of completing the actual inauguration, which was done on January 6, 2021. We had to certify individuals to be sworn into office before January 6, 2021. The actual certification or the canvassing did not take place until December 30th, 2020, about a month after the deadline. However, that was completed. At that point in time, there were still elected officials that did not complete their campaign expense reporting. So the board allowed for individuals to continue to file their campaign expense reporting, and we certified 23 individuals again as of yesterday. The Elections Administration will be looking to set, working with the judicial branch and DCD to set for the next swearing-in ceremony. We're looking for that to be set within either by the end of next week or the week thereafter. However, that's currently what the plan. I'm sorry, I actually was muted there again, but that basically is the plan from the Navajo Elections Administration side with regards to the special elections to fill the vacant chapter position. Mr. Harrison is also available if he wishes to add anything onto this report.
Okay, can you hear me? This is Melvin Harrison.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Cecilia, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Aro Shananta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kodosha de Tani, Aro legislative staff, legislative services staff, I want to thank you all, and I hope all of you had a wonderful holiday season in the midst of a pandemic. What I just want to add onto the report from Mr. Morris, I added an agenda item yesterday for the discussion for the Board of Election Supervisor to talk about the two chapters that Mr. Morris brought up that have no incoming officials. Whippoorwill chapter and Pueblo Pintada have no chapter president, no chapter vice president, no chapter secretary treasurer coming in because nobody filed for those positions. So this has been in discussion for the past, or since the oath of office, for the past couple of weeks. Our discussion from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors has been that there is a provision in Title 26, 103, that allows a chapter with no official coming in to proceed with their operations. And Title 26, 103 states that for any chapters that would like to have a meeting, even with no officials coming in, a community can declare, or our discussion centered around who can call a meeting, and it's centered around community members or a grazing official who may be present, or ASC who may call a meeting. And at that meeting, whoever is present at that meeting would need to select a president pro temp. And this would happen for all the meetings that proceed. So that has been the position of the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors because of that provision. This is the first time this has happened, according to the VRSs and the staff that have been at the election office for 15 to 30 years, that this has happened. So, and to our understanding that this has also happened one previous time, and the way this was addressed is just what I just mentioned, that chapter that did not have a incoming officials coming in, Title 26, 103 was utilized until a new official or the three officials were sworn in. So that was a long discussion yesterday, and we do understand the memo that Mr. Roderick Begay wrote up. And we feel like it's a little problem because it creates a little bit of chaos. We already have calls from officials with no incoming positions. We had a call from a grazing official from one of the chapters indicating that there is a memo out that I can continue until a new grazing official is sworn in. We also have another call from another position, from another chapter indicating the same information, and it doesn't center around the three top three chapter officials. So that's where we're at. So our instruction and the discussion we had yesterday with the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors was that we would have a meeting with the department heads at ASC, DCD, DOJ, which would be Mr. Roderick Begay, and IMBOs, to determine how we can move forward around this memo from Mr. Roderick Begay. So that's where we've been in discussing this memo and also with these two chapters with no officials coming in. Other than that, all the other chapters have at least one official that could call a meeting and hold their meetings. And the other thing that has happened because of the pandemic is the oath of office. And it's been somewhat a challenge, even though it went off pretty smoothly on January 6th. We have some incoming officials or successful winning candidates who took their oath of office without getting certified. So that's another issue that we're trying to deal with. According to Title 11, an official would need to be certified first and then take their oath of office. So that's another issue that we've been dealing with in the past couple of weeks, because we do know that the chapters need to function and do need to operate and need to get their chapters going. So we're trying to address all of that through the election administration with all these issues coming up surrounding this pandemic. And that's what we've been discussing with Mr. Ron Haven, who's pretty much knows a lot about the election area from Legislative Council office. So that's what I'd like to report in addition to what Mr. Morris added. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, continuing on, is there anyone then on from Department of Justice?
Yes, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Speaker Dole, Navajo Nation Council. Thank you to Delegate Walker and Council for voting to putting this on your agenda today. It's a very good platform to provide this type of information, on this level, so that there's no misunderstandings about what that memo is saying. I was informed 2 days before the swearing-in ceremony that those chapters were not going to have someone to swear in, and so talk about chaos. The chaos was how are those chapters going to function? What's going to happen? Normally pre-COVID, we might be able to refer to certain laws in Title 11 and Title 26. And we're talking about temporary appointments and permanent appointments. And that's what that memo talks about. There are some legal problems using those provisions. Under, it's not Section 103, it's 1003, and Section 1002 of Title 26. Normally, pre-COVID, when you have a 25-member quorum, the membership decides amongst themselves to appoint a pro tem chairperson or a pro tem secretary treasurer. There's no such thing as a pro tem vice president. And if you go to Title 11, Section 161, it tells you those Title 26 provisions for appointments are only temporary. And it alludes to that in the Local Governance Act itself. It's only for that meeting. That temporary appointment ends when the meeting ends. We can't ignore those provisions in order to try to get to what was expressed earlier. And then Title 11 talks about permanent appointments. And in order to do a permanent appointment, you got to have, election office has to declare a vacancy. That's what the law says under Section 140 of Title 11. Vacancies are by death, forfeiture, recall, resignation, disqualification. None of that is happening here. And so, again, going from Section 140 to Section 161C, again, like I said earlier, LGA appointments are only temporary. That's what the law says. Permanent appointments requires a chapter resolution. And there's other processes. They have to be certified. They can't take their oath until they're certified, and they don't get permanently appointed until they take their oath of office. There are additional procedures, but the point of that memo was it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make legal sense in a COVID-19 pandemic. And so, there's going to be chaos whether we try to meander through Title 11 or try to make Title 26 fit for this situation. It's going to happen anyway. What we have then in that memo is a great reliance on Section 6A of Title 11. It says the first half of a term, and this is for the president, delegates, all elected officials. It says the first half of the term is 24 months. The second half is the remaining term until the next person takes the oath of office. It doesn't say 24 months. It's when the next person takes the oath of office. And so we have a sort of an option here. And that's what that memo is talking about, is this option of a holdover period. If there's nobody to swear in, there's a holdover period. And there's precedence for this. In 2014, of the general election for the president's office, President Shelley held a holdover period until the new president was elected and took the oath of office. So, and then there's precedents for certain school board positions in the past that had to do a holdover period. And, holdovers are temporary. There's no entitlement to it. And we're not forcing a holdover period. We're not forcing prior officials to serve a holdover period. But like I said, it's a legal, viable option under the current law in light of a COVID-19 pandemic. So if a person doesn't want to serve a holdover period, the only other option through our existing laws is to go through the entire formality of permanent appointments. Now, I can appreciate other opinions or other thoughts on what the LGA says, but I think that it's going to create more chaos. And why? Why do I say that? Because if we have a temporary appointment under a current 3-quorum rule, we're going to have 3 individuals appointing themselves.
Mr. Begay.
Hello? Yes.
Mr. Begay, this is Speaker Damon. That is 20 minutes has been allocated to the presenters, and collectively that 20 minutes has just run out. Colleagues, we can give additional 10 minutes, but it has to be a collective agreement amongst everyone. Is there anybody who objects to giving additional 10 minutes?
Yellow hair.
No objection.
Jimmy Yellow hair. Okay, 10 minutes.
Honorable Yellow Hair, you object? Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair. He doesn't object, or he objects? I didn't hear. Honorable Yellow Hair, you're objecting?
No, objecting. I support to give 10 minutes to Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay, anybody object then? There's not?
No.
10 minutes back. 10. Huh? Honorable Lona?
No objection. No objection. Let him have 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. That, Mr. Begay, you and the presenters have additional 10 minutes. Continue on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the council. I'm almost done. One of the reasons why temporary appointments is going to be problematic is that the president, the chapter president, they sign the contracts. And so I don't know how familiar some of these individuals are in the procurement process and the procurement requirements that are necessary. All chapters need to follow a 5 management system. So there are fiscal policies involved. And then if we move and talk about the secretary treasurer position, the secretary treasurer co-signs all chapter checks, which might be, on the face of it, it might be easy to replace, but there are bank signature cards involved, and there's a process for that as well. So those are some important things to think about. In terms of, I think we're going to have chaos either way. I think that the memo was just trying to help chapters deal with the current state of things. We can't do a 25-member quorum chapter meeting, and so one of the things I've been thinking about in terms of how do we get permanent appointees, and maybe they stretch it out over a planning meeting to get nominations and to vote on it during a regular meeting and submit that to the Navajo Election Administration, or as just pointed out by Mr. Morris on seeking their candidates, that's another option, is just to go through the formality of seeking candidates through that, and not necessarily go through a chapter meeting where there's a 3-person quorum. So there are those things to think about. I'm willing to sit down with the election administration and Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. I think that the memo was not meant to say to everyone, this is how it is. And, the very last sentence of that memo says, for unique situations, we're going to think about this with a separate memorandum. And I think that there are other chapters and different situations, and I think we need to discuss all of that. I just felt that we needed to provide some guidance. Otherwise, we have several chapters that won't be able to meet, won't be able to provide their services to their communities in the meantime, especially if there's going to be a special election here out until March. Anyway, I just wanted to end by saying that I extend my condolences to the entire Navajo Nation. Being patone buses chin ki ani eta chedo sitna jini eta shanale. 2 nights ago, I lost my uncle. So there's one less person from the Twitquanchi clan, the Bucking Horse family in Whippoorwill, and I miss him. And so I just wanted to extend my condolences to everyone. And thank you, Council, and thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roderick Begay, for that presentation, and thank you for expressing the urgency and also expressing the need for the chapters to continue moving forward. Most importantly, may you be in good health and good mind as moving forward and continue the process of mourning for your lost family member. So thank you very much for being here with us too, Mr. Begay. That, colleagues, is there a motion on accepting the report?
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. There's a second.
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, good morning. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? As I have some individuals in the queue. Chairman Nez.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Arashananta. Hello to Mr. Begay, Mr. Harrison, and Mr. Morris. I just have a question for perhaps Mr. Begay or from the Department of Justice. If chapter officials are a new appointment is made temporarily pro tem, I believe we need some clarification for that. So I was thinking about section 103, where it talks about compensating the chapter president, vice president, and secretary treasurer. If temporary appointments are made, do they receive $500 at a planning meeting and regular chapter meeting? Upon reading section 1002 for meetings of Title 26, compensation for chapter officials, B, it states each chapter president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, the appointed acting secretary and or the chapter president pro tem shall be paid. I'm wondering if this part of the provision is still active. Mr. Begay, I reserve my time.
That on report, Chairman Nez, every time at 3:29. That moving on down. Honorable Stewart.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Speaker, Auto colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Auto Kodo, Mr. Morris, and then Mr. Alvin Harris, Auto Kodo, Mr. Begay. Good to hear you all voices this morning and to hear your report this morning. Sha'eya, I have a question or two that's been going back and forth between the chapters. Two of them, oath and certification, again. Right, those two again. If they took their oath, they passed their certification. Go, the nasos they're certified and they took their oath. Aro Kodogi Chief Justice Daheshi Judge Lingi Kwagi through the teleconference or through the computer, the video Zoom da ego da oath da yila da big ish for them to run a meeting, to conduct meeting. Not da no ya tota not sauce linigi linigi is out of kai lada benina tota alsa not sauce nail sauce and da bena hot edo lestane. Ara da no antaka. I thought usually though I thought swear energy la ko about hot it done. Quagin Nakianandish kidle. Ara lagi under the memo May 19th, 2020, Mr. Begay in law da igi under page 4 again pro temp again. The last part again they're all three go on the House come the grazing official, president, vice president. As long, even though I'm not from that certain community, as an official, I'm there. It's okay for us to have a meeting. Though they don't have to worry about appointing somebody from the outside or one of the chapter staff to be a pro tem. That's the way I understand it. Is that correct? That's it.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. That, let me go on to Honorable Edison Wanika, and then I'll come back to the presenters. Honorable Wanika, floor is yours.
Good
morning.
Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. And thank you, Mr. Morris and Chair of the Navajo Board of Election Supervisor, Roderick from Department of Justice, Yate. And I'm sorry for your loss, Roderick. I appreciate the work that we did together as far as working with the chapters in reference to certain problems that occurred at those chapters during my tenure as Director of Election Administration. I was pretty much in agreement with what the board was doing in reference to using the pro temp provisions, but I pretty much overlooked the fact that they can have a quorum of 25, and that's where I agree with you. I think that's going to be a problem. And I think the memo you wrote is sufficient to go ahead and use it to take care of the concerns and problems of the chapters that didn't elect their officials. I know because of certified, non-certified chapters, certified chapters, and also the commission type local chapter governments. I know we had a problem with Tuba City where most of the officials were removed, and it was a commission type government. And I know they didn't have a pro temp provision, and that's where we were kind of lost at the time. We had a meeting at Tuba City, and we were told to go ahead and use Title 26, use the pro temp provision. And a quorum came in and put in a pro temp to continue with the chapter operation. And so in any, whatever situation that the chapters get into, they were able to use the pro temp provision. But I agree with Mr. Begay in reference to the pandemic that we're going through right now. It makes certain things not possible. So I think based on what he talked to us, I think that memo that he wrote will be sufficient to take care of the problems of the chapter at this time. And I support that. And I know taking care of things under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a need to involve the Justice Department. All the information or all the procedures was in Title 11 and Title 26. But because of pandemic, we have to make special provisions at this time. So I appreciate that. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 35 seconds. Honorable Monica. With that, let me go back to the sponsors. Any response?
Mr. Speaker, I think I can answer some of the questions.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Begay.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. As to the question about stipends, that's correct. That those pro tem officials, they do earn that stipend amount for serving in that pro tem status, for that meeting. And so, I think that, memos, we could easily, I could have mentioned that, but I think that, we were trying to address a single issue about the holdover, and that's why I focused on that. And so just to clarify, pro tem officials, the stipend for serving on that meeting. The other question from Delegate Stewart about my memo. Your understanding is correct. I also issued yesterday an updated memo to my May 26 memo, and I sent that out to all chapters yesterday by email. And so I did send a copy to Ms. Khan and Ms. Bobroff, and so they might be able to either forward you a copy or I could give you a copy, but the same principles are there. I think that, we have a minimum 3 quorum law under council's resolution back in March 2020. We have a Navajo Nation emergency public health order that limits public gatherings to 5. And so, it's trying to provide guidance on how can chapters do and make up that 3 quorum, but then less than 5 for in-person meetings, and so it tries to deal with all of those situations. And if under the law, only registered members can vote in a chapter meeting. Well, normally the grazing official is a registered voter, so they can, if there's a missing official, they can step in and become that 3rd person. And then, of course, council delegates can always be non-voting members of a 3-person quorum meeting. And so that memo tries to provide guidance on how can that be made up. And then, in addition to that, what if there's two officials missing? What if there's 3 officials missing? How can chapters still have their meeting? And so that memo was issued to try to provide guidance on those scenarios. So, and I think the other questions are more directed to Mr. Morris and Mr. Harrison. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That any more other responses?
Yes, Mr. Harrison.
Go ahead, Mr. Harrison, then I'll go to Mr. Morris. Harrison.
Okay, just a quick question. Just a quick answer to Mr. Stewart's question on the certification, the oath of office. Well, first of all, I also want to extend my condolences to Mr. Roger Piquet on his loss. I know that's really tough. My wife's family and my wife's side's family, we lost a couple really close family members in the last couple of months. So it's been tough. It's been really tough. On my side of family, on we lost 2 individuals as well on my father's side. So it's been really tough. So my condolences to you, and my condolences to the Navajo Nation and to the council that have lost family members as well. On this question about certification and oath of office, there's nothing, just as Mr. Piquet was saying, this is really all new territory. Everything is gray. We do understand that officials took their oath of office. And the call to me as chair of the board has been, I took my oath, or 3 of us or 2 of us have took our oath, can we hold our meeting? How long will it take to get the document with Chief Justice Eleanor Shirley's name on it? And I said, that's really a question for the Supreme Court, how long that process will take. So and it's not written in Title 11 or it's not in the rules and regs and so forth. And so I know that Mr. Morris and from the election administration and the board, we've just, I'll let Mr. Morris explain on how he's been explaining it. A few times I just explained it and said, I think it's really a question of election administration on how they deal with that. But I've also indicated that if the chapters are in a full agreement and do know that they took their oath of office, it's sufficient enough to hold their office or to hold their meeting. But the question is, let's say there's 3 officials and 3 officials were calling in from their homes. How do you know the other official took their oath? That's the other question. It's an honor system. You have to, trust the other individual that they got certified and they took their oath of office. So that's how I've responded from the calls from chapter officials about can we hold our chapter meeting. And I believe in the next probably about early next week, I'll have a memo drafted on how they should proceed with this. After our meeting yesterday, I'll have Mr. Ron Haven and Mr. Benson McKay draft a memo for me to chapter officials on how they can proceed with holding their meetings while the officials wait for their documents from the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Morris, I don't know if you want to add on to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, as well as members of council. Honorable Stewart's question in regards to the swearing in itself and as to when an official could officially, I guess, execute their duties. It is my understanding, after reviewing the matter with legal counsel, we've had numerous officials that pose that same question to the office. And according to advisement by legal counsel for the office, we have been informing officials that if the official has completed all requirements to include submission of the actual campaign expense reporting, they have been certified, that's been verified through the Elections Administration, and they participated in the first swearing-in ceremony on January 6th, and they have thus submitted their paperwork for processing for the justice's signature. Then we are informing those officials that if they complied with all the requirements up to that point, then they would be able to execute their duties, for they've already swore in as they did telephonically. Of course, the pandemic has created, has allowed for additional procedures that have to take place. So we are informing those officials that they lawfully can execute their duties. This is after conferring with legal counsel for the office. And as far as processing the paperwork is administrative in nature. And once the oath of offices are signed by the justice, then we will be reissuing those oath of offices back to the officials and also issuing a certificate that's signed by myself as well as the chair for the board. So in a sense, to answer the question, if they complied with all procedures and they participated in the January 6th oath of office ceremony, then they are able to execute their duties. Now, I have several situations where we have some officials that were not certified, and although they participated in that ceremony, the inauguration on January 6th, they per se were not sworn into office officially. So we have issues there. So we've also been working with them. The board just certified 23 additional individuals as of yesterday, and we're going to be looking to try to get that swearing-in ceremony as quickly as we can to accommodate these individuals that weren't able to swear in as well. So in a sense, if they, that's my response for Honorable Stewart's questions in regards to the swearing in of officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Speaker Brigade or Speaker Damon, could I add a few more? This is Melvin Harrison.
Yes, go ahead.
Just real quickly, Shanant, and thank you again, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Mr. Brigade and Mr. Morris and others on the line. We do understand Mr. Brigade's memo. And like I indicated, we don't have a problem with it. It's from the Board of Election Supervisor. It's just that I do agree that, or I just want to indicate that I'll be reaching out to Mr. Begay and Mr. Morris and have a meeting on how do we deal with these individuals. Like, let's say this memo is talking about the 3 chapter officials that would be required to host a meeting, to my understanding. So when we have calls from farm boards, land boards, and other positions saying that we're going to use this memo to extend or to hold over until a new position is filled, I think we need to set out a memo in agreement from administration and INBOs. And so I want to reach out to Mr. Begay and saying we should have a meeting like early next week and talk about this and discuss this. And I do agree with what Mr. Wanika indicated that it would be very difficult for chapters to get a quorum in light of this pandemic, whether they're quorum B15 or 17 or 25 or so forth. So I think in light of that, I think we should just move on with what the memo indicates, but clarifying that this only indicates through the three chapter officials that run the chapter government or to begin a chapter meeting. So because, as I indicated earlier, I'm getting calls, staff are getting called about these other officials wanting to hold over. So I think we just need to be careful and be and deal with that in some form. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. We do have two individuals in the queue on the report. Vice Chair Walker, you're up next.
Thank you, Speaker and members of council, our staff, legislative council, and listeners, the listening audience. The presenters, Mr. Begay from DOJ, from the election office, Mr. Morris, the election board, Mr. Harrison, to each and every one, each of you, ishi sidi kisto khajini pa ado let ado taho indahdi dil nishjo Johnson le ko taho jishinte yinnik daha tan ko ekislan shiki be ko to yat hota nasika abedan kitzil shedan kitzil shneko. So, Speaker and members of council, I have a couple questions here for the presenters. The notification process, the information that's stated in the memo, DOJ memo, the holdover memo, that going out to chapters so that they are in receipt and understand and can support and work with it. Across the board. That's always necessary in our government, not just one or two chapters, but everyone. Although the chapters that I represent, a few of them have the situation described earlier where there's no positions that have been filled. The question, I think some of them were answered as far as like the vice president position or the secretary position, and then the grazing officer position. Can there be a holdover? I guess if you think about it long enough, there's justification to do that. The grazing official, very, very important position right now. To wait a couple months is probably going to be difficult and challenging. That's a position that's needed day to day. Johnson, the election board, from DOJ also, as you move forward to help I guess resolve some of these questions that were asked. When I chaos, it's more than one question, one situation that needs remedy. Chaos, it's extreme. Diego that don't Johnson ban because it don't in So other questions? Positions that were not filled because no one filed versus a position that's not filled because of grievance. Someone can speak to that. Is that a different situation? We're just talking about because somebody positions were not filled because no one filed versus a position that's being contested or being agreed. My question on that, of course, we in situations like this, we have to start thinking of a legislative fix. Although in this case it sounds urgent, so therefore there could be emergency legislation to help out the chapters. Although the election office and chapters are our local governments, they are the backbone of our government, actually. So, I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we move on down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, Shnat Ani Speaker. I don't the 24 councilmen Shnat Anu Sinigi. I don't the Eastern side or the Shnan Shitne. I Sonigi Tahis Ahu. He Washington by UT or 110 chapters. She I represent a Black Mesa Dandy Kapayati. One of the chapters out of La Filani that a whippoorwill then. I was looking at Navajo Times and they are those zero anyway that happened. Anyway, first of all that we had one position that position vice president left 2019 in February. That position is still a vacancy of how the is a vacancy. Our late Mr. Edson Chin Lee, Board of Election Supervisor down there, he trying to help us to assist a whippoorwill to ask Mr. Vice President Long he to resign, letter of resignation. Vice President as of today, he still looks like holding the position, Mr. Vice President. I don't want to mention the name. Anyway, Vice President, it looks like he's holding the position. This past Monday, and I saw agenda, whippoorwill. They visit because dealer hit Vice President agenda. He's gone since February 2019. DA by Yale take a decision. Others are saying a protest by a T. Protest in Hanatza. It also protested the Yande in Hanatza. He served as a president, chapter president protest. Protest now with Iliada for Secretary and Treasury Konaki. Shape as of Navajo Nation Council. So we hold a meeting. The meeting was done accordingly to agenda. It lead out even out of this kid. If this meeting was illegal, even not this kid. Aaron the Kujiki by Yelti, the Vice President Yaha. I was like thought Atina Nishnahan. Of course, I said this is kind of maybe it's a serious concern for me that it's a liability. Khalid against he. Khalid, we might be sued for just using the name. What about has the two protect? Also, not this kid. I'd like to reserve my time. I had this question to Mr. Roger McGay and also Melvin Harrison should not seen down no here, but bring this information to the 24 councilmen here. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Every time, Honorable Bill here. 1 minute, 45 seconds. Let me go back to the sponsor. Any response?
Mr. Speaker, I can probably go first.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. As far as those unique questions brought up by Delegate Walker and Delegate Yellowhair, that's the reason why I made the memo limited. And so the very last sentence, I say that unique situation will send a separate memo to address unique situations. And I do think that we need further thought. And I welcome Mr. Harrison's invitation to meet early next week. And I agree that we need to act as quickly as possible. I also welcome Delegate Walker's invitation for emergency legislation, because that's what council did back in March, and then council did it again in April for CAP-19-20, and council overrode the veto to make it effective in May 2020 to try to help chapters define and to help them with these rigid laws that don't make sense for COVID-19. One thing to keep in mind is, these pro tem officials, they're not required to take the oath of office. And so that's why I brought up the concern about, having them put their name on the bank signatures cards and signing chapter contracts, especially under the temporary authorizations that council gave to chapters under those two resolutions. So, I think we need to really think about all of these things collectively, and I'm willing to work with anyone so we can work out these problems that's both that makes sense, and also that's also provides for transparency, because these chapters are, they get audited. Delegate Yellowhair just asked a question: is that particular resolution valid? And so, if we have pro tem officials issuing chapter resolutions without taking the oath of office, those are really special considerations that fall outside of just the simple question of whether that resolution is valid or not. So, so again, I'm willing to meet with Mr. Harrison and Mr. Morris next week, and hopefully we can come up with a game plan that addresses all of these different types of situations. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Melvin Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. With that, I can go to you. The floor is yours, Mr. Harrison, and then if anything is needed to be expressed, Mr. Morris, you can have the floor after Mr. Harrison too as well.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. One of the things that I certainly from the election board, we're very for lack of a better term, I guess we're very we're trying to stay within the law, even in the midst of this pandemic. And we've had executive sessions on this. How do we deal with some of these laws that are very strict in the midst of a pandemic? And one of the things that we've talked about, and I've talked to DOJ about, or to Legislative Council staff about, is holdover can be very chaotic, in our opinion, from the Board of Election Supervisors in our discussions. And I say that because in a pre-COVID, before COVID, I mean, even now, vacancies are going to be declared as soon as possible. In every election, there are numerous vacancies. So we just have to follow those same processes, what we're trying to stay with, even in the midst of this pandemic. Sure, there's going to be there may be a 3 month, or not 3 month, no more than after March, which is like 2 months, following all the timeline in having a special election. So that's what I want to say with to Mr. Walker, saying, you know, like, but for the two chapters that have no official, that's a unique situation, just as Mr. Begay indicated. That's the one that I think we need to use the memorandum that Mr. Begay developed and the updated memorandums and so forth. But the others, I think in our discussion with Mr. Begay, Mr. Morris, and others, I think we would talk about, INBOs would think about staying with the timeline and declaring vacancies and seeing and getting those positions filled as soon as possible. Because if this happens now, it sets a precedent, and it's going to happen again in the next election. You've done it before, so why can't we do this on another holdover? Yeah, sure, chapter governments need to operate, but this situation has happened. Vacancies have always been there before pre-COVID. That's what I want to say. And for Mr. Yellowhair's question on a valid meeting, I think that as long as there was a pro temp, that's a Title 26 question. That's not a Title 11 or election question about our once we just like to say that from INBOs is for chapters that do not have, that need to put in a pre or a pro temp official, then it falls into Title 26, because then that doesn't refer to any election areas. So I think that's I think Mr. Begay answered that question. So once there's a pro temp president voted in by the community or whoever is holding the meeting, then I think then Title 26 comes into play. So I just want to say that on that question. So I don't know if Mr. Morris wants to add. I don't hear Nana.
No additional comment on my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to the floor then. I have good morning, Che. Actually, good afternoon, Che. On with Count Begay, the floor is yours.
Speaker, Ado Kudo, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Kudo, Nation Dahashnaki, the Election Office, Department of Justice, Yad Asian Ado Bukijak Kudo, report Yagi. It's very obvious that the Navajo Nation doesn't have a concise, updated election process and procedures in place. Reason that it seems that we're just resorting to what the best approach in resolving these issues through the Department of Justice. Akoko election officers Angela A. Dit alla epi has ani enido dit I bedeni nisto dit I jo da ilne. To need at then. So that really tells us that we continue to just go as we go and see how things would just play out with on-the-spot decision-making process of what the policy says, or if it doesn't say, this is what we could do. So it comes down to the election administration. First of all, it's probably the acting position. I can't really do anything just because I'm in the acting position. No. Other election supervisors representing each of the agency, maybe a review of what has been developed in improving the election policies on the Navajo Nation. Also dealing with the coinciding the election with the counties and the state and the federal level. If you look on it, I'm sure you guys listen to the news on a daily basis at the federal level, because of how things are being administered by each of the states, how elections are being conducted, and how elections are being are scheduled on election days or election years. I believe that we are in the same situation, but the only thing is that our community, our Navajo people, are not very much vocal about it. But to some extent, some are. Especially the lack of poll workers during the last election, the lack of certain areas, and that has last minute change poll workers from one location to another location, other changing of poll sites, in working with the counties. I addressed this to Department of Justice, Miss Belzrowski, Catherine, and some other people, and I brought this up at the Navajo Nation State Task Force meeting. It seems that not much has been done, and I believe not much will be done. I can guarantee that. I believe that this election office under the legislative branch, who needs to be accountable on this particular issue. A lot of time it comes to the council to make certain decisions. So, Speaker, I think there needs to be, rather than just getting a report, there needs to be an overall assessment needs to be done on behalf of our community, even voter registration. Why can't, things basically go into technology age. So a lot of these things continue to play. Other election holders should based on them. That based on election, the bond is the Honda based on not okay. So these are some areas that continues to be surfaces every time pre-election, during election, and after election. Kohit ala e kodon at ani. Biketa hot yaki lakit at aton nitiki beta jisnisto beta inni. Ako it e hot ego go sister zedo pahna etek kito chairman, speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any further comments, questions before I go back to the presenters?
This is Henio.
This is Mr. Morris.
Good morning, Chairman Hinio. Let me go to Chairman Hinio, and then I'll go back to, I'll go to you first, Mr. Morris. Chairman Hinio?
Speaker Damon, 24th Nomination Council. Listening to the conversation on the election administration and the vacancies again. And it kind of brings me that question that we've always asked in the past is how long will this form of government sustain itself now? The chapter form of government. As we move down the line, the years forward, nobody wants to be a chapter official anymore. Not the young people. Nobody wants to work at the chapters. You always see the vacancy listings being high when it comes to CFCs or AMS. And during my time at government development, there was always the issue of once it's one person trying to run the show, or there'd be no staff, and you only have somebody that's in there temporarily running the day-to-day operations, but not having the authority to do much more. And so it kind of begs that question of how long will this form of government sustain itself? And so that's what we were trying to address with this reorganization of chapter governments, to where we bring forth a form of government that will be more sustainable, to provide more services to the people at the local level using combined efforts. And so and today's is evident with all the vacancies that we're seeing right now. That, I mean, the leaders that were in these positions now have retired, and there's really nobody to take their place. And of course, there's always issues with the chapter when it comes to accountability. And many of these younger people don't want to be in that mix. That's what, from my opinion. Such a chapter official is a cat. So why should I be a chapter official? Is pretty much what I think they're saying. The other part is based on such in the thinking. For evident, our president Jonathan Nez does not support chapters. Is evident by his veto of the $440,000 that was allocated to the chapter governments. Chapter stipends. No. And these officials, they earn their stipends. They come in, they do their planning, their meetings, and set forth the agendas and pass resolutions for the good of the community. Yeah, but there's really no support from Window Rock. As council delegates, we do our job, we do the allocations. The chapter, no, we put forth legislations. But when it goes across the street, what happens? And when we have this type of non-support from the Window Rock administration, even program administrations, there's no program support from Window Rock to the local level. Especially when they become LGA certified, they're being told, you're on your own now. You're LGA certified. That's what you guys wanted. And I don't think that should be the case here. But that's what I wanted to bring out, Shinanta. Salute, Speaker Damon. Reserve my time.
Speaker Eugene So.
Okay, with that, thank you, Chairman Hino. Reserve your time at 50 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, I'll put you in the queue. Let me go back to the presenters though, for response. Mr. Morris, I think you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of council. And thank you very much. I wanted to acknowledge also Honorable Key Allen Begay's statement and some of the questions that he had in regards to the actual operations and how the Elections Administration and the Navajo Board of Elections supervisors are going about handling these vacancies that are a part of our discussion today. Understand that the actual vacancies at the local chapter level come about as Honorable Jamie Henyo points out. There are people that do not really actively participate at the local government level, and we did open filing for all the positions on the Navajo Nation. The board did reopen that for a second time, and staff members attempted to work with all communities to get individuals to run for these positions. And even after running 2 open filings, we still had vacant positions. And I really do anticipate that even once we reopen the filing this coming Tuesday, that I know that we probably will also have some positions that will remain vacant. And it comes down to the actual public not participating as they really should. We'll do what we can to communicate with the local communities to advertise for these positions. But if anything, a majority of these issues that we have just result of individuals not complying with what the laws say, what the procedures say. That also includes the campaign expense reporting. People don't return those things. We have to stay on top of those things. We have to extend time periods. And all this goes back to procedures and the Navajo Nation laws. And with regards to reopening these positions, we had to complete the last election cycle. That completes after the inauguration. Thereafter, the Elections Administration and the board have been planning. We have been looking forward to reopening for these vacant positions. So to state that the laws are not sufficient, that procedures are not being implemented is not correct. We are operating according to what Navajo Nation law allows. And once we reopen on Tuesday, then that we are going to give regards to what it says in the law. We have X amount of days to open for filing, to allow for voter registration to recommence, for absentee ballots, for printing of those ballots as well, training of chief poll judges as well, all the way up to that election day again. So we are re-implementing all of that right now. So, and one thing I also wanted to kind of allude to was just funding. Funding really is one of the biggest issues that I see here. Right now, we still have a lot of other projects that we have to undertake for this fiscal year and into the next, to prepare for the next election cycles. So these works are ongoing, and we basically will continue to move forward with plans for the special election. So that would be my response to that. And I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Shinal, Honorable Jamie Henyo, for your comments as well, and for your support with the Elections Administration and the board. That's my response, Speaker.
Thank you. Morse.
Speaker Begay or Speaker Damon, Melvin.
Yes.
Harrison.
Yes. Harrison, go ahead. If you have a response.
Just like to add a little bit here in reference to what's been stated here. You know, I've been on the board for 4 years. I served one term and will be starting my new term here, or just started a new term for 4 years. And just as Mr. Morris had indicated, funding has been the #1 problem. Sure, we talk about funding almost at the beginning of every year. We submit our budget to the Speaker's office the first 3 years when Ms. Speaker Bates was the Speaker. And 9.99% of the time, the actual budget that we need to improve the election administration and IMBOs was denied. How can you make improvements when your budgets are not approved? So that's what we've been struggling with. So, but however, I just want to say that with the new speaker and with the new Navajo Nation, 24th Navajo Nation Council, there's been a light at the end of the tunnel. We've got some increase in the past couple of years, which we've not seen in previous years that I've been on the board. Definitely, the laws are pretty much outdated. We've made some amendments, but it takes a lot of discussion. It takes a lot of work sessions, and we don't have the money because our budgets are not approved at the beginning of the year. We can't hold work sessions. Those amounts are denied. But however, having said all of that, we've made some amendments, and we are talking about numerous other amendments. But now that we are in this pandemic, it's been difficult. We already have started, I would say, maybe 5, 6 changes we want to make in the past year. But it's all on hold because of the pandemic. So even that's it. I just want to say the board, the election administration, we've been trying as hard as we could to make some changes. It's been challenging because a lot of stuff happened through funding. And in the 23rd Council, again, we started to make some changes, and we couldn't find any sponsors for our amendments. Joe, how this work is from the election administration and IMBOs, we come up with a legislation. We have our attorney Ron Haven at the time come up with a legislation, but we couldn't find any sponsors. So then it just dies. But I think in this new 24th Navajo Nation Council, we do have some support. We do have a lot of support from the council. So I think we should be able to move forward and begin to make some changes to the election laws with this support once the pandemic is over. But we're hoping to have a work session through a virtual work session here coming up soon. We'll see how that works. I think Mr. Morris has been able to find some funding for us to do at least one work session. We are, the board is trying their best. The election administration is trying their best to trying to make some of these changes. We saw, and I think through this pandemic, some of the things that could happen, just as Mr. Kiel McGay had indicated, of what the states are doing. Just states, they money. They don't even have to ask for additional money. All they have to do is put their hand into it. And there they go. They make the changes. So even that, we just want to, I just want to ask you for your support, and as we continue to make these changes, and just want to request that we move forward in making these changes for the election administration. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if I could say a few words.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Speaker, and again to the Navajo Nation Council. To add on to Mr. Morris and Mr. Harrison, the Local Governance Act is going to be 23 years old this year. And 23 years ago, your former colleagues made it very difficult to amend Title 26. Under Section 1E of Title 26, it says that if council passes a resolution to amend Title 26, 56 chapter resolutions has to come in order to make that effective. Council has amended and used that a few times in the 20-year period. There's a few of them that still have not received 56 chapter resolutions. So there are pending laws in limbo. The other way is to have a referendum of a majority of chapters. Of course, in Title 11, we have the referendum and initiative processes. So it's, I think that over the 20-year period, we've had so many knowledgeable chapter officials and chapter staff that have had ideas on how to improve on the Local Governance Act. And so there have been efforts, and I have been part of those efforts, some of those efforts. And so I think that that's another thing just to keep in mind, in addition to what Mr. Morris and Mr. Harrison had talked about in terms of, I guess the hindrances and the challenges of even amending Title 11. And so, I think that Title 26, not only elections, but other laws could be further clarified. And so I just wanted to add that. I also wanted to thank everyone who's been emailing me and their thoughts and prayers. And again, I extend my thoughts and prayers to all of us who have lost. And again, also lastly, appreciate the comments that are being made by the council delegates here, and also, Delegate Wanika. We did have a very good working relationship. I want to continue to do that with Mr. Morrison and Mr. Harrison. So, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Begay. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor, colleagues, and everybody listening in. We are on our first report. And we have a couple more reports after this. So, Honorable Eugene So, on our report. Floor is yours.
So about husband, yeah, that's it's looking right at us. 23 years older than his need. See, Josh and all that's where I think it seems that's a problem. So the pandemic is all to beat us to the whole to miss hard to beat us to the for the just that aid the queen of go. But I know I had it aid la so I about honey oh on Eastern Town. Because he has honest the ruler are the data but hasn't go. Because now they based on the sense of Ananta. How can we apply these rules no? If it doesn't really so it does need to go. But I go a bansa case. Because South Anna's cars there's no on a yago. So so I think that's where we are as council delegates. Right now to remend these. I don't know. The never yet out of the car deal was not in the need, not only the stations in either, this is not only the relations in either. 8 hours, 8 yard abbey. Because now the now our every national hall is all the because he combat in car I see it's really going to take some funds. So we need the election office. First, as a best term, but Ilya Zondo, out of it, that was what I would motion or direct to come up with the legislation. You know, the best on page 8 or has on it. How can we use a rule that's outdated? How can we be never on the shit up on happen? They go now go hot corner basin go econ the nest be thousand the thousand. And a lot of my younger generation and touching the insinuation legislative. I have 3 ladies that are young that went in there. So if I have something like that, not digital but one that hasn't took the oath yet because of not even now. I think those are this send them a clear card. This wasn't send the adult Zada. And the way did not need to take an oath. I think these people should take oath court cancel. So court under has it because as a big chapter here, the second to the top population. I really need all these three ladies to help me out. If they have the ingenuity, could I say the open this case over? But I go Bison's court could I presentation Senata out of OT Lagi I should a kind of those stories space and but it needs to be done urgently because it's a critical area. It could go in a shiro so I don't mind in our court in the I thought I got on the other day could I by on songs is that I found it. Then that's how I great abundant. I thought you had to really schedule a meeting for all the office. It is what that. So I don't know how much time I got, Speaker. I'll give it to Key Ellen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, Honorable Keelan Gay, 58 seconds.
Speaker, I don't hear Delegate Eugene So for the time. Well, maybe just respectfully request the election office could the 23-year-old policy maybe give it a volunteer to sponsor the legislation. Just provide me what needs to be updated. Though, please provide me a mechanism where the Navajo Nation Council needs to implement where the election office receive appropriate funding on a yearly basis that's mandated. Maybe give me a recommendation of how the election office receives these fundings on an annual basis. So who has argued to request election office, the election supervisors, and with help by the Department of Justice. Speaker, I had the list.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan Gay. That, let me move on down. Honorable Otto So. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, fellow colleagues. Mr. Speaker, good morning. Adit isanot sanki adit dahis aje. Mr. Morris, thank you for making your presentation. I've been going in and out on your presentation. Just been on the road, driving back and taking care of some little things and so forth. and other calls that I've been on. And then I did Mr. Election Melvin Harris. So yeah, Kodoshinson have Sinjnet. So that I need the Nigatson. So that I need the Dot I see auto Jean the base of the election office though. Bandit after. Only then Napitan Kat Nahalin. Hajo Bao that okay on the base of it. And I believe this is something that is the primary focus of the free election process on Navajo. But when the Navajo Nation Council appropriates monies for election, we run into a roadblock, which is called the line item veto authority. Election kwa peso yen to nishe to pe hadit aigo ta hada to nehe. Ni president ich nadwo. Ich na halgalo yandi ta. Tsada ba shinna cheba ses case khalet la ya kot ko ban sa case da. I do agree that we have to look at structure and the law to make it to a point where these funds are taken off the top, not after when the comprehensive budget decision is made on what branches get what. We need to make sure that these dollars are taken off the top, along with the controller. The controller's office gets about $12 million off the top before the money is divvied up. That's where we need to put the election office. That way, the adequate amount could be put in place for funding for that year, because elections happen every 2 years. The other is that we need to amend Title 12. I have a small legislation that's going to require override during the winter session. That's eliminating carryovers. That's a small section of Title 12. But Title 12 here talks about the finances and the laws and based on that. And what really baffles me is that the three branches tie their arms up and they make an agreement, so-called the three branch chief agreement, and say, oh, this is how much money you're going to get. They undermine their budgets as they are divvied out, and I think council, we need to put a percentage ratio of the total amount of what percentage does the judicial branch gets out of the cut, what percentage gets is given to the legislative branch, and what percentage is given to the executive branch. Oh yeah, none hillo. Oh, what up in I'm beginning to see what's going on there in Winter Rock and comparing it to what's going on in the national politics. Oh, what else? I see ego passion. Michael, what ego could about hold just up. Quite old lean is a lot of that is so yenizin. Do yenizin on net. The Yego Bashin. Coca based on a rag, Title 12, we batch a deal. Out of the election office also. I had it ego that I did. Let's have them take the monies off the top before the three branch chiefs, or before the money is whatever is allocated for judicial branch, legislative branch, and executive branch. Yeah.
Shoot. Any other comments, questions? Colleagues? If there are none, let me go back to any response from the presenters.
This is Melvin, board chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Harris.
I just want to say in closing remarks on behalf of the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors for all the comments on the support that we need, and we definitely will continue to work with the council, with the chapters and DOJ and so forth on making these changes. Just as Mr. Otto So or Delegate Otto So indicated, we definitely need funding. That Otto Mr. Shanale Mr. Kielmbike. So I think you can't deal with Oani. Do some mandates and do some funding. How getting annual funding and so forth. So we will have new computers. Our computers are so outdated. Our database is so outdated. Even when you hold some of these elections. But I just want to say thank you to all of you. Adoshana, Mr. or Delegate Wanika Ado, Chiche, Mr. Henio, do Anosko, Vishwasa, Ana, Chinant Adanashini, here and Hilini, do this Adositilla, Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Thomas. This is Thomas Walker. Do I still have time?
I'm going back, so I'm just now going to go back to reserve time. Chairman Nez, 3 minutes and 29 seconds on the reserve time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I just want to say thank you for the information. I know that a local government needs to be, it needs a good look at, examined. It's supposed to service the people. Some days when you walk into a chapter house, when they were open, there'd only be one person by the end of the day, sometimes two. So we need to really look at local governments and just really look at how many registered people we have at the local government. You said we fund our chapters, and it's good for the local communities to service people. But I really think we need to re-examine the local government as well. If the people could reduce, as they did, the council from 88 to 24, perhaps with that referendum, we can have a referendum as well to see how we can make the local government redesign that. Just my thoughts. Thank you. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Second that motion.
With that, moving on down. Honorable Wanika, 1 minute, 35 seconds. On reserve time, Honorable Wanika. Honorable Wanika, going twice. Honorable Wanika going 3 times. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, 16 seconds.
Okay, Speaker, the council, the presenters, real quick question. Which office entity grants the for positions? What's the process? That's my question. Thank you.
Go back to election administration. Presenter for that question.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
is it possible to get that question repeated? I'm having some technical difficulties with my phone.
Yes. Vice Chair Walker?
Yes, so which office or entity grants the for a position? Which office or entity? Is it DCD? Is it DOJ? Is it election administration? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Walker. Would that be for to declare a vacancy, sir?
Speaker and Council,
Yes.
just holdover, Nigi, for someone to continue the term, because of an unfilled vacancy. So who grants that extension, if you will?
Thank you, Honorable Walker. In regards to that specific answer, I don't believe that the elections administration would have anything to do with that specific type of authorization. I don't know if Roderick Begay could answer that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morse.
Speaker Damon, Melvin?
Yes, Mr. Harrison.
Yes, just real quickly. We talked about this as well yesterday. A holdover is pretty much, just as Mr. Roderick Begay had indicated, it's temporary, but it's still an appointment. So it's our thought from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors that it's for anyone to be held over for a certain amount of time. It's our thought that it's only through Navajo Nation Council action or through a court order. That's what our discussion has centered around. But with the memo that was issued by Mr. Begay in the last week or so, that may be utilized. So right now, that's just how I'm going to respond. I think Mr. Begay could probably further allude to this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further response from the presenters?
Mr. Speaker, I can elaborate.
Go ahead, Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. DOJ doesn't really grant the position. I think that the memo was saying that it's an option. And so, they just continue to serve if they're in agreement with it. And so I think that as long as that's documented, that in writing that they continue to serve the holdover, they don't, the oath of office that they took previously, it's still effective. They haven't been removed. So they just continue to hold that just on a temporary basis. So be my answer to that part of the question, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to reserve time.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege. I'm Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues. Speaker, there's this mention of a memo, and since the first time it was mentioned, I did look through my email to see if I received a memo from Roderick Begay. I also did a search in my email for chapter. I'm not understanding this reference to a memo. can we have that memo sent out? I don't know if it was sent out to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council or if it was sent out only to certain delegates. But because the conversation is surrounding the memo, I think it's important that we have it in front of us, and perhaps it's just my, not searching correctly through my email to find that memo. My email.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it was sent out earlier. This staff is sending it out again, Madam Chair, at this time. Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 1 minute, 45 seconds on reserve time.
Okay, good morning. Sina ay doi was all kila ya the speaker. She can are kira we group web na she house and gi ta ya put ya kai the pro temp president and also pro temp secretary and treasurer and myself to the adults of the ya da so the da they serve da ya because is it legal meaning out of Josh at or because of when you take oath, you're part of the Navajo Nation government leader. You follow the government laws that were established as I 8,000 Ira Hutzara and so. Accord all protect what Ilia or the order what Ilia, though admit and I let has on it over Kinasnai. I guess in return it says, I never took oath. I was only my point as temporary position. Security pro temp should need or not on Joe Keba Steven Arajoshha or Tire Ibanatish and so. Aro and the Kishibanatish and then you should try your end what a quick another Tota the Asa in Arashaka or Tira not only February 2019 at this is out of resign out of resignation that the late Mr. Edson in addition there out of the resignation it on little and that the on the out of as of today I still seen his name on the agenda to obviously cut in the Baka Asia it also said I said over there at the group well, we need to bring this to a board of election supervisor. Once about hospital, Kashata or kid. I share not answer hard or the speaker. Thank you.
Time. Hello? Okay, thank you. That moving on down, Honorable Chairman Hino, 50 seconds on reserve time.
Can you hear me, speaker? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, good afternoon. Sorry, internet went down here at the chambers. Chairman Hino, You 50 seconds on reserve time. Go ahead.
Okay. I made a really nice statement. I say, hey, Abraham Lincoln would have been proud of me, but I was muted all this time. So I guess I'll really try and remember what I said. But appreciating the conversations that we have here. And good that we're opening a lot of ideas here. But Title 26 would be reserved for a separate conversation to go over the areas that need to be looked at, especially supervision of the CSC and AMS at the local level. Who does have supervision? Since Title 26 tells the officials you have no business in administrative matters of that need about this whole pandemic thing, we need to really revisit that. But other than that, I'm ready to vote on accepting the reports. So let's Speaker Damon, yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Henio. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on the report?
That's Vice Chair Smith, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead on the report.
On the report, just by listening to dialogue, committee members or council delegates, now good afternoon. Listening on the Navajo Nation council session here. Was this brought up? I haven't heard anything on behalf of this, but the attorneys on behalf of this, could the incumbent, and obviously there's nobody against the incumbent, and now there's help us to run the business. So my question is, could the attorneys write a letter to put no longer in there since he was elected or she was elected, and give them 10, like whether they want board for that time to continue? I don't have nobody such as the president, vice president, and the secretary, but those that have at least one or two of them, they're okay. But if the chapter doesn't have any officials, they could at least ask the president and see if he's willing to, or she's willing to, stay on board for 10 days, within 10 days to give an answer back, and they could run the chapter business until the election is posted. Speaker, is that all possible on that behalf? Because I understand that. And then can they appoint someone if they say nay to that appointment on behalf of that 10-day period? How could that be coordinated on that, Speaker? I'm just trying to think on behalf of the chapters that don't have anybody to run the chapter business. I reserve my time, Speaker.
At 2 minutes and 37 seconds on reserve time. Go back to presenters. Any response to Honorable Vice Chair Smith's question?
Speaker, this is Rod Gay.
Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council. I got most of Delegate Smith's question. And again, I just wanted to point out that while the memo was limited, we can address particular situations. There was a May 26, 2020 memo that talked about pro tem chapter officials. That was updated yesterday and was issued. And so if those memos can't address certain situations, especially unique ones, I'm willing to issue a memo to address a unique situation. I just wanted to say that, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? There are none. We go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. On that, give me some more time here for that. My thoughts are running real deep on this and trying to think about how we can continue operation, because if we don't have anybody at the local level, then there's no voice. There's no voice from the local level to advocate for the needs out there. And we're in COVID-19, and the needs are very, very, very important, and we need the representatives at that level. So with that response from the Roderick Begay, the attorney, I'd like to see that memo put out as soon as possible. That way the chapters that don't have any officials will know how to conduct and how to manage their affairs, because they still have to sign checks, they still have to have a meeting, they still have to have planning meetings, they still have to be a voice for the local aspects of what is happening at that level. And Title 26 is part of that on behalf of that. So that is what I'm very concerned about. So if Mr. Roderick Gay could expedite the memo as soon as possible, it would be great. And I don't know, would it be possible if the person says no, can the president be appointed by the council or the people? I know it's a pro temp, but this is the case of no official that ran for office. The big question that comes forth is they didn't take oath, and there he took oath, or she took the opinion. Could that be looked at on behalf of that? Thank you. This is a very unique situation, because that chapters didn't have no. That goes back combined region. You know, that's the basis of having an official to be the voice for the people, and I think we need to help out on that aspect. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to have a response on that. I don't know if I should make a directive on this, but I need to on this. Thank you.
Time. Okay, with that, let me go back to sponsor. Actually, the presenters. Any response to Vice Chair Smith's question?
Yes, Speaker. It's Rod Begay again.
Go ahead, Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Smith. I'm sending, or I sent the updated memo to Ms. Siako so she can distribute it out to the delegates. I sent it out to the chapters yesterday, and so hopefully you all will have a copy here soon. But it does talk about those types of issues. The memo, I guess the memo from 2 weeks ago about holdover, that was to address where the official can serve a holdover period. You know, especially when there's no officials. And then in terms of, you know, can we still do temporary appointment? The answer is yes, but that I think that I have to qualify that answer and say that, that's not what it was meant for. It wasn't meant to extend beyond the chapter meeting. And so who co-signs the chapter checks? Who signs the chapter contracts? And so I think that's the meeting that we're going to be having with Mr. Harrison and next week. And so those are some unique issues that we still work out. And so that's why the holdover period is there. And I forgot to actually answer Mr. Yellowhair's question, which is that, are those resolutions valid? The answer is probably yes. And, when pro tem officials, especially chapter officials, are, taking official action, that, they step in the shoes of the elected official. And so there's a presumption that whatever they passed is valid. Now, I hate to use a lot of legalese, but, there are situations where you can rebut that presumption, meaning that, if there are facts that are there where it can make a resolution invalid, we will take a look at that. But that, all of that requires careful analysis. But just to answer the simple question, are those resolutions valid? The answer is there's a presumption. Yes, those are valid. But if there are facts that would rise to the level where it could make it invalid, we're certainly willing to take a look at that. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions? If there are none, going once, going twice.
Question of privilege, Speaker. I had one question was never answered.
What question wasn't answered on Wheeler here?
That was the guy that the vice president left a year ago, and the Chinle Board of Election Supervisor was working on it, but trying to ask this vice president, he left the positions without telling our community, and he just gone and vacated the positions. No, nothing happened from him. There's no answer from him, and the people are looking for it. And the Board of Chinle Election Supervisor, and ask and look for him and trying to get his letter of resignation, but it never happened. As of today, he's still holding the position. I've seen his name on the agenda just a week ago or this past Monday. So what is going on with that one? It just happened. He's still there. His name is still there. And that position is still vacant too. Nobody applied for it. Even though this kid, the yande another not on in Linde, Chinle or in Linde, I so the yana out respond I could in it all. But how do you fix that? Maybe this is go to Melvin Harrison, Shinatani, and board member Don Klinigi. I want to hear Speaker. That's my concern.
Hey, thank you. Is there a response? Is Honorable Yellowhair's specific question? If not, maybe we can follow up with Mr. Yellowhair on the response too as well and get further information. Mr. Harrison or Mr. Morse? Anyone?
Maybe Roger Begay my friend can respond to. Speaker.
BA, I don't know if you have a specifics.
Mr. Speaker, Delegate Yellow Hair, I think that's a question for, because I think it involves vacancy. I don't know if that has been declared or not, and so I would wait for an answer from Mr. Harrison or Mr. Morris, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry. With that, again,
Hello.
Mr. Harris
Hello.
or Mr. Morris, if you don't have a specific answer at this time, maybe you could follow up and set up a meeting with Mr. Yellowhair.
Speaker Damon, Melvin Harrison.
Yes, go ahead.
I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you, Delegate Yellowhair. This question is actually an election administration question with Mr. Virgil Edson China. He was VRS, the voter registration specialist. However, though, normally when a official doesn't respond to documents or a request for a document on his resignation, normally there is a time period given to that individual. After that time period, then a vacancy is declared. Now, with this new election that this was completed, that position wasn't filled. So I don't understand why his name would still be on any documents. That's a question that I'll ask Mr. Morris to follow up with, and VRS for Chinle Agency. So it took care of itself with the new election, because if he didn't run for re-election, then his name wouldn't appear anywhere. So I just want to say that I don't understand. The only thing we need to take care of is why his name would be on any documents over at the chapter house. Just want to respond that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Yellowhair said, thank you very much, Speaker. And Melvin Harrison, Roger McGay.
If there are no other comments, questions, going once.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, presenters, for the information. We just got the memo, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to read through as quickly as I guess as I normally do. So really, my one question is: now that the officials have come in, are they? I remember as council, we had to go through an ethics class. Are the elected officials, do they go through that same class, and are they given information on what their expectations are as far as being newly elected officials? That's my first question. My second question is, and this has been an ongoing issue, when an elected official is supervising the chapter manager or coordinator, and they're not upholding the employee handbook, what options are available aside from filing ethics complaints on them? That's my second question. My third question, and this is a question that actually arose out of a conversation that I was having with some DOJ attorneys, is if DOJ represents the chapters, and the people are having issues with the chapter, and they are asking questions through DOJ. Who does DOJ represent? Do they represent the people of the Navajo Nation, or do they represent the elected officials? Those are my three questions. I would actually like my answers in a written format so that I can have that for my records. I don't expect an answer here today. So with that, I waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, specifically on those written requests, I think they'd go to election office and then also to the Department of Justice. So we'll go back to the presenters. If that's something that the presenters can do, is put that into a written answers into that format, and then go ahead and respond back to Madam Charles Newton that way.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rod Begay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Charles Newton. As you know, we have the request for legal services form, which normally pre-COVID you come in and you fill it out, and but during this COVID, I've been getting these questions over the phone, and so I don't mind putting this onto a request for legal services form so that it's documented. And so, as far as from DOJ is concerned, we can certainly try to tackle on some of these age-old questions because, and I say that because, some of these questions, especially on direct local supervision, has a lot of history. And so, with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead and take this as an oral request and put it into written form, and then I can probably meet with Delegate Charles Newton on these issues, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Begay. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Going once, going twice, going three times. That, let's go to the board to accept the report.
Hello.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaspa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaspa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker is excused. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That.
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. I vote green. I was on mute. Please count my vote. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Great, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much to the election administration, the board, and Department of Justice for being with us this morning and into the afternoon. That, moving on down. We are on an update report related to the distribution of food and supplies to the Navajo Nation chapters that was bought through the CARES funds. And this presentation was requested from Madam Controller, Ms. Kirk, from the Office of the Controller, and Dr. Yellowman, Division Director from the Division of Community Development. So with that, anybody on from the Controller's Office or Division of Community Development?
Mr. Speaker, Robert Willie here from the Controller's Office.
Okay, great. Mr. Willie, if you want to start us off, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and members of the committee, or the council, I'm sorry, excuse me. I just sent out a memo to Jalissa, Chief of Staff, if they could disseminate that also. There's 2 memos attached. There's one dated January 15th, and then there's another one January 4th, and I'll wait until everybody has that in front of them.
Okay, that was sent out at 11:36 this morning. So, Mr. Willie, everyone has that memo, those memos. So you can begin.
Okay, I actually just sent that one out a few minutes ago, right before the report was completed. Let me double check real quick one more time.
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Missy Elliman. I am also on the call.
Okay, the one that was sent out at 11:30 this morning is pertaining to the chapter budgets, or actually report C. So the one that's being sent out now, Mr. Willie, we haven't received that here at the chambers. Maybe it's still walking its way over here through by the Education Center. Yeah, Mr. Willie, if you want to try to resend that again, and then we can go from there.
Okay, I'll do that real quick, Speaker. Apologize. Okay, Mr. Speaker, it went through this time, so Ms. Jalissa Johnson should be getting it, and Chief of Staff Cheryl Nyazi. So if they could send it out, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, as soon as we get it. Got it? We just got it. So Chief of Staff sending it out right now. That, colleagues, you will be getting a forward from Chief of Staff, Ms. Cheryl Nyazi.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if everybody got it or not yet, but I can start.
Okay, with that, go ahead. Mr. Willie, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. If you open the letter, the memo, the one dated January 15th, chapter distributions, last mile, this was for the purchases of the bulk items for the chapters. There have been over 9,000 pallets of goods and services representing about 400 semis, and they were delivered in about 6 weeks to the Window area, which is the big tent down at the fairgrounds. As of December 30th, there was 99.8% of the bulk consumables which were delivered to the temporary warehouse. The last set of the hand warmers were delivered this week, so we've received 100% of the goods. Office of the Controller, Baker Tilly, were responsible for the logistics, and we're going to turn that over to DCB for the distribution after the items arrive and we're being inventoried to ensure that we maintain the compliance of those purchases. We did send a memo over to Community Development, which I also attached, and that's the other attachment, January 4th, 2001, the bulk consumables update. We had a little bit of concerns about how they were going to distribute, and then I'm handing it over once we hit that last mile for the controller's handoff to Community Development. Baker Tilly and Office of the Controller provided DCD with several recommendations in that letter, different scenarios, estimates from local vendors which could deliver bleach and water and such as early as January 11th, 2021, that should read. OOC and Baker Tilly and the logistics team will be done by the end of this month, which is quickly approaching. And I know that the security and temporary employee workers down there are employed through the end of this month, so I'm not sure if DCD has a plan going forward, but once the end of this month happens, our portion of this distribution will cease. I know there's update meetings that have been held at 9 o'clock in the morning as far as handing this off to DCD. The warehouse, which all this is housed down there at the fairgrounds, is paid through March 31st, so the distributions to the chapters hopefully will be all disseminated by that time. DCD is now tasked with the organization and the distribution to the chapters. To date, there's been no substantive amount of goods that have been delivered. Only about 500 pallets have been delivered so far in about 3 weeks' time. Hopefully, there'll be a better coordination to provide these and deliver them to the chapters. I know earlier this week there was a safety, there was a problem in which an incident happened where a front loader tipped over. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and that was in the Shiprock area when they were delivering, I believe it was water. And OOC was never intended to be responsible for the distribution. It was mostly the logistics of getting the items in place. So right now, that's the report that we've got. We've got the 2 memos in written form, so I'd be happy to turn it over to Dr. Yellman and her team to explain the actual distribution to the chapters portion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pat, Dr. Yeoman. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yate, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Adonana Yate, Doakeha, honorable Speaker Damon, and thank you to Mr. Willie, Rob Willie, for co-reporting and co-sharing the information. As Mr. Willie has shared, and also we did give a brief report to RDC December 30th. We shared during that time that 105 Navajo Nation chapters are confirmed to receive the essential items. We also briefly shared that there was a confirmed amount of essential items that were purchased. As Mr. Willie mentioned, there was just a little under, or just roughly around $28 million worth of bulk goods or essential items, such as water, hygiene kits, Gatorade, vitamins, food packages, hand warmers, etc., items that are essential and dire to combating COVID-19. I will also cover some outbound coordination efforts, and I'll also cover outbound assets within the Navajo Nation and some challenges, and the chapter strategic dispatch and deliveries. I have also asked Ms. Jim Martin, lots to Jim Martin, to join me on this call, Mr. Speaker, and also our outbound coordinator, Mr. Pat Dalgai. As of today, we have been meeting with the Baker Tilly Group, Mr. Cameron Reed. We meet with them daily at 9 a.m. And then we have a debriefing nightly where we meet with our team at 6 p.m. And I'll go back. Originally, we were tasked with coordinating and implementing CS 73-20 to fully complete the legislation. And then this last portion of the what we call the last mile is getting all of the goods to the chapters. And roughly around the 3rd week of November, we were shared with by Baker Tilly that some of their plans or funding were narrowing, and that some of their abilities or capacities to complete this were no longer available, which was understood. DCD, we were allocated on top of the 90 million, we were allocated the 2 million, which were to assist with some logistics and to assist with some of the implementation of this legislation. However, on the November 20th deadline, that money was reverted, and we have kept some staff on with some general operating funds from DCD. During that time, I had reached out and had calls with the National Guard. I had calls with the National Guard from New Mexico and the National Guard from Arizona. It was recommended at that time from the National Guard that I would just do a cost estimate request to complete this portion of the legislation. Those numbers were coming in fairly high or substantial to me. I thought they were costly. I reached out to New Mexico IAD Secretary Trujillo. She connected me with Deployed Resources. Deployed Resources is a company that specializes in distribution of emergency goods. Deployed Resources came and did a tour at the temporary warehouse and then submitted a cost estimate. Their cost estimate was roughly around $7 million. I felt that was very high. We had to narrow down the scope. We narrowed down the scope to, as we narrowed down the scope, we got the scope down to around $3 million. But here were some of the factors. Baker Tilly had coordinated just a really neat, intricate sequence of how many trucks needed to be running from the week of Christmas all the way for 45 days. And in that sequence, they included as many as 20 trucks needing to run for 40 days, 45 days in order to get these amounts out the door and into the chapters. Our goal, DCD, was to find and procure up to 40, our goal was to procure and find up to 20 trucks. Mr. Dalgai and I reached out to NDOT, we reached out to NAPI, we reached out to General Services, NTUA, NHA, General Services, Division of Natural Resources. Various forms of responses came back to us as we called that batch their internal Navajo assets. We did partner with some of them. They did confirm, and Mr. Dalgai was responsible for coordinating the types of trucks that they were confirming. That confirmation is critical to the outbound, as these large bulk items require larger trucks right now to be going through the 2 temporary warehouses. For safety reasons, we're not quite letting smaller non-commercial vehicles come through. So the larger the trucks, the heavier the items that can be carried. So Mr. Dalgai has been coordinating some of those internal assets. Some days we have internal assets confirmed, and some days there's a flat tire, or there's a blowout or a repair that's needing to happen. And we're at the gratitude of our other divisions that have been able to assist us. In the meantime, the deployed resource cost was substantial, I felt, and we were able to procure or to develop a scope of work with NECA. And NECA has verbally agreed to be able to complete with their internal assets the last mile, which then we had reached out to DEM, the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management, to look for some assistance and some support. We also are thankful for Delegate Slater, who has agreed to sponsor a request from the Division of Community Development for 1.5 million to complete, or to allow us to contract with NECA to complete this last mile. And this scope of work will allow NECA to bring on their semi-trucks and various types of vehicles or large semi-trucks to help us get out these large bulk items. There are 5 chapters, and I say priority, but really there's 5 chapters that have the largest number of pallets, and they have been the chapters that have been receiving some items this last week, like Shiprock, Chajiska, Alamo, Tahajale. Those are some of the chapters that have been receiving some items. We have a large number of items, and I believe as of yesterday, 100% of all of the items that have been ordered have been delivered to the Navajo Nation. Of the 9,000 pallets, 500 have been delivered or coordinated for delivery and have been taken to chapters. Most recently, I have reached out to the Utah Department of Emergency Management, Ms. Anna Boynton. I've maintained some communication with her throughout the pandemic, reached out to her, and she was able to respond positively, or she was able to respond, and she has procured full trucking assets for all of the Utah chapters. I believe Red Mesa today was able to receive a large bulk item of essential items. If Mr. Dalgai is on the call, he can determine, or he can share the exact amount that is going out to the Utah chapters. Just some of our challenges. Our challenges is that we did have some of our temporary staff working over at the warehouse, but as of this past week, we're thankful that Baker Tilly has brought on a full crew, and they have been assisting in taking apart some of those bulk items for repackaging and making sure that the chapters will be receiving what they had submitted in their assessment form. The other side of the coordination is the chapter receipt or the chapter acknowledgement. So Mr. Dalgai is tasked with the type of box. So if it's a short box truck with a loader or an end loader, he coordinates that. If it's a large semi truck that's going to take 20 pallets, he coordinates if a forklift is going to be following that semi truck, where Ms. Jim Martin is coordinating ASC with SPPS and at the chapters as to what is the chapter's capacity to receive a full semi truck's pallet. If a chapter does not have, even down to the details, if they do not have a paved parking lot, what would be some of those challenges for unloading the semi trucks? If they have a paved parking lot, then do they have the proper equipment to unload with forklifts and etc.? So Ms. Jim Martin coordinates that receipt or the receival of goods at the chapter level with the SPPS staff. There are some challenges. One is, and they're not in any particular order, or I don't say them in any negative way, but one challenge is that we had the holidays, the back-to-back holidays, and then we had the transition of elected officials, and the transition of the elected officials has been going on last week, and then this week some of the orientations, and making sure that the new elected officials are fully aware or have been transitioned into what and how their prior the prior elected officials were planning or were going to distribute these items. The other challenges are we do have some chapters that are reporting COVID positive cases and have closed their chapters for deconning or for sanitation. And we do have some chapter staff and chapter officials who are reporting positive cases and are self-monitoring, self-quarantining, and self-isolating. Some other associated challenges are some chapters do not have the room capacity to receive even a small truck box of items. So they may be storing some items outside and then immediately trying to disperse those items to their community members. So, Mr. Speaker, I also want to add that during the assessments, ASC and SPPS, they have been coordinating with some of the chapters as to how the chapters were going to distribute those items immediately to the community members. Some chapters are still organizing those efforts, but that was also part of their assessments. So I want to conclude with that, and I am here for questions. I will also have Mr. Delguy on the line and Ms. Jim Martin, and thank OOC for being on the line as well with us. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move on down to possible questions. Before I get some questions, could I get a motion? Accepting the report.
Speaker, I
Jimmy over here.
Walker.
Look at you, didn't say.
Motion by Honorable Walker. Second.
Stewart.
Daniel.
By Honorable
Jimmy over
Freeland.
here. What?
Thank you. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Going once. Going twice.
Speaker, Otto.
Honorable Otto So.
Oh, yeah. I guess, thank you very much, Mr. Willie and Shanana, Dr. Yellman, for your presentation. So, I think she Otto, she put on there, so, I think so. I thought she put in the store, but the English.
Yeah, that's
So, je, misschien gaan ze na, je, alcohol, kodo, I'm not too sure if that's maybe a lot of what they're trying to talk about, but we don't distribute these things, and it's the administration that plans for that, and we appropriate dollars for them to do that task. Since partners in the state, no, Nisto, but Archibald, Babbitt, I said, by over here, I don't be Asna Gia, be Asna Gia, I don't that again, thank you for trying to get these items out to the chapters across the Navajo Nation, and just continue to try to get them out. That's all I can say. I don't the net need to have it you know, the term should be, how can we help? It's great to see that the chapter officials were part of the planning of these items, and just looking forward for them to be delivered and dispersed to the Navajo people. So reserve my time. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Honorable Otto So. Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
5 minutes.
That, moving on down. Honorable Stewart.
Okay, Speaker.
Oh.
Yate Tele Nana Aranda Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Woolley. Couple of questions, Dr. Yellowman. I know you reported back to us, RDC members, but my questions are ones that I've already asked to Ms. Jim Martin, and that one is just for clarity for those listening online, is that the supplies that have come in and the distribution plans that were sent out by the staff, ASC staff from there to request for these plans on distribution. When the chapters get those, they distribute right away. And knowing that this is federal funds, the CARES money that purchased these, it is for those individuals, those families that live within those communities. Is that right? Open to them according to the community assessment forms that were submitted to the chapters there. And then the other one is the distribution. Again, you already mentioned that's working with NECA and all these other departments, divisions that have, and enterprises that have assisted you and are assisting you to this day with the distribution part of it, to get those supplies out to the chapters as quickly as possible, and then for them to distribute as quickly as possible as well. That's just what I wanted to ask. Thank you, and colleagues.
Thank you for that, Honorable Stewart. With that, colleagues, we'll go ahead and move on down. Honorable Slater, and then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Slater, Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize. My throat's not working right now. My question is for the Controller's Office, and that is if the materials had not, or the supplies had not been, if the extension had not been signed for the CARES funding, and we had all that stuff warehoused in Window Rock, would we have had to pay it back? I'm just interested in understanding about the warehousing of the things and whether we would have been in a bad situation had the president not signed the the extension. Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. With that, we go back to the presenters for the questions from my colleagues. I don't know, maybe Dr. Yellowman, then I can go to Mr. Willie if there's any follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker Damon. Aro here Shanala, Autoso, Delga Autoso. I see here we have a lot of items have been purchased, and these are direct relief items, and we need to finish this legislation and to complete it. And we work closely. Our goal is to work closely and coordinate all of those deliveries with the 100 plus chapters that have utilized their funds for this legislation. So I want to thank Delegate Autoso, Nana, Shananta, Delegate Stewart. Thank you for your question. Ideally, or I think the purpose of the CARES Act funds are to provide COVID relief to all Navajo people, and that this is a federal emergency relief, and that these items should go to the Navajo public. It was not a requirement during the assessment to just get when there was a call for the needs assessment under 73-20, there was no requirement that it should just be for registered voters, or there was no exact type of requirement. The intent and purpose of this legislation was that the local leaders would know who and where some of our elders who live way out in the remote areas who needed these items, that the local leaders would know how to get it to them. That is a hope we want to continue to relay out to all of the chapters, that it was the intent of this legislation was that the local leadership and the chapters knew how to get to homes, knew how to get out to the remote areas, to the elders, to get these items out there. So there was no strict requirement, so to speak, of how the needs assessments were to be assembled. So I want to add that, Delegate Stewart, and I believe Delegate Slater's question was to OOC. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Gilliman. That, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay. Wait, sorry, Honorable Elmer Begay. Mr. Willie, we go over to you first.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to Honorable Delegate Slater's question, if it would have been unallowable, the answer would have been no, because they had been purchased and procured and purchased, and they were delivered before 12:30. I know there were a couple of supply chain shortages, and that was the items that we received this week. So that wasn't. That wouldn't have been a mark on us, because we didn't have any control over that supply shortage. So the answer in short would be no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, now let me go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay going twice.
Hello?
Yes,
Hear me
Elmer
now?
Begay.
Can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay. Yeah, I was talking to myself. Yeah, the speaker though, I don't know the Situdo, Ms. Yellowman. So yeah, though, I don't know your report, your presentation. It though, you know that I guess for myself, you know, that I don't really fully understand, you know, the reason and the purpose of getting that all that storage and all that I don't know, to benefit the people. I will understand that part of it, but to continue legal or the show, you know, that how after although another month, 2 more months, people get all vaccine, we get okay, and it's thinking that I have what's a plan on it. It's just something that I wasn't part of it. But the thing that he is providing essential needs items for the people, which is very thankful for it. But my question here is for the chapters. The way the chapters are very limited staff, especially when one of them being exposed to their family member, or when they were out there doing the delivery and doing some the essential need that they're providing that service they're exposed to these people, so they have to quarantine. When that happens, because it gets very limited. It's not like you guys working at Window Rock, which a lot of people works there, and they can easily work from the office or from home. Because you don't add that, then that's when the officials and myself had to go out do our own deliveries. when we do that, that I do that myself here, but I don't go on Facebook and I don't go on media to take pictures of myself doing that. But I know that you guys deliver to the chapters, but there's people that are out in the remote areas. That's when we go out there. That's when the chapter officials go out there. That's when the chapter staff go out there. But right now, that's what they've been doing since you're all the over being the overseeing the chapters, and they submitted their for one example, Yalcon chapter. They did so much. They went with the whole protocols, procedures, everything to submit for reimbursement of what they've been doing. They hired their own people here, and they hired from people, community members, and even the chapter official to deliver water during the weekends and during the holidays. They've been doing that. Right now, they ran out of money. They don't have any money right now. The funds are depleting so much. You guys are doing the deliveries, and you guys doing only on it seems like you're only doing on your during the your tour of duty 8 to 5. But these people are not like this. When they're in need, right at 5 o'clock, then before weekend, that these people are quarantined over there. They go over there again. So right now the special pay and then the hazard pay, and nobody from their office are advocating for that, for these people, for the chapter staff and the chapter official, the chapter operation there. When I even start, when is your staff and then community division of community development help us? The community here, out here on the remote areas, there's nobody helping them. There's nobody even advocating through OPD office or OOC or emergency center. So I think we need to start. We need somebody's support from your office to do that. When are you guys going to do that? You guys have these tents and you have all these deliveries by the house. But people are not being but they don't even, people are not even advocating for their pay. Speaker. Thank you.
Time. Thank you. Let me go ahead and move on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. On the report.
Hello. Yes, Speaker, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Willie and Dr. Yellowman for the report. So my questions are the supplies that you mentioned. You said that the relief was meant for all Navajo people and that there's not a requirement for registered voters, because the intent and the purpose was for local leaders who would know who needs these items. So is there like a memo or a document that you can draft up so that the Navajo people know that they can seek assistance at the chapter house and that the chapter cannot ask them if they are registered voters? And I say that because that seems to be the first question when you go to the chapter house and ask for assistance, is they'll ask you if you're a registered voter. And during this time when we're trying to offer relief and assistance to our people, I would think that asking them if they're registered voters would not be a question that should even be asked. So is it, and I'm requesting a document that can be shared with the people in the event that they do go to their chapter and they're told that that these supplies are only for registered voters, people can present that document to the chapters to say, no, it's not, that council's intent was to help all of Navajo people, and as such, that is not a requirement at this time. I think that that would really be beneficial for the people, and if it truly is the intent and purpose of the legislation and the CARES money, I feel that that shouldn't be an issue. But I am respectfully requesting that document so that people can take that document to the chapters. My second question is the form of communication to the people. I do recall sending an email asking your office if you guys were planning to do PSAs, public service announcements on local radio stations to let them know that their chapters have received the supplies and that they can actually go to the chapters and request for assistance of these supplies. And so I am a little bit worried as to how that communication is going to go out. I do have some chapters that actually tag me on Facebook whenever they make announcements, and there's some chapters that are really good at making announcements, letting the people know what they have and then what they need to bring in order to get some type of assistance. There is one chapter, and I can't think of that chapter right offhand. I did look at their little checklist, and it doesn't ask for a voter card proving that they're voters in that community. And I did speak to, and I want to say, I think this is in Elmer Biguet's area. I did speak to the chapter manager, and she explained to me that they don't ask for that information, which I thought was really great. So again, I think it would be important for the people to have a good understanding that the chapters are receiving these supplies, and that these supplies consist of, every chapter is different, but there are supplies in the event that people do need assistance, that they can go there to receive that assistance. And then my last question is the timeline for distribution. You talked about all of the issues that you're encountering. You've also talked about Baker Tilly and how they have a timeline, and I believe at the end of this month that tent is going away. What is the timeline for getting all of this stuff back to the chapters? And the one concern that I have is some chapters don't have the storage capacity or the storage space, to be putting these supplies. And so I just worry, that without that proper planning, that there are going to be some chapters that are going to be, trying to figure out where they're going to be putting these supplies. It would be nice to have just one big drop-off location in the parking lot and people just kind of drive through. I've seen Navajo Hopi do that. Navajo or Northern Navajo COVID Relief does the same thing. The churches in Shiprock do the same thing whenever they get big distributions. They announce that people get in line with their vehicles, and they just start putting boxes together of food and distributing it that way. So I want to know what the timeline for distribution is. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, 13 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Yellowhair. Yellowhair.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. I'm back on the line. I just want to, this is going to go to either our office, to Melinda, and we'd like to have a copy of all the spreadsheet. And most spreadsheet pertains to a heavy equipment type that should be given to the Navajo Nation Council. So make sure that we have a correct heavy equipment that are on the list. So there's too many worksheets and coming out from our office. We need to just send one now so we won't confuse our other councilmen, my colleagues, even not the kid. Our Navajo Nation Council, 24 councilmen, we ordered a lot of heavy equipment machine. I don't know who will be all our certified heavy equipment operator. the Yunnan, chapter official. These are certified equipment, have to be taking care of machine, and also who's going to be also our maintenance. It costs a lot of money. We want to have a lot of heavy equipment at the chapter level in the Yunnan short upon CKs. But all heavy equipment Hyundai is out in the one for New Mexico shared heavy equipment, Arizona our side shared equipment, and Utah too. What are the elements of all you Ilia Katida or other job on CKs? It costs a lot of money. That's what 8 hours hot in. So now I see best of all you doesn't use me. Couldn't share shot of the only. The all you yes, I see there's a lot of heavy equipment out there, which are now having out of inventory. It is, but we need a list up to date heavy equipment listings. It is Mr. Damon, and I'll wait my time. I don't know waste my time, but I'll wait my time. Thank you very much, Speaker. To my colleagues, it's not Annie. She didn't share who saw about you. No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the staff will send that information to you on wheel here. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the presenters. Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Willie.
Yeah, Speaker Damon. I'll start with Shiche, Delegate Elmer Begay. Yeah, thank you for your questions. And I know there are some challenges that we're facing at the local chapter level. There are some, as I mentioned before, chapters experiencing COVID positive cases, closures, temporary closures for deconning and sanitation. We do try to track those weekly and try to communicate and assist where we can with those chapters. I also want to share that we did do a report to RDC this past Monday, January 11th, regarding special duty pay for your chapter area. We reported that from March 13th to August 16th, and during the pandemic, that the chapters, along with the ASC staff, reported close to 5,400 hours of responding to COVID, and we reported by agency what the staff worked during the COVID and in responding to COVID. We are appreciative of the staff, and internally we are trying to find internal funds to pay special duty, and we appreciate RDC and Delegate Kealan Begay for supporting the special duty request. We are in communication with Kealan Begay on addressing special duty pay for the chapters. And so I want to share that to Delegate Elmer Begay. Adonana Shananta, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, drafting a memo. We can do that, certainly, and I understand the importance of that. And I can see its value as the local chapters will be receiving those, community members will be receiving those goods. The Office of the Controller, they have also issued memos very similar. We would be mirroring what some of the CARES Act funds are intended for, so we can draft that and also ensure that we are in coordination with what the Controller's Office has also sent out. And the form of communication and PSAs and communication to the Navajo people, I do recall you mentioning earlier how that would roll out. And ideally, Madam Chair Newton, I just feel like if we can confirm the contract with NECA, that we can have expected timelines and achievable timelines. Right now, we are still relying on internal Navajo Nation assets, and it's not fast enough to put those expectations out to the Navajo people. But that in itself is a timeline. But we do communicate on daily with the chapters that are receiving those goods, and then the ASC SPPS staff are working with their chapters to secure or to prepare for incoming loads. We are leaning on leadership right now to assist us in that contract with NECA to help us procure and complete this last mile. And I feel that once we're able to do that, with NECA, then we could give a little bit more secure and confirm that type of a timeline for chapters to begin preparing and securing their sites for distribution. I also want to call on Ms. Jim Martin to explain how different chapters are going about distributing items. As you mentioned, there can be a zero contact, or there can be a drive-through or drive-up type of distribution. There are various forms. Speaker Damon, I do have Ms. Jim Martin on the line if she can explain how some of the chapters are coordinating that. And then lastly, Jimmy Yellowhair, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, he asked about the heavy equipment, but I also want to add that I have reached out to Madam Chief of Staff and Ms. Barboff on a draft or recommendation of a maintenance plan at the chapter level, in which DCD can work with the chapters with this legislation 309-20 on a type of maintenance plan that seems to surface on how the chapters will be maintaining the heavy equipment and et cetera, and how it may be recycling resources within the community, local community. So Speaker Damon, if I can call on Ms. Jim Martin to answer Madam Chair's third question. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Ms. Martin, are you on the line? You might have to press *6.
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, to our honorable council delegates for this opportunity to provide some answers. My name is Samwatsa Jim Martin. I am the Administrative Services Center Department Manager. I can speak to our planning and scheduling for our distributions with the CARES Act supplies. I just joined the call, so I apologize if I don't get the full answer to you, but we are happy to provide that in writing as well. I understand the question is, what is the schedule, as well as what are the supplies, who can receive the supplies. So to answer the first question, in our partnership with the Office of the Controller under the CARES Act chapter distribution funds, the CARES Act supplies must be made available to the public. The CARES Act supplies are not for just chapter members or chapter voters. The CARES Act supplies are emergency relief supplies, and they are to be released to the general public. So I hope that answers the first question, and we will work on a memo in collaboration with the Controller's Office to make sure that's clear. Also, with the second question regarding the scheduling, we are just in the process of rolling out our master schedule with our partners from the Baker Tilly team at the warehouses. It's a very strategic operation. The two factors that are very important in the rollout of these supply distributions include COVID safety measures. As you can imagine, we are dealing with abnormal conditions across the Navajo Nation, and so all of our scheduled deliveries have to be planned strategically to make sure that we are not in a position of harming any of our constituents, our chapter staff, our volunteers, our drivers, and our partners that we are working with to get these supplies from the warehouse out to the chapters. So the safety measures have to be in place step by step. The second area that we have to consider is the traffic and the liability that we can potentially have if we do not coordinate these vehicles properly, and that we've already had a couple of situations. So we work closely with the Baker Tilly team to plan out the vehicles in advance, 2 to 3 days out, in terms of confirming those vehicles. And then we give our ASC staff advance notice so they can start coordinating with their chapters to make sure the chapters have what they need and have the teams and equipment ready to offload those supplies. The master schedule we are developing will be shared. We just recently brought on a couple of temporary staff to help us, as it is a huge operation and communication has to be coordinated very closely. So we have a master plan that is being finalized today, and then for next week after the Martin Luther King holiday, we'll be able to release that and share it with all of our chapters and our leadership. We do plan to start to move big trucks as well as the coordinate with the individual chapters so that they can start to schedule with us trips to the warehouse to pick up their smaller pallets. We are going to be issuing passes so that the trucks do have an authorization pass to come into the warehouses. This will help us with safety and traffic control. So we do appreciate all our partners helping us. We do have limited staff, and we're doing our best to make this operation successful. So thank you for the question. Yeah.
Thank you. Pat, anybody else in the queue? Any other comments, questions? Then let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
Speaker, I waive my time.
Hey, with that, waiving your time. Moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton, 13 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton going twice.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Hello, Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker, okay, thank you. I said, I'm sorry, I had 15 seconds written down, but I guess it's 13 seconds. So my question now is, so are you going to be able to move all of those items out from under the tent at the fairgrounds before the end of this month? Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. That, back to Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Adonana here, Delegate Charles Newton. The Baker Tilly staff are scheduled or have their end of their operation is coming to a close. However, I recall that the tent is available to the nation longer than the end of the month, and we would have to renegotiate that. it's really important that we get the assistance from NECA. And we're really trying our best with the local internal assets that we have. But at the internal assets right now that we have right now, no, that would be the answer would be no. With the assistance of NECA and their dedicated assets to the operation, we would put a large dent into what is currently at the warehouse, and then we would have to renegotiate the timeline of that tent or the warehouse there. Thank you.
Thank you. That?
Good day, Speaker. Put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, and 24 Navajo Nation Council. You know, there's a lot of concerns about that big purchase and delivery. And I noticed that there was a memo sent out saying that the chapters should be purchasing equipment such as forklifts. They don't have the funds for that. I don't know about today's Kazo. I see do that you need to budget that. Ako later, but do Kegi. I see the one. It's not an island. Ako how just a plants, huh? Oh, by Yaki. Ako how she ya data. Katnazili. Bado Naso. A agita Pananish. Holodo. Edo Azunda. Ena, the Schnabida. Ako. Shenandada no Senigi. They chapters, I see. Obich is Gato. Go Bigata. Go Bon, it's nada. Later, da Nishigi. It agita volunteers on Dinigi. So there isn't that. Ako, Heshe Yaha Agit. Yahaliado. Out of chapters. Ako, Sheban this case. Go that's it. Ani Gil. Oh, that's those sign all agita the Tito free stuff a car. Hey, graphic. Lido, and they the Bologna. What that 80 PPE, so that the yeah. Don't they the chapters though? The warehouse. I see the society, the warehouse stuff then. Okay, Ani Gosha, Hesha, Halia, place new. Eight to buy hita. Shinanda, no Senegi. Eshin, the kid. Okay, Hashita, I told Lifty. Ado Baker Tilly. Eda Anna, Anda Kaido. That Eggy, the Natch Ebe Ados, Nishako, Adodan. Okay, D. Eggy. Ado chapter, registered chapter members on Dinigi, Ebichet, Otis, Diet, the Nef, Bin Yagi, Eha, Daisni. Okay, Adobanda, Chin Ashmore. What Tabi had this situation, I the kid. I reserve rest my time, Shinanda.
Okay, with that, moving on down, back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 244.
Speaker, you think so?
Honorable Otto So.
Okay, you guys hear me? Okay, sorry,
Yes.
I was on mute. I just would like to say that I guess we really need to get the chapters to step up. You know, they're not just called a chapter just for a reason. They're not a local governance for a reason. I think chapters have some resources that they could reach out to try to assist also, you know, to pick up these items. I don't our tribal enterprises. I really hope they're on the line. NECA, NAPI, Intech, Navajo Oil and Gas. This just the Navajo Nation. We need help. We need this law change. We need your help. We shouldn't be sitting here asking you, and begging and wagging our tail to tell you to help us, our tribal enterprise. Priority one, that no, we passed legislations for you. NTUA being infused millions of dollars into your program. Navajo Housing Authority, we give you the TDHE authority. My gosh. It's none of my business. I said no single that's it. But I will remember this when you come back to the table and want certain laws to be changed. And I will vote against it if you don't help us. Reserve my time.
36 seconds, Honorable Otto So. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, yeah, I think that into when I know it's sure it's okay. So, he can they can actually say the very bad of the lady. It's been recognize that they help other churches within the city agency. They never did close their door during the pandemic. At the aside, we got some AmeriCorps kids out of our own business. So they should close the church over. I told this. You saw that we had this. See you on the church. Thank you. You can take my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? Let me go back to the presenter. I think Vice Chair Smith had a question.
This is Daniel, Speaker.
Dr. Yellowman?
Speaker, can you hear me? This is Henio.
Yeah, Chairman Henio, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, Speaker Damon. And Thomas Walker, Delegate Thomas Walker, did waive his time. I believe I answered Ms. Newton, Delegate Newton's question, and Ms. Jim Martin can also elaborate. Speaker Damon. Also want to respond to Delegate Raymond Smith. He mentioned heavy equipment and the use of heavy equipment. I just want to confirm or reiterate that ASC or DCD has not asked chapters to purchase forklifts for this operation, unless he's referring to 309-20, where the chapters are requesting for heavy equipment, and possibly that heavy equipment could have been in coordination to support some of these distributions. But there are chapters with very limited space. And just across the board, of the 110 chapters, all 110 chapters have various capacities. Some have outdoor lineups where they have been distributing items outside. Some have chapter spaces that they already have pre-existing bleach or sanitizing items, or they're doing their own distribution. And some chapters have served as pods, points of distribution during the HCOC ICS command structure, and have been coordinating with other entities and other nonprofit groups in distributing items to their local community members. Some chapters are closed due to COVID and due to self-isolation or self-monitoring of staff. Some chapters are closed due to sanitation and deconning. So all 110 chapters have various degrees of capacity as to how they're being scheduled into this distribution process. Mr. Martin and Mr. Dalgai have been working with Baker Tilly to narrow the timeline. Right now, we are about a 48-hour turnaround time, knowing that we know what is going to happen with distribution for the next 48 hours. But again, with the support of NECA coming on board, and if we can secure that contract, it's just going to help us tremendously. NECA stands ready to assist us under 47-20 and under 67-20 NTUA and NECA. They did start some of those projects prior to, they started the work at their own risk. I did not ask NECA to do that in this case due to the liability concerns and to the drivers coming into the warehouses, etc. I felt that it was safer and better to wait until there was an executed contract and their contracted went through the 164 process in order to procure this last mile. But we are heavily needing support for that. So Shanant Delegate Otto, so Shanella, many chapters have been responsive, and they have at the local level. And again, we have various forms of communications that we can include in our written report to the council on today's report, that at the ASC SPPS level, the SPPS staff have their weekly ASC meetings with the local chapters. Those meetings are documented, if not recorded, through those Zoom capabilities, where those discussions as to how and what the chapters need to do to prepare for this distribution and other chapter matters. So many chapters have been fully responsive and accessible during this time. Those who have not have shared or have sent correspondence saying that they are experiencing closures or cases in their area. Adonana, Shanant Eugene. So yeah, I concur that Chinle chapter has been open throughout the whole pandemic. And you've had staff who have been sending information, and you have staff who have been coordinating many of the chapter responses at the Chinle chapter, and they have been sending in various documents throughout the pandemic. So I really do appreciate that they have been open, they have been communicating, and they have been letting us know of their efforts during the pandemic. So yeah, thank you, Speaker. And again, Speaker Damon, Mr. Martin is on the line to elaborate on Delegate Odoso's questions about how the chapters are being communicated with at the ASC SPPS level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on back to the floor. Chairman Hino, the floor is yours.
Okay, Speaker Damon, Shananta, the Shananta 24th Navajo Nation Council, and this report the GI, listen in and Che, Delegate Odo So, Shananta really raised a good point here, and Che, this is not Delegate Eugene, so I mean, I think that in Jagana had no. And the speaker to the Bakasa, and not that. Then I learned this, say, and it's good. I do agree with Che, Delegate Odo So, the area at the cut or what during this time of pandemic should be our priority here. With all of the enterprises that we have, all the equipment they have, Beta J Honda J. Don't Jokat or whatever. I thought Biga Hatch on the Tabandika. Liability that the no contracts or no that. The kids no. And it's true, we do help these enterprises with a lot of their needs, legislations. I did not delegate. These sponsor and they not that no. And we oblige and we help them and we move it forward. In the meantime, we're asking that you guys work together. Make get these deliveries out to the people. That should be your focus, to the people, and getting these products that are sitting in warehouses to the people before their time expires on their quality of the product. So AD is something that I really do support with Che Odo Soya Hatsigi. And right now, could do over $1 million just sponsor. Okay, so we can pay NECA to do something that they normally do in their course of duties. And I'm kind of thinking differently now after what Che Odo So had brought out about supporting something like this when they should be there at the first step. Say, hey, we're here to help. So I'll reserve my time to the speaker, David.
Okay, with that, serve your time at 2 minutes, 17 seconds. I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Nomination Council. The question is, when is this going to be delivered? And when they're delivered, who's going to be coordinating that with the chapters? The chapters didn't order this stuff. Chapters wanted certain things. Yan di kunelanda isni. Ako kadey ha. They chapters bado kelo odo azunda. So which chapters are ready to accept this, Chair, the Speaker? What chapters are ready to be ready to receive this? And has there been an inventory on this? Has there been a study on this? I know for a fact that COVID-19 is really devastating. Some chapters are closed, and we don't even have chapter officials at some of the chapters. We just talked about that election. So those are the questions that I have. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Hey, with that, reserve your time. 1 minute, 19 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Otto, 36 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council, I propose that we take away all the limited waiver of tribal sovereignty authority that these enterprises have. Let's send a message to them. Let's repeal the priority one that we approved for NECA. Maybe then and there they will begin to say, hey, It really, really makes me passionate.
Time.
And I had it ego than hikasto jaha. I was up. But now in the shade that is thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. So that, let me go back to the presenters. There's a question, Dr. Yellowman from Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker Kellen.
Yeah. Yeah, Speaker Damon. Speaker Damon, I just want to have Ms. Jim Martin elaborate on the details of the communication and the scheduling with Delegate Raymond Smith, and also follow up on some of the communications with his chapters and which chapters have confirmed their capacity or ability to respond to the distribution scheduling. So if I can complete the responses and then come back to Ms. Jim Martin, I would appreciate that. If I can move on to Chair Henyo, I am available to send the 24th Navajo Nation Council all of our communications to the enterprises and our requests for their assistance. Mr. Dalgai, Pat Dalgai, our department manager for CHID, has been communicating with the enterprises and their current ability or non-ability to assist during this time. However, NECA has been very responsive and is available to move forward on assisting us. Their contract includes the number of drivers, the types of trucks that are needed for this last mile, the forklifts and the supplies and straps, etc., really to help us assist in distributing these items to the chapters. They are and have been standing ready for this and really have come in at a cost that was an eighth lower than the National Guard, than the deployed resources. I did reach out to the National Guard in New Mexico, the National Guard in Arizona. I am working with DEM from Utah currently, and they are assisting for the Utah Navajo chapters. We have been utilizing internal assets nearby with the assistance of like NDOT, General Services. We have various flatbeds, goosenecks, and our local trucks that have been assisting us. We are in consensus with Baker Tilly that until we get the large consumable bulk items, we do want to coordinate what some chapters have. Some chapters have the ability to bring in their own gooseneck, their own trucks, which is not a no, but for safety reasons, we want to make sure that we get these larger items out to the chapters before we start to coordinate that with chapters. But again, I do have Mr. Dalgai who can speak a little bit more on those technical terms, and then Ms. Jim Martin to help assist with Delegate Raymond Smith's questions on the chapter's ability and perhaps even his local chapters. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to the floor. Shay, on McKee. On report number 2.
Speaker, I guess my main question is that why do we have these items just being stored at Windrut level, but yet our community continues to be struggling, and we're losing lives every single day.
So that's the questions that I'm questioning myself. The one thing is that during that you call on the yard maybe resort to that. Those individuals that have their own trucking business. I guess this raised the good question by to the council that prior years I've been pushing for the Navajo Nation to have its own National Guard unit. And maybe this is a good example, a good timing to reinitiate that particular program to be established on the Navajo Nation. So this was brought up to the former president and the Veterans Administration as one of our priority to establish a National Guard unit on the Navajo Nation that could help out in any way during these situations like this. But I sure like to hear more of what the remainder time between the delegate out or so speaker. So yield the rest of my remaining time to delegate out or so. Chairman.
Hey, thank you. About or so, 3 minutes, 7 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kielen. Ado did dashin sago did see and it was troublesome to hear our enterprise asking for money in order for them to deliver something for us at this time. And NHA, we willingly allow you to take our TDHE an amount of $69 million a year. NECA, we allow you to adhere to IHS contracts on behalf of the nation in the rounds of about $35 million a year. NAPI, we bail you out. You fall under the weather. We bailed you out about 4 years ago. Intech, we infused, we created you. We also bailed you out also. In TUA, ados jono pesan khadafi ne. Ade akhadit ada nanokha. Khala hey khad la dija. Ni kan den da shish. I think it's time that we, as the leadership of the Navajo Nation, need to reevaluate how our tribal enterprises really contribute back to the nation. Yeah, we get scholarship checks from them here and there, but it's in small amounts. Maybe it's a time that leadership needs to reevaluate the whole enterprise and maybe have our Navajo contractors allow them to adhere and install 1-inch house services for scattered sites, septic system. The enterprises yes to directly to our Navajo people. Maybe then and there they'll start to listen. I supported our enterprises, but to hear this from the Navajo Nation government saying we're not going to do something until this is done, I guess we as Navajo leadership needs to reconvene and look at how we work with you. Ado Kodoshi we infuse projects on behalf of the Navajo citizens on your behalf. Whether these funds come down from Congress based off of population on behalf of the Navajo people. So please, enterprises, I hope you're listening. NECA, NHA, NAPI. Also, we have the Navajo Truckers Association. Maybe we can give them contracts. Maybe they'll treat us better. They'll be willing to help us when we need help. Adeya, oyo apa kito bang yinne. As Kealan talks about, Navajo people are dying out there. Yadallah. We hope that you enterprises will step up to the plate. And I will begin to really look at how we work with you now. Because how you guys depend to work with the nation. Oh, it's troublesome, our tribal enterprises, to hear this. And I'm going to put you all together on it. You're put up there to help us. You're created to help the nation. So I don't think that I can save the time. But again, Honorable Kealan Begay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Otto. So that we move back to reserve time.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Honorable Chairman Hino, 2 minutes, 17 seconds.
Reserving my time.
2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Speaker, I'd like to speak, sir.
Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 17 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time for now. Thank you.
1 minute, 15 seconds. Moving on down, new players. Chairman, or Honorable Daniels, floor is yours, and then I got Chairman Yazzie. Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Adonana Kodo Shanat Senegi, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kodo and his staff, Legislative Council, Adon Kodo. Just want to say thank you to the presenters, Kodo Nagaidam. I see Kodo Doshist Ego Kodo Nahaken, the Kodo Handashnish, Donana Kodo, Ekeshan Daznish, Adonana Kodo Nagaidam. Additional Kodo. The reason why we're here in Winter Rock. It's for the people. I'm going to say this again, yeah. Hazo, ikisna annish. Hazo, ikisna annish. What asking adult headansa. It's sad. Not all can't sad. I don't know. I see as oversight to some of these enterprise. Mazeta, Mecca. I don't know. You enterprise. We oversee enterprise. I don't know divisions of that. Community development. Dr. Yellowman. Yeah. Actually, Ecuador. We cover
a big area. Our land mass is big. Our reservation is about the size of the state of West Virginia. Adamana is about the size of Holland. Population. So with that said, I'm gonna say thank you for those divisions. Aronan as oversight, resources and development committee. Jono economic report and dash. Aronan yadat basically the Sadyat Hegi at the lash. I'm gonna say this again. At the lash that Hegi of a yield ad. Now can't on Kessa basically that Ecuador. That Hegi Ecuador. They not about dash. We are not let this sad. I yes, and classes have them though. I see you could end, but additionally need I need you 110 chapters. I don't know what to do. But there is Yashina the PPEs. Number of pallets. Over 200 trucks. I don't lay at the coach the reports that we get at RDC. Division of Community Development, Division of Economic Development, and DOT, Adon Enterprise, Dan Linigi, NECA, Niche, Adonana Yugo Enterprise. I just want to say that Kododaya Hazobache he's asking adult Eden Sinakodo. Adonana Kodo has actually was done the issue and the Kodo. As oversight, you about this, the Kodo. Has Joy his name, the Shabiga, Zokodo, but she is Tio. Are it out and he listen without other needs, Yeah, it is the Kodo. So I just want to say that Kodo and Reda, Linigi, once for the house seat or little Kodo. So I'm going to reserve the rest of my time, Kodo. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. 1 minute, 10 seconds. That moving on down, Honorable Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Okay, Speaker, thank you, and members of the council, staff, everyone that's listening, and to the reporters, Ms. Yellowman, and also Ms. Martin, and then also Mr. Willie. Just want to say just a few words, listening to the report, just want to commend and to encourage the staff of development for the chapters, and just keep up the work. I know it's hard, like we always say, and I know you've heard this a million times, and so we continue to support you all and just keep up the good work. But also, I want to go ahead and just advocate. We always say Navajo business and Dene business owners. If you need some going to hire hands, Honorable President Ben Shelley has a trucking company here in Peru, New Mexico, and he's always hauling grain from Napi. You would think he would retire, but he's out there still working hard and listening to old Conway Twitty songs while he's hauling loads and all. So keep him in mind. He does have a couple of trucks, and always see him on the road, and then the Net Truckers Association, they're based out of Church Rock, and they have at least close to 10 and more membership of Navajo people that own their own rigs, and they are obviously always looking for something to haul and something to put a paycheck in their wallets. So, just a thought that I want to share. And so I'll just leave it at that. We'll just keep up the good work. Can't seize the bait on the reports, but, only on legislation. So I just wanted to share that. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie. That, there was no specific questions. Actually, Vice Chair Smith. So let me go back to Dr. Yellowman.
Yeah, Speaker Damon. I just want to extend my appreciation to Shanella, Delegate Otto, so for recognizing and just acknowledging the situation that we've encountered during the pandemic, and Otto Nana, Delegate Key Allen Begay, and Otto, yeah, Delegate Herman Daniels. We've been trying very hard to maintain a relationship with RDC, and I really do rely on the leadership of RDC and in keeping those communication lines open. So I see, yeah, and I appreciate that. Adonanashanand, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, yeah, thank you. And we are, I am communicating with staff right now and exchanging those recommendations with our staff right now for us to inquire. And again, to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, these memos that we shared to various companies and various enterprises, we are welcome to share those with you as well, and the type of responses. And then also Vice Chair Smith, Speaker Damon, if I can call on Ms. Jim Martin to share a little bit more of the details as to how the ASC and SPPS staff are coordinating with the chapters and the chapter capacity. And if we could possibly share additional information offline, maybe through email to Vice Chair Smith's specific chapters for the areas that he represents. So Speaker Damon, if I can call on Ms. Jim Martin. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the questions. I wanted to share that back in December, we did distribute our chapter distribution logistics chart, which included an overview of the communication and coordination that we implemented with our chapters regarding these supplies. So I did send that again to our 24th Navajo Nation Council members and Miss Peggy Nakai, so that you can distribute that again if you didn't receive your copy. In that chapter distribution plan, we have been working closely with the Baker Tilly team. As you know, they have a large operation at 2 warehouses on the Navajo Nation. There is the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds, and then we have another warehouse in Gamerco, which is the BIA building. Now we have been working closely with the Baker Tilly team as they have been receiving these supplies from the national supply chain and coordinating those mass deliveries from semi-trucks to the warehouse. We also have 2 teams that work with Baker Tilly and us, which includes an organization called PM2 and then another called DSSI. These teams all work closely with the Office of the Controller, and Madam Controller is on many of the reports and calls that we have. Through this team, they provide service regarding communication, monitoring health and safety, keeping an eye on the needs of the warehouse teams and the temporary staff that have been hired. And they also support the overall operation, monitoring supplies, taking care of inventory. The Office of the Controller is responsible for managing the inventory to make sure everything that was ordered for the chapters is accountable or is accounted for. and that is all automated. We do have inventory supply lists that we have been able to provide to each chapter. We also coordinate the facility safety and then the ground support that is with our drivers as well as with our chapters when we plan for the supply distributions. Right now, what we do is we work one-on-one with each individual chapter. We work one-on-one through the ASC offices. Each ASC Senior Program Project Specialist is the point of contact for these chapter distributions. And for our Baca Gallup service area, it is our ASO. Each point of contact is very important to coordinate logistics through, to follow a chain of command, and to make sure that the communication is clear, and also to prevent any misunderstandings or miscommunication. So right now, honorable delegates, your ASC office, your SPPS has the inventory sheets, and they also have a tracking sheet that we have coordinated with each chapter regarding what their capabilities are for receiving these supplies. Each chapter has a point of contact at the ASC service area that has been designated to work directly with our ASC representative. So at your chapter, your point of contact is probably your CSC or your chapter manager, unless there has been a designation for an incident commander or a chapter official who is stepping into that role. It's very important that we have this structure set up because it is a part of our emergency response system. We still continue to implement the incident command structure. At the chapter, your point of contact is coordinating under incident command system. They have identified through a chapter distribution plan, which you should be able to get a copy of. Each chapter has a chapter distribution plan, which includes their incident command structure, how they are planning to offload these supplies, how they are planning to distribute the supplies to their community. The chapters have a team leader, a liaison, a safety officer, a security officer, an inventory leader, a distribution leader, and a transport leader. They have a team of no more than 10 volunteers that are helping them and designated at the chapter once they are ready for their supplies and once our trucks have been scheduled out to deliver supplies to them, or when we are able to schedule the chapters with their own vehicles to come and pick up their supplies once we get to that stage. So honorable delegates, I hope that helps provide the chain of command and also our communication structure. This is all done individually with each chapter and each ASC representative to make sure we are mindful of safety issues and also to be providing the best support to each chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. That, go back to the floor. New individual in the queue, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, 24th Navigation Council. Dr. Yellowman, thank you as well to you and your teams. You did your due diligence, and we very much appreciate it. Out in Eastern Navajo, looking at the situation that you were in, I felt that Division of Community Development was just more or less the middleman in this whole operation. And, you know, I know Mr. Willie's on the line, but everything was purchased through Baker Tilly. And that's who we should be asking, why were certain items purchased? And, you know, I heard from my chapters, they were not happy with what they received. And, you know, even one of my chapters, this is stuff you could get at the dollar store.
So I think those are questions, long-term questions we have to ask, but more or less in the future, and I hope we never have to go through this, let this be a learning process for us. And I think we need to take that into consideration and really learn from, take away from it. In regards to the enterprises, I you know what, my brother sentimented earlier, his displeasure, but we also have to consider what they've achieved during this time through the CARES Act monies. NTUA had a goal of 510 family connections, homes. They overachieved that by hooking up 713 homes during this time. And they exceeded that by 203. That's 713 families that were not connected before that are connected now. And to have a number of them, especially in Eastern Navajo, where we don't have NTUA, we have Hamas Mountain and we have Continental Divide. 48 homes out in Eastern Navajo were hooked up in partnership with NTUA during this time. And again, that's 48 families that didn't have electricity prior to the COVID situation. So I think we really need to take in consideration how our enterprises stepped up. NECA completed 122 septic and cistern installations at $46,000 a piece within 90 days. That's such an achievement. And they could keep going if they had more time. In the long run, we have to consider where all this money is going to. It's going straight into the hardship fund now. We tried, we did our best, and let it be a learning experience for us. But we also have to achieve that, or we also have to take in consideration we helped out so many of our Navajo people at this time. Just the numbers that I gave you alone speak for itself. So Speaker, I appreciate it. I have more data. APS had 5 homes connected in the Tuba City, 2 in Tuba City and 3 in Cameron. Socorro had 1 in Alamo. I could go on and on with all this data, but NTUA sends frequently updates to delegates, and I really appreciate them sending that to me every Friday night. I look forward to their emails tonight on if there's any additional updates that they can share. But Edia, Speaker, I just want to mention that. With that, I want to ask for if we can call for a ceased debate at this time, Speaker. We have a lot more to cover, so thank you. Waive the rest of my time.
7. Oh, shoot. 1, 2, 5. I have 12 people. 13. Colleagues, cease debate motion by Honorable Freeland. You can't do a cease debate on the reports. Just to let my colleagues know, we started this debate at 1:27. The time now is 3:22, so almost exactly 2 hours on this report. There's been 13 individuals that have debated this, and at this time, Honorable Freeland, I will accept your cease debate. Is there a second?
Walker, second.
Vice Chair Walker. Cease debate's not debatable. Let's go to the board. The last vote was 21, so 2/3 of 21.
Speaker, question and privilege. Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Real quick to the sponsors. Should and if the chapters don't have the capacity, could that stuff be left at the fairgrounds where they can coordinate and get that delivered accordingly? That's my question of privilege. I was hoping to ask that when I reserved time, but thank you, Speaker.
Okay. The question of privilege back to Dr. Yellowman. Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Adonana Hiat, Delegate Raymond Smith. We can work individually. So yes, we can work individually with those chapters and to help and assist get their chapter capacity prepared or to hold those supplies. We are working with the Division of Natural Resources and with other areas on the fairgrounds such as Gorman Hall and Nakai Hall. We have staff who have been going out there and rearranging and cleaning those areas as well, just to help get some of the supplies out of the cold and etc. So we can individually help some of those chapters. I can't, Speaker Damon.
Okay, thank you. That colleagues going to the board. Motion to cease debate.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you please let me know how many delegates have reserved their time and how you determined that this was a balanced discussion before recognizing the cease debate? Thank you, Speaker.
The individuals with the reserve time is three individuals. Chairman Hino, Vice Chair Smith, and Honorable Daniels. And the reason why I got it to a valid or determined was because we debated this for more than 2 hours and there was no specific opposition to the presenters. There was just recommendations that were back and that were recommendations not to the presenters, but more just questions. So there was ample time for recommendations and resources that were given from both presenters. That's how I determined this and recognized that there was a healthy debate on this report. Let's go.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand, I hear you what you're saying. My concern is that every delegate has an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. Maybe I'm concerned that we're doing cease debate and not allowing the full 5 minutes of the delegates. If they reserve their time, they still have that time. Is there an opportunity to ask those delegates to either yield their time so that we can move forward with just voting on the report? Thank you, Speaker.
At this time, Madam Chair, I've already recognized the cease debate. And there is a second on the cease debate. So I'm moving forward with cease debate, Madam Chair. Go to the board.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Thank you, Speaker. I was trying to raise that question of privilege prior to your recognizing the other questions of privilege, but I think I was on mute. Just really quickly, can you tell me the citation for the cease debate on reports? I've always felt like we've done cease debates on legislation, but with reports, I didn't know that we could be in, make a stance in opposition to a report that's being provided. I've always felt like the reports are for information. And so I'm just a little bit curious. Can you tell me, just point me to the citation for the section that talks about ceasing debate for reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. It's in Rule 12, cease debate can be on any motion, and these are Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. So we do have a main motion held by Vice Chair Walker, second by Honorable Freeland. And at that time, there's a cease debate on recognizing, and this cease debate can be on any motion. So at this time, it doesn't matter if it's a report or if it's a legislation, we are still moving forward in recognition of the cease debate. This is not taking precedence. There has been times within this council and previous councils where there has been a cease debate on reports. Let's vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll go green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callum votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugene Charles Newton. Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Nussbaum Crotty.
Delegate Amber Nussbaum Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Nussbaum Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did
Green.
not vote. Oh. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Winika votes green. I vote
Honorable
green.
Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Winika votes green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. 18 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaking not voting, motion carries. Motion carries on the cease debate. So let's go to the board and accepting a report from Dr. Yellowman and Office of the Controller, Mr. Robert Willie.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Alma Brigade votes green. Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr. Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr. Honorable Key Allen Brigade
Doug
Jr.
Hale
did
votes
not
green.
vote. Honorable Key Allen Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr.
Paul Brigade votes green.
Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater agreed.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Speaker, what are we voting on? I got my system dropped on me. I've been out of the system.
We are voting on accepting the report from Dr. Yellowman and Office of the Controller on distribution of food and supplies to Navajo Nation chapters.
Okay, thank you. I vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Dr. Joe, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, we have a vote of 21 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
Pat? Colleagues, 21 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on accepting the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Willie and Dr. Yellowman and Ms. Jim for the presentation there. Colleagues, 38. Moving on down, the report number 3, update report on the status of FY 2021 budgets of the Navajo Nation chapters, presented by Perlene Kirk, Office of the Controller, and Celeste Jim Martin, Director of the Administrative Service Centers under the Division of Community Development, and maybe Dr. Pearl Yellowman too. Same individuals as before. So with that, I know that Mr. Willie, you did send out a memo, a written document, and that was sent out at what time? This morning, 11? At 11:36. That was a memo directly from the Office of the Controller. I don't know if you want to add on to that, Mr. Willie, but at this time, the floor is yours. And then I'll turn it over to Ms. Celeste Jim Martin after that. And if there's anything else that Dr. Yellowman needs, collectively 20 minutes on the presentation at this time. Thank you. Mr. Willie, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, Robert Willie, Accounting Manager for Office of the Controller, under the General Accounting section presenting. I did send out the memo this morning, as you indicated. The memo did state that there were 93 chapters that had been processed and paid out, and that there were 8 sanctioned chapters that were in process. The Tuba City ASCs sent their RDPs over this morning, and I'm happy to report that we approved those and sent those over to accounts payable also. I believe that we only have 2 left in the queue that need to be approved. There are corrections that need to be done, and those are 2 of the sanctioned chapters. If you don't know the history of how this works, is the first 25% of the CR was approved at the end of September, the beginning of October. So those RDPs actually did go through the system, and I think there was 2 chapters that still needed to get their 25% at that time. Subsequent to that, the comprehensive budget was passed. It was signed on December 10th by the President. The budgets were uploaded by Office of Management and Budget, so we had to wait for those budgets to be uploaded in order for the chapters, the ASCs, the SPPSs, and Administrative Service Centers to get all their documents over to the accounts, actually to General Accounting. We review those. If there's corrections that need to be done, we contact the chapters and the ASCs to help with that. I know Ms. Jim Martin has also provided some assistance, and Deidre Dale also. We've been in communication on a lot of those. We've tried to get these out as quickly as possible. I know we have a 30-day window, so we've had to meet that 30-day window twice in this first quarter. And I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Jim Martin for any of her comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie. Any follow up with that? I guess I'll turn it over then to Ms. Jim Martin.
Thank you, Ahiha, Mr. Speaker, and honorable council delegates. I concur with Mr. Willie's report. His memo is correct, and that is the current status of our chapter allocations. The process was a little delayed due to the 75% allocation that was different this year, but we did get all our chapters to get their information in, and those are all now at OOC. Just resolving a couple of chapters right now to make some corrections. Right now, for those who are not aware, the final payment for checks and direct deposits will be coming from the Office of the Controller. And as those payments come out, we usually do inform the chapters, and they also contact the chapters as well. Right now, I think with the COVID emergency, we've just had delays with limited staff, some being compromised with the virus, and other chapters being closed down due to exposure. But now everything's in, and again, I concur with Mr. Willie's report. Thank you.
Great. There's no other comments or presentation. I'll go ahead and go to the floor. Is there a motion to accept Hello?
Oh, Motion.
Oh, motion. Good. Chairman?
Second, Daniel.
Chairman Hinio. Second, Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. No one's texting?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the brief report. I'm having major problems with my phone. I missed the most part, probably very, very important. But I heard something like 75% in 30 days, and the hang up is, I'm not sure where the hang up is, but I know that the chapters were ascertaining about where that and when will it be released, and that was the main question on that behalf. Speaker, if that could be answered, I would appreciate that, and maybe I'm having difficulties with the phone right now. Hopefully I don't get lost on the system here. So, Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, there was a document that was sent to you at 11:36 this morning. And that is an outline of the presentation from Controller's Office. So I'll go back to Mr. Willie. If there's anything else you want to add on to that, Vice Chair Smith.
Sir, thank you again, Speaker. I'd just like to have that answered by Mr. Willie on when and the chapters will be getting the rest or 75%. Thank you. Reserve the rest of my time.
Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith. 93 of the chapters have been paid out. I'm not sure exactly which chapter you're inquiring about, but there are 8 chapters from the Tuba City area that have not gotten their allocations. We just received their documents today. They've been approved and sent over to the accounts payable section. I know there were some sanctioned chapters that we also had questions on, and the corrections were actually made during this session. So right now we only have two sanctioned chapters that are pending. So I'm not sure specifically which chapter you're looking for, but if you send me an email, I can look up that chapter and find out if they did get paid or if they're in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Any other comments, questions for the presenters? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes
Thank you,
and
Speaker.
seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Willie, it's Tessa Un, also known as Lupton. That was the chapter that was inquiring about that, and would appreciate that if that would be answered, if all possible. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time in case I need it. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
You reserve your time at 3 minutes, 57 seconds. Go back to Willie.
Mr. Speaker, Robert Willie here again. I'll have to look that one up to see if there was a check or if there was an electronic funds transfer for that one. I can send the information to Delegate Smith, unless you want me to answer that question later on, but I need to have staff research that really quick. Thank you.
Okay. And send it to Mr. Smith. Okay, with that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 57 seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker, and 24th Navajo Council, and also Mr. Willie on response on behalf of that. I can wait on the email. I appreciate that, and thank you for your prompt answer on that. And I just have the rest of the Good Friday afternoon, and it's beautiful out here. Thank you. Don't have to reserve my time. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Once?
Speaker.
Yeah, yes, Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Speaker. No, colleagues, other presenters. Yeah, it's okay. I have a question on the gaming distribution funds, the funds that go to chapters for utility payments and that. What is the status of that? One of my chapters I sent a letter inquiring about gaming enterprises not operating, and I'm thinking, okay, are they because they're not operating, they're not generating revenue? Is that why they're not releasing that gaming distribution funds that go to chapters? That's my question. I don't know if the presenters can answer that. If not, maybe they can give me some direction as to who to ask about this. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 2 seconds. Going to Mr. Willie. I know this is not on the topic, but regarding the gaming distribution funds, Mr. Willie. Question towards that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an answer for that.
Go ahead.
So the gaming revenue distribution fund actually has some funds within it. There hasn't been a resolution from that fund in quite a while. What the chapters have been relying on is the carryover each year for the allocation that took place about 3-4 years ago. I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to look that up. But they did have carryover funds. Because we had a CR, that kind of interrupted the calculation of the closeout numbers. So the closeout numbers were sent to the Office of Management and Budget. They're reviewing, and once they're completed, they'll actually upload whatever the carryover was for those chapters in the chapter revenue distribution plan. And those, the majority of those monies are used for the utilities. I'm not sure which chapter you're specifically asking for, but once OMB reviews them, they'll send out the letter, I believe, to community development to do the budget. And then the chapter will be able to utilize whatever funds get carried over. I'm not sure about the fund itself. I know that there were questions about utilizing that fund for Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory at one point in time in September. I know that they withdrew that request because it would create controversy with the chapters, but I have not seen any legislation to utilize that fund here in the near future. And that's the update I have on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the report to Controller's Office or to the Department of ASC? If there are none, let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Walker, 4 minutes, 2 seconds.
Members. Yeah.
Vice Chair Walker, your service is breaking up. Vice Chair Walker? Vice Chair Walker? That, colleagues, any other comments, questions then? If there are there none, let me go back to Vice Chair Walker. You have 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Vice Chair Walker going once. Vice Chair Walker going twice. Vice Chair Walker going 3 times. With that, colleagues, if there are no other comments, questions on the report, going once, going twice, going 3
Mr.
times.
Speaker, this is Robert Willie, real quick with an update, if I may.
Go ahead.
In regards to Delegate Smith's question about Lupton chapter, it appears there was a check, which would be released to them, earlier this week, which was the 13th, which was 2 days ago. So they should be expecting that, within the mail, I believe, soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, there's no other comments, questions. Let's go to the board, accepting the report. Let's vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green.
Elmer
Honorable
Begay
Nathaniel
votes
Brown.
green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Taylor-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green.
Hello, this is
Pernell
Delegate
Halona.
Brown. I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Daniel votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Green, thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Tanel Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Tanel Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
What is it, 21? That 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. Moving on down, and thank you to Controller's Office and to the ASC and Division of Community Development for being with us. Yeah. And we are back onto our agenda. Item number 5, old business. Legislation 0309-20. And that legislation has been read into the record. And
That's where we left off.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith to bring it back. Second, Halona.
Second by Councilman.
One more.
Ms. Barbara, are you there? Yo, quick, before doing overview, I just want to make sure we're right. Rules. Ms. Barbara or Ms. Lowell?
Hi, Speaker, I'm here.
Okay. Ms. Barbara, this legislation 0309-20, it was at Navajo Nation Council prior, and at the Navajo Nation Council, there was a motion to refer this back while we were on Amendment 3. And in doing that, the referral went back or the recommendation was referring it back to Navajo Committee. Navajo Committee handled the legislation, and now it's coming back. This legislation was not tabled, it was just referred. So when it's coming back to Navajo Nation Council, the question I arise to you is that it does it or does it not need a motion for it to come back? Because this wasn't tabled, it was just a referral, so is it automatically just on the agenda as stated? Because we already have a motion on the table.
Speaker, my belief is that this is a somewhat of a unique situation. So I would recommend that you you get a motion and second to bring it up.
Okay.
I think that's the safest course. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, thank you. With that, I'll refer over to Ms. Nakai to do a recap and then a motion.
Members of the council and Mr. Speaker, legislation 309-20 is an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Nabakia Committee, and Navajo Nation Council allocating $11,924,571 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development, adopting the Citizen Fund Chapter Heavy Equipment Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508, allocating $33,876,114 from the Citizen Fund to the Department of Water Resources, adopting the Citizen Fund Department of Water Resources Emergency Projects Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. And this is sponsored by the Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by the Honorable Mark A. Freeland, and then co-sponsored by the Honorable Daniel E. So. The main motion is held by Pernell Halona, seconded by Jamie Henio, delegates. And on December the 23rd, according to the committee report that is attached to the document, it is reported that there was a referral motion made to the Nabakia Committee to act on no later than January 7th, 2021. And at that point, at December 23rd, there was an amendment 2 that was passed. Did you want me to read that?
Just the heading.
Just the heading?
Yeah.
Well, okay. And then amendment 1 was also passed. So there are attachments from Wide Ruins SDS expenditure plan from that discussion. The NTUA Educate School Phase 3 upgrade cost is also attached. And then it has the, let's see here. The vote tally sheets are also attached. Then the Nabakia Committee report is also attached. And it has Amendment 2, which was passed with 8 pages attached, which is the Exhibit A. It's inserting a new Exhibit A, and that is attached. And it has an Amendment 1 that was included and that passed by motion of 13 in favor, 8 opposed. Amendment 2 was also is a failed motion that is included in their report, if you take a look at that. And then also you have a copy of the exhibits that are attached from the Nabakia Committee meeting. Exhibit C is CAP 3518. And then Exhibit D are the Shiprock chapter resolutions. And then hold on. Exhibit E is the Shiprock Chapter Project Recapture Expenditure Plan. And then the vote tally sheets are attached, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, and colleagues, with that, in order to bring it back, we need a motion.
Motion,
And
Vice Chair Smith.
when we do come back, we will go directly to an amendment 3, which we were on at council session. So with that, motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Second, Wanika.
Oh, second by Delegate Brown.
Honorable Wanika. Comments, questions? I'm bringing it back. Once, twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton on bringing the legislation back. You recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. So just for clarification, all of the amendments and everything that has been read into the record has already passed. But you just now said that we were at Amendment 3. So can I just get some clarification and maybe just to recap on what Amendment 3 was? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Everything else is that was voted on prior is included in the legislation. But if there was one failed amendment, and that one failed amendment was that when it was sent back to Navajo Committee, that's the only amendment that's not included in here. Amendment 3, when we do come back, is an allocation of $1,716,340 or $54 from the CSN fund to NTUA and adopting the Luach Community School Power Line Upgrade Expenditure Plan. That's the one that we're going back to, because we did refer it back during that motion while that motion was in play. So with that, colleagues, let's vote to bring this legislation back. Oh, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, sorry. You have 4 minutes, 39 seconds.
You're fine, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Okay. Let's go to board. 411.
I'll go green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kiel votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honorable
votes
Nathaniel
green.
Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Karate. Honorable Amber Canespa Karati. Honorable Amber Canespa Karati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Wanda votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
India votes green.
Honorable
India
Jamie
votes
Henyo
green.
votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater agreed.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knespot Crotty.
This is Delegate Cruddy. Can you let me know what is this vote for? Is this to recall off the table?
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, this is a vote to further consider legislation 0309-20.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Amber Knespot Cruddy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knespot Crotty votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
That 20 in favor, 0 opposed.
Green.
That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. So motion carries. That, colleagues, we are back on to the legislation, and this is the legislation. We are on amendment number 3. Amendment number 3 is motion by Honorable Slater. The second is by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and we have not voted on that authorization. And again, just to recap what that is, it's an allocating $1,716,354 from the CSN fund to NTUA and adopting the Lochkai Community School Power Line Upgrade Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501 through 2508. And in this, colleagues, we have a lineup. This is individuals with reserved time. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 31 seconds. Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Those with no more time, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have no time. Honorable Chairman Hino, you have no time. Next up in the queue is Honorable Otto So.
I'll reserve my time. You just give me some time to think about it. Thank you.
Every time at 4 minutes, 58 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 3? Going once.
Yes. This is Delegate So.
Honorable Charlene So, go ahead on amendment 3.
Yes. I had an amendment drafted up by our Chief Counsel, Dana, and I
I'm wondering if you guys got a hold of that copy and if it would be one that we could consider in this amendment, or would it be suitable to add it after we pass Amendment 3? Reserve my time.
At any other time, I would recommend. I would say it was up to you, Madam Charlene. So, but if you're asking me at this time, and just to give guidance on the amendment, I would say that we would stay with this amendment first, and the reason why is just to close out this one amendment and then get back to the main motion where everybody is at. But again, it's up to you as a delegate. You're more than welcome to ask Honorable Slater to include your amendment and to modify it and add it to his amendment.
Okay. Speaker, respectfully, I will go ahead and wait after we pass Amendment 3, and I will proceed with my amendment. Thank you.
Okay.
Your time.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 3? If not, let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 31 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'm going to reserve my time.
Every time at 1 minute, 28 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Thank you, Satilla Speaker, Ado Sanandai, 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, legislative council, Satilla, Honorable Carl Slater. I guess the main thing I view this request is it is the responsibility of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to shoulder the cost, because even though Chukai Schools is a grant school, the facilities are still BIA facilities, no matter if there is new construction. And it behooves this council to ask for reimbursement to the citizen funds in the amount that we're going to fund this. The main thing is we want this facility construction and the power to the community school to be first grade. And so that would be the caveat that I would want to add to this particular amendment. I don't know if it would entail a special request to include that language. Mr. Speaker, that would be the extent of my thoughts on this amendment, and I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Okay, with that, reserve your time at 30 seconds exactly, Chairman Daniel. So moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, reserve your time. 3 minutes, 13 seconds. I don't have anybody else on the board. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. There's been a development in this amendment, and the school had permission to go into their exigency funding. And I would like to withdraw the motion to amend at this time, and we're going to see how far that funding can go. After that, we may be approaching the council if there are no other options to get school started on time. But I agree that this is the responsibility of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they should shoulder the cost. So maybe in the future we'll have to seek reimbursement if that does end up becoming a necessity. But I think ultimately this will detract from this legislation instead of make it more passable before the president. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Slater. I just got your text message too saying. Okay, so you are withdrawing the amendment.
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, with that, the second is Honorable Yellow Hair. You good too? Are you withdrawing, Honorable Yellow Hair?
I'm good with it, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, we're withdrawing on amendment number 3. We are now back, colleagues. We are now back on to the main motion. And this is the way the main motion is. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you on reserve time, you have 3 minutes, 48 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you have 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Hello? Hello, can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, everyone. Let me recap that. On 309-20, we are back on the main motion. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you have 3 minutes, 48 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, you have 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Honorable Slater, you have 4 minutes and 55 seconds on reserve time. Next that we have in the queue is Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, then Honorable Stewart, then Chairman Nez, and then Honorable Charlene So, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton. Individuals without any time on the main motion is Chairman Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie, you don't have any time left on the main motion. So with that, going on down, Honorable Elmer Begay on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now, Donna, I know that members of the 24th Naval Nation Council, though, I can't honestly need to I know that the unbeaten. I know the chapters that put in a lot of effort in it. So thank you to them. But, some of them for the outcome chapter that overnight they were told that they had to come up with new words to come up that and it was a good thing that there's an orientation that happened from the ASC office and then also from the development. And it was a good thing that there was a consultant that was available from Baker Tilly firm efforts in it. And I know that they've been running around trying to get this. So that's how they got the listen. So I'm really thankful that that there was a lot of hope for the community to put in what they needed all different on the evenings. Then I know that they used to hear them say, "I wish we had this kind of truck. I wish equipment, so we can able to help the people that lives in the remote areas. The one that we have, it'll be like so that's the main thing that they were going through. That so when it came down to where to give that money to them, I'm thankful that my brother Mark Freeland, they gave that motion to give that $90 million a hope to the people. So through that, this is one of the stuff putting back together. So thankful, Dr. Speaker, that came up with this listen again. So their hopes are there again to how they could help the people again, if anything can happen, even though through the second wave of it and then the third wave of this pandemic. So with a lot of hopes. So I wouldn't thank each and every one of you, especially on the leadership. So then to all the chapters that I represent, and then all the chapters that you represent too. So I know that they put a lot of effort in it to work on this project. I'd just like to say that, Speaker. So thank you.
Thank you for that comments on the legislation 0309-20. That, colleagues, moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. On the main motion, Honorable Yellow Hair.
I'll reserve my time to the Speaker.
Okay, reserve your time at 4:58. Moving on down, Honorable Stewart.
Speaker, thank you. You can just take me off the list, Speaker.
Okay.
We're good.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Moving on down, Chairman Nez.
Thank you,
Floor is
Honorable Speaker Damon, President, honorable members of the 24th Council. Speaker, I'd like to request an amendment for one of my chapters, Upper Fruitland. I did send it to Mr. Rico as well as Ms. Barbara. I'd like to motion that, sir.
Go ahead.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council and Speaker, Amendment 3 is an amendment to legislation number 0309-20 sponsored by the Honorable Rick Nez. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Rick Nez, Upper Fruitland Chapter, Truck, $66,966.80. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $66,966.80 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly, if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. There is also attached a copy of the, from Elvis Key, manager for the Upper Fruitland chapter, to Melinda Arvizo Siaco, dated December 31st, 2020, and it's regarding the heavy equipment request. Then the second page is the invoice for $66,966.80. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, that amendment was sent out to everyone. Chairman Nez, and then also, is there, let me slow myself down. The amendment was sent out, and the motion was by Chairman Nez. Is there a second?
I'll second. Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions on amendment number 3? Going once, going twice, going 3 times.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair McCarty. On amendment 3.
Speaker, I apologize. I cut out on my end. What was the countdown regarding?
This is
I'll reserve
amendment.
my time.
This is amendment 3.
And your countdown was to end the debate on Amendment 3?
No, it's yes to end the debate on. Well, there was nobody wanting to speak on amendment 3. So that was my countdown. We were going to vote on amendment 3 now.
Speaker, using my time on the amendment, can you give me, I'm sorry, I dropped off for a minute. What happened to Delegate Chairman Nez's amendment? And I'll reserve my time.
We are currently on Chairman Nez's amendment, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, it is amendment 3. It's for Upper Fruitland chapter. It's a truck for $66,966.80. It's adding it on.
Okay. Speaker, if I may ask a question.
Go ahead, you're using your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, if I could ask the amending party, we do have 2 other chapters that requested their information to be added. It's the Biclabato truck, and staff has that information with that amount, and Gadiai, their van and their truck, and staff also has that amount. So I'll be asking the amending party if we could modify to include those additional items, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. With that, let me read it. Let me read that. Bring up Amber Crotty's. Right there. It would be at Exhibit A, inserting the following new row: Amber Crotty Biclabato chapter vehicle, $42,258. That's just one, right? Is there another one? Because she said 2 things. We only got one that says for Biclabato. Did you say Cuddy Eye too, Madam Chair?
Yes, Speaker, I sent those over to Legislative Council, and I can forward. I can forward to the amendment.
The only one we have right now here in the chambers is Biclabato chapter. I don't have an amendment for Cuddy Eye. Do you, Ms. Nakai?
I think that's the forerunner. That's all we have. You're right. There's only the 42,200.
Yeah, that's all we have is Clabito. Miss, do you have, did they send it over to you? Okay, we're waiting for it. Then I'll go to, I just wanted to read into the record first before, Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, you sent something over, but there's no attachment.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. If Legislative Council can forward that amendment to the staff, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Thank you. Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 15 seconds.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. I do not believe I got the information I only got it for Baclavato chapter for the vehicle. I do not believe I got other information. So I can certainly draft an amendment, but if Delegate Crotty could resend that, perhaps it got lost in my emails. I would like, while I'm waiting on that, I would identify that there are at least 3 other delegates besides Chairman Nez and Delegate Crotty that have requested very similar amendments.
Not yet.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, would you like to hold off on your amendment till it's ready then? Well, I'm not, unless if we move forward just on the Clabito, but the other one I'm not gonna recognize because it's not ready. Madam Chair Charles Lewin, hold on, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Charles Lewin, did you say question of privilege?
Yes, Speaker. My question is, as a matter of efficiency, since many of us are adding equipment, would it be better to just do one overall amendment, or is it better to keep them all separate? Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles Lewin, that's up to you, and if you would like to ask the motioning party, and if it is ready. Because right now it's Chairman Nez, Honorable Charlene So, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton, you're up in the queue on the main motion. So with that, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, what do you want to do?
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. So if the Clabito is ready, if I can make that request to modify, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
So with that, you want to read the Clabito into the record, then I'll ask the Honorable Nez.
Okay, members of the council and Mr. Speaker, this is Amendment 3, sponsored by Amber Crotty. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new row. Amber K. Crotty, Baclavato Chapter, Vehicle, $42,258. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust the dollar amount accordingly. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. And you have a copy of Resolution BECL 210117, resolution of the Clabito chapter that is included. And then you have an invoice for the vehicle that is attached as Exhibit A. Mr. Speaker. Was I muted?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. Okay. That, Chairman Nez.
Thank you,
There's a request
Honorable
to
Speaker
modify.
Damon. I do concur to modify my amendment to add the Clabato. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Honorable Freeland? As a seconding?
I'll be back, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good to go. With that, colleagues, let me go back to amendment number 3. Any other comments, questions on amendment 3? Going once? Going
Speaker,
twice?
this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton? Go ahead.
Yes. Speaker, I would also like to ask the amending party if I could also include my amendment as well. I did meet with my community on January 6, 2021. This meeting was announced on KNDN Facebook, and people were texted and called about the meeting. There were a total of 30 to 35 people in attendance during this time, but we mainly heard primarily from the farmers who are mainly on the line, and they did request to have equipment added on for the farmers for the Shiprock area. So the amendment language is ready. Dana did send that out, but it has to be sent out to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council. So I'd like to request of the amending party that my amendment be added in as well.
Madam Chair Charles Newton? You have it? Okay, go ahead and read that one. Then you're gonna have to do the same thing you just did.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council and Speaker, this is an amendment to Amendment 3, sponsored by the Honorable Charles Newton. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Motor Grader, $299,450. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Excavator, $74,094. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Crawler Dozer, $203,838. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Backhoe, $107,378. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Steer Loader, $56,710. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Tools, $1,559. To adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $743,029 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So then you have the quotations that are attached to this request for amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Chairman Nez, request to modify by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
I'm waiting for the amendment language. I know it's read into the record.
Okay.
Is it?
They're sending it. Send it again. It was sent at what time? At 4:44. No, for Madam Chair Charles Newton. Oh, Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton's just now sent to you, Chairman Nez. Yeah.
Okay, I concur. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Honorable Freeland.
I'll be back, Chairman or Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments back to on amendment number 3? Going once. Going twice. Oh, let me go
Speaker.
back then.
Delegate O.
Yes, Honorable Charlene, so go ahead.
Respectfully to Shada, I would also like to include my amendment as well. With thorough dialogue with one of my chapters, we find it the need, there were some submissions that were made by Mexican Water chapter, which were denied with the CARES Act. And I just now forward the updated listing to Dana, and I'm hoping that she got it by now. But with that, also, there were 2 submissions of the same equipment. So we caught that last night, and I'm resubmitting one for a different equipment. So that error could be amended to. Shada, if you can please do me the favor and add that as well. Thank you. Reserve time.
Speaker, can I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Barbara.
A couple of things, because I'm now getting inundated with new requests. So a couple of things. If it is not heavy equipment, then it doesn't go on Exhibit A. So that will require the development of a separate expenditure plan. So that does take much longer. And then also, if it is an addition to the heavy equipment listing, we really need to, you have to have formal quotes attached from some vendor. So that's just what I want to mention. So where I am at right now is the email request I got from Honorable Charlene So at 448. That's for the Mexican Water chapter. I do not believe that any of those are heavy equipment.
You have that?
So that will require the development of a separate expenditure plan. And I am working on Delegate Karate's additional ones right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So, okay. Hold on. So at this time, right now, Honorable Charlene, so the Exhibit A will, when Ms. Nakai reads it into the record, we're only going to be talking on Anna's chapter's trailer for $12,120. Honorable Charlene, so?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, that's fine. We can proceed with that. And let me see here. Okay, I'll reserve my time, and if we can just include that amendment to Chavez, Honorable Karates, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, reserve your time at 4 minutes flat. With that, Ms. Nakai, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker and members of the council, this is an amendment to Amendment 3 sponsored by Charlene So. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new row, Charlene So, end of chapter trailer, $12,120. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment that shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Chairman Chairman Rick Nez, is there a request to modify?
Yes, I'll be okay with it. Mr. Speaker or Dana, do these require chapter resolutions?
No. The simple answer to the question is no. The only thing that's required is there has to be supporting documents to justify the amount. And in that case, the best thing to do, the best and only thing that we have been pushing, Honorable Chairman Nez, is making sure that there's a quote attached to it. But supporting documents is always something to have in order for that to push forward when we send it across the street to the president's desk. I don't know, Ms. Barbara, if you want to add anything else.
No, Speaker, that you are correct. We have not required chapter resolutions. Thank you.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Honorable Charlene So.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a moment ago, Ms. Barbroth had made a clarification as far as the classifications of heavy equipment. And I know that in the legislation, it does have Tohatchi security cameras listed in this request, not particularly this amendment, but it does have it listed in the legislation. Is that one that would be justifiable? Can we get some clarification on that, please? Thank you.
Speaker, I will defer that question to your staff. I don't remember working on that particular project.
Thank you. With that, I will refer that over to Chief of Staff, Ms. Cheryl Yazi, who has been working on that with DCD.
Thank you, Delegate Charles, Charlene. So with regards to legislation 0309, which is the original legislation, this action item was on the original legislation and was a printout from a list that we received from DCD. This is not an amendment. That the list that we received from DCD is the original legislation, which already came with the action item that you are addressing.
Okay. With that, Chairman Nez, so back to Amendment 3. You are okay with the modification for the end of the trailer, correct?
Yes, I'm good. I concur. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Honorable Freeland as a second.
Abiga, Speaker.
Okay. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Oh, Honorable Daniels in the queue on Amendment 3.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Keelan Begay on Amendment 3. Che, Honorable Keelan Begay on Amendment 3. He texts in.
Speaker.
Yes.
The Quidishing not not so debate ni a dash no. Hajland state land so yeah. I guess it comes down to the question if these are all just a need by the chapter or just a want by the chapter. We're abiding by somewhat limit to what were submitted to during the CARES funding. The CARES funding that deep ego chapters which Hodalia, the 90 million. These equipment, Sanki, it does on ego, but it's not hasnel. A co a digi, be a quackidit or a hash, because you go both the not. Down a chapters based on the equipment that you can, but she don't need. A couple data, why weren't the current amendment to kill it? It don't look a hundred hold, just a lot of it, all the mean, Labana, it on Australia, and a couple hit AC, that there a lab in the dark, Diego, none hit the kid, none hit the old case to go. A call dealer to some extent, Northern Agency. Or you and I date and I anti create a cocoa. If that's the case, I could have prepared to add additional equipment to my 5 chapters that I represent. A cocoa, but we were kind of limited to what was submitted that were denied. Jordan hito ni kla. A co ilhit elan so yeah. Quite but not this could list speaker because I don't sit this I did I don't know if we're just taking advantage just so that we support it but nonetheless could buy equity no a coco aslaha chocolate good oh use base of chapter and day according to and then I'm sure some of my chapters will probably say that other land hashi since at the just at the dot just as zinga to be hardest to hiki say later yard in the key to equip stay not kid chapters based on his hodalia yeah that in that his hodalia yeah it is a dot based on it hat ni johot ego go ebe bit hat this don't ego go cut it thought OPE Nisabani Krishna Hadlin song additionally speaker. Could you clarify that for me?
Che, Honorable Keelan BA, let me just, from my understanding, the legislation that was originally dropped 0309-20, we started working on this legislation, Ms. Barbara off the Speaker's office, working together with DCD. And in that, there was understanding that the goal was that we were going to get the chapter heavy equipment expenditure plan together for all the chapter equipment that the chapters uploaded into the portal that, as we now know that were not approved through the process. And these funds were approved through the process, or the expenditure of these funds were not approved through the process for all these chapters. And if you see that on the original documents that were given to us, there was 2 categories. There was one category that requests that were not submitted for online purchase requisitions, that they didn't meet the criteria in time. And then the ones that did submit for online requisitions. And those 2 criterias all came out with a total amount of $11,924,570.80. And through that process, Honorable Keelan Begay, this listing came directly from DCD. And this listing that came directly from DCD and Dr. Yellowman Shop working together with her employees stated that there was an opportunity for the chapters when Honorable Freeland's legislation passed and went through for the $90 million. These chapters have identified that they needed this heavy equipment in there. So this heavy equipment was the one that was uploaded through the portal system. Fortunately, this specific listing was the one that came directly from DCD. But the opportunity, though, is that there was some chapters through the process who did not get the information, or who were told inaccurate information that said heavy equipment was not allowed. So chapters did not at that time think that they could apply for heavy equipment in their as an option in order for them to upload that information through the portal system. So that's the reason why we said we're working together with everybody to get everything associated. This heavy equipment original listing has morphed and developed through the recommendations from our colleagues, to our chapters, through the recommendations from DCD and clarity from the assistance from Speaker's office. And now we are sitting at the recommendation right now of, where is it? This is it?
Yeah.
So as of right now, Honorable Keon Begay, with the amendments going through the process to this point, we have gone from $11,123,305 to a total amendment that was garnered in the new Exhibit A, adding in $12,173,540. So a total amount of $23,296,845 is what's been given towards us. And this opportunity has been given to all the chapters. And working together, the Speaker's office staff has worked together with each one of the agencies and colleagues to reach out if there was any further amendments for your recommendations and for the chapter's recommendations in order for them to go ahead and get the services that is needed. Again, this is only for the heavy equipment expenditure plan. Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker Damon, may I respond also? Delegate Nez?
Yes, go ahead and say, I'll go back to you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon, as well as Sitzilla, Honorable Keon Begay. At the minute, like I did yesterday with the roads at Kimbasha, based on that, so okay. Northern Agency, what I did was I went back to my chapters when we were told to refer this back to Navajo. And my chapters came up with resolutions. They met with the staff as well as their chapter officials and said, one of my chapters had 12 equipment on there. They didn't order hardly any PPEs, but they just wanted heavy equipment. So I had to talk to them and pretty much plead with them, tell them that this citizen funds, this is no longer CARES Act money. Let's downsize your 12 equipment requests down to 1 or 2, I said. So they went down to 2, which I was pretty good with. And then most of my chapters are just asking for small things like a vehicle and a water tank and, just backhoes. So I have 6 chapters so that I'm looking after. I don't know about my amending these, their chapters they represent, but I believe that this is a special session. We're legislators, we're legislating, we're creating a law. We have that right to do that, to amend and request. So if you all request things, that's really up to you for your chapters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez. That, colleagues, any other?
Speaker, can I add something, please?
Yes, Ms. Barbara, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to remind the delegates looking at the requests that I'm getting that these are CSN funds. They're not UUFB funds. So CSN funds have very specific purposes set by statute. And they are generally, and the legislation sets forth what the purposes can be, but they're generally infrastructure related for community or economic development. So when I am getting requests for things such as computer accessories, printer, ink, and paper, those types of things, those do not qualify under the CSN fund. So I just wanted to give the delegates a reminder on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I do have Honorable Wilson Stewart in the queue. So Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's a Speaker. Auto and the colleagues of 24th Navajo Nation Council, Auto staff, good evening, each and every one of you. Speaker, I just want to express some of my concerns, just to be heard on the record as well. Is that
Honorable Stewart, we're losing you.
Request the VA that come. I know with my chapter, I need to get all these requests. Can you hear me?
Honorable Stewart, I can. You're going in and out on your cell phone service. Honorable
Can you
Stewart?
hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Are we good now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. I was saying that pictures from here, you should not need out that.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, your service is very choppy.
Community done Lenigi, not just directly with community membership by ourselves.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, your service is very, very choppy. Honorable Stewart, you there?
Speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I was saying that through us as delegates at GA, we work with our chapters the best way that we can. Otto, what Chairman Ricknez stated, and going back to our chapters, we went back to our chapters, we asked them, you even reached out to us, including the staff, as to what we needed or what our chapters were asking for. Our chapters and our chapter leaders. And I think that, with these requests that are coming in, I think that each of us delegates need to be cognizant of what we're going to be requesting for. We have to be respectful of the other colleagues as well. And not add so much into this legislation. Joe, Ms. Barbara, it's using CSN fundings. We say we want to generate it for the community, for the generations to come. Yet we're pulling this out again. And then it makes me wonder, we hear on here at times, are they wants or are they needs within the community? We're in a pandemic. How are certain things needs within that community? That's what I want to express, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson Stewart. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 3? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And, I'm just trying to do the best I can. Colleagues, there was some challenges getting the information. And so, but we received additional information from our chapters that made initial requests, and we're just providing that information. Chairman Nez, I would respectfully ask if you could consider adding the Gadiai chapter. That information is ready, and the staff did receive that. And I think that's the best I could do. And in seeing that there's other delegates who are going to modify their list too. Thank you. And I'll reserve my time.
Okay, thank you. Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 29 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Ms. Lanka, you got it? You're going to read it into the record.
Your Speaker and members of the council, this is regarding number 3. It's an add-on sponsored by Amber Crotty. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Amber Crotty, Gadiai chapter, truck with flatbed, 64,000. Oops. You took it away. $64,888. Amber Crotty, Gadiai chapter, meal delivery van, $64,860. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $129,748 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, did you send it out? Or was it sent out? Okay, we're sending that out, Chairman Nez. But Chairman Nez, there's a request to modify.
I concur with Gadiai chapter's request through Honorable Crowley.
All right, with that, Honorable Freeland. As a second, are you good on the motion to modify? Honorable Freeland.
Sorry, Speaker, I was muted. Yes, I'm fine. I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, let's continue on down back to reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, 4 minutes on Amendment 3.
I'm going to waive my time. If you can come back to me on the next go round, that'd be good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 3? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 2 minutes and 29 seconds.
This is Eugenio, Speaker.
Oh, Chairman Henio. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, do you mind if I go to Chairman Henio first?
Please, thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Chairman Henio, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see you in the queue. I didn't get a message.
I'm sorry to the Speaker, Damon. I'm trying to unmute myself here, and I kept making some great speeches, but too bad nobody heard it. This on this amendment number 3, again sponsored by Chairman Nez, and this one thought that comes to mind, all the comments that we're listening to, and it is true that we did have ample time, but at the same time, there are things that come up at the last minute, things that our chapters need, our staff that come and say, oh yeah, well, this is what we also need, and especially our chapter workers that are there that need these special type of equipment. Actually, some of them are really out there, but there's simple pieces of equipment, like for Alamo chapter, they're in need of a forklift to get these big pallets off the truck, and at the same time they need a pallet jack just to move stuff around within the chapter, because at the chapter there's a CSC that's that she's by herself. At the same time, there's hardly any PEP workers there. So I was going to ask if I could ask Chairman Rick Nez if he could add these 2 pieces of equipment to his listing, and I sent the amendment to Manuel, and if Manuel could read that, it's just like less than $6,000 worth of equipment. Idea of Chairman Nez, and Manuel, I believe he has the amendment that I was going to propose. I reserve my time to let Speaker Damon Shinanta.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Ms. Nakai, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is an amendment. This is an add-on to the amendment number 3 sponsored by Chairman Henio. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Jamie Henio, Alamo Chapter, forklift carrier, $4,890. Jamie Henio, Alamo Chapter, pallet truck, $1,050. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $5,940 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. You also have attached the quotations. Mr. Speaker.
With that, sorry, I'm losing my voice. What's going on? With that, Chairman Henio's request to modify Chairman Nez.
I concur. He's only asking for 9,000, 5,000. 5,000. So thank you.
Okay. With that, Honorable Freeland, you good?
Diego Alamo, Abiga.
Are you Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the main motion of Amendment 3? Let me go, if there's no more comments, let me go back to anybody texting? We go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 2 minutes and 29 seconds.
Speaker, I yield my time. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on down. Chairman Heaney, you have 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Waiting for my time for the Speaker Damon.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Nez here.
Let me go to Honorable Charlene, so you don't have any more time. You waived your time.
No, Shizette, I said come back to me on the next go around in reserve time.
Oh, she did? Oh. Okay, never mind.
I concur that.
I'm looking at the wrong one, 355. Honorable Charlene, so go ahead.
Thank you, Shizette.
Thank you for correcting me.
Before we proceed, I do want to make just one change. I did submit it to Dana just a moment ago. Just the wording on the legislation. I do have number 35 in Northern Charlene, so Mexican Water listed as truck for $30,963.25. Truck needs to be changed to UTV. That was on our submissions. And number 36, water truck needs to be changed just to truck. Reserve my time.
Speaker, this is Dana. I do believe that Delegate Charlene's request that she was just describing right now, that that can be changed without an amendment. The schedule can just be, it's more of a technical amendment, and that can be done without a formal amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, we can change that, Honorable Charlene. So that's coming from the original legislation that was documents that were given to the Speaker's office specifically from DCD. So those corrections can be made.
Okay.
All right. So you're good, Honorable Charlene. So.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Okay, reserve your time at 2 minutes, 55 seconds. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. I'm really concerned, Sananta. I went back to my chapters and I told them to downsize their equipment, and they did, and I'm glad they did. And as I was speaking yesterday about equity as well for roads, I strongly believe this also should apply here today. I believe that we need to, what I'm requesting, what I would like to do is modify our Amendment 3. I would like to remove Shiprock chapter with 9 equipment That is a lot of equipment, and I just cannot have that on this amendment to modify. I think that should be a standalone amendment that should be debated by council. Thank you.
Strike it out. You would strike out those ones. With that, Honorable Freeland, the request to modify as a second.
Okay, Speaker.
All right. Request to modify is corrected. So everything with Shiprock is taken out, Chairman Nez. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 3? There's none. Let me go back to Honorable Charlene So, reserve time 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
I'll waive my time, Speaker.
Okay. Now she's waived her time. Put it right in my notes this time. Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, if there's no other comments, questions on Amendment 3, went once, went twice, went 3 times. Second reading on Amendment 3. You just do it from there. Here, let's look on.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, Amendment 3, sponsored by the Honorable Rick Nez and seconded by Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Rick Nez, Upper Fruitland Chapter Truck, $66,966.80. 2, adjust the amount set on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $66,966.80 made here, page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. Added to that amendment is an addition sponsored by Delegate Crotty. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new row. Amber K. Crotty, Baclavato Chapter Vehicle, $42,258. 2, adjust the amount set forth in the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. And then the third request, which became the second request because you've deleted the second request, which was from the Shiprock chapter. Sponsored by Charlene So. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new row. Charlene So, Aneth Chapter Trailer, $12,120. 2, adjust this amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4, excuse me. And then the amendment that was made by Honorable Amber Crotty, Gadi Ahe Chapter Truck with Flatbed, $64,888. Amber Crotty and Gadi Ahe Chapter Meal Delivery Van, $64,860. Adjust the amounts set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 24. Then the final addition to this Amendment 3 was made by the Honorable Chairman Henio. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Jamie Henio, Alamo Chapter Forklift Carrier, $4,890. Jamie Henio, Alamo Chapter Pallet Truck, $1,050. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $5,940 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. Did you want me to read the Shiprock one that was deleted? Okay, so that concludes the second reading for Amendment 3, Mr.
Thank you. With that, let's go to board on Amendment 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater,
Honorable,
green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. I'm going back up.
Winika votes
Elmer
green.
Begay. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable
Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. 19 in favor on amendment number 3, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, we are back. Oh. Okay. Moving on down, back to the main motion. Honorable Charlene So on the main motion.
Speaker, I'll reserve my time for the next go around. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Hello, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, I did actually make some amendments to my list, and I just want to inform my colleagues again that on January 6, 2021, I did meet with my community via teleconference. This meeting was announced on KNDN, on Facebook, and people were texted, and then they were also called and informed about the meeting. We had a total of 30 to 35 people in attendance. Farmers made up a majority of the calls, the people who called in, and there was actually 2 young people who attended, who have never attended any of the chapter meetings. I didn't know who they were, but when they learned about it on Facebook, they wanted to take part in the conversation as well, and they spoke on behalf of their grandparents who were also farmers. So I feel that I did do due diligence as far as reaching out to the community. And I'm sorry, Speaker?
Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Sorry, Madam Chair, sorry. That was my fault. I didn't mute myself.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the amendment that was sent out, that was supposed to be part of Amendment 3, I did learn that a backhoe was recently purchased with the citizen funds that was given to Shiprock. So I will be removing one backhoe from that amendment. And then the tools that were added on there, I thought that those were attachments that were for assisting farmers, but I learned that they're actually tools for maintenance, so I'm removing that as well. And then the last one is, so there should, so we have, I'm sorry, the grader should be removed, the backhoe, and then the tools. So the only 3 things that should be on that list is the excavator, and the reason for the excavator is to help assist farmers in cleaning out the drainage areas, and then also the irrigation. Then there's also a crawler and also a steer that has been requested. Dana did send that just now with the amendments. So with that, I'm requesting that this be Amendment 4. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time. Hello, Speaker?
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair. I'm just talking with staff. We're trying to find it. Yeah, we have it.
Speaker, just maybe a point of.
Okay, reserve your time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton on the main motion, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. And amendment number 4. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Hold on. Chairman Hino, Was that you stating something, a question, or? Chairman Henio? Or somebody say something? Was it Chairman Henio? I didn't hear him what he said. Okay. Well, let's move forward. On amendment number 4, if you could read that into the record, Ms. Nakai.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is amendment number 4, sponsored by the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Excavator, $74,094. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Crawler Dozer, $203,838. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Steer Loader, $56,710. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $334,642 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton's a motion. Is there a second?
Question and privilege, Speaker, before you recognize the second, Henio.
Oh, yeah. Chairman Henio, question and privilege?
Yes, I have been having problems with my signal here. I missed out on Amendment 3. Is it too late to vote green? That's my question.
Did you? Yes. Honorable Chairman Henio, I did, before I even recognized the motion, I did call for you, but I couldn't hear you. And that was right before Ms. Nakai started reading the amendment and before I recognized Madam Chair Charles Newton's as a motion. So I did recognize Madam Chair Charles Newton's motion already, Chairman Henio. So unfortunately, once the motion is accepted after the vote, I can't recognize your vote, Chairman Henio. Okay. Madam Chair Charles Newton's motion, is there a second on amendment number 4?
Yellow
Going
hair,
once.
I'll go for it.
Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 4? Going once? Going twice?
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. Speaking to the amendment. I know we, on the original legislation, we had some listing. Is this in addition to Shiprock Chapter's request on the original legislation? Even I did this case, I don't know, Western though, like from my region, just one backhoe, Ojeto, one backhoe, I don't know, Shanto, a backhoe. Not on topic and out and all. Oh, yeah. you at on date oh which it on date oh yet ko do na ga ita date ko do you ba ka ta chol dai da ai ta ma ko da kwai hol just do you na ga ita the word equity or ge gi ya so da ki host ego kan fi ke so ya en so ko do ko se fa ni hote aro na ko do na ga ita ki ko do ben ge ha de ya ki ko do this legislation aro de ko do ko do na ga ita COVID related na lo it's is na lo ben ge ha de ya de ha lo so na ga ita just ni with the CARES Act Francia na like backhoe to later to the idolish. Those were we were told it's not allowed. So Obiga John Hito need a ho. So even as you deep at the knock about legislation to utilize the citizen fund. So Kodona great laid band that on Nishiki to city related to COVID-19. Backhoe up has in it so idolish. I don't know with roads that I don't know I don't let it I know I don't know other COVID related. I don't know the same with the grader. So I don't know the grader. Age was how to let it look at how to see that all cheese or how to not see that store less. To make roads pass so that is Tino. The rate of that yes to have that term for snow removal. So that that's even yeah that the that kilo check or that or that but yeah could have can't have so they I don't know could have the could on the rate or you ha because some could and meme the name yaki could it on the rate throughout the Navajo Nation throughout the chapters the rate 110 chapters in my area we have farmers go out of lake job in the co so you what as an ha your lessons when they hot horn is cut so the rate sa ko do na rate ben da sheet na sen it obi hit zones and the kare be da hit zo van di kai di da ko de yo shit is ko so it is also about $3. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. 1 minute, 19 seconds. We go back to, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Then we go back to the sponsor. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Otto Shiaj, thank you for bringing those concerns up. As far as this amendment goes, Shiprock is really unique because it's not only the largest chapter on the Navajo Nation, but we also have the largest number of farmers. Many of these farmers supplied food during the COVID pandemic. In fact, there was recently through the New Mexico Indian Affairs Department, there was a recognition of the farmers there in Shiprock, the traditional farmers, who were recognized, and they were even given a grant to assist the Eastern Agency with agricultural food. And so it is COVID related. It has been recognized. These requests are being made from farmers. As I stated earlier, I did call a meeting with the community of Shiprock. This meeting was announced on KNDN. It was announced on Facebook. People were called and they were texted. Normally at our chapter meetings, we probably get between 25 to 30 active chapter attendees, but with this call, we got 30 to 35 people who were on the call, and a majority were farmers who were talking about what they were going through. And as we know, a lot of farmers have stepped up during this pandemic to supply food to people who are in need. As I stated earlier, that's what the Shiprock traditional farmers are doing for the Eastern Agency. And again, there was a press release that came out through the state of New Mexico Indian Affairs Department that recognized that effort that was being made. And so I agree that when we talk about equity, that is important. Again, Shiprock is the largest chapter on the Navajo Nation with over 8,000 voters that are in Shiprock and over 30,000 people who live there in Shiprock as well, per the census. And so I think that it is a matter of being equal. You know, there is that equity that's there. There is a reason behind these machines being asked by the farmers who I did have a meeting with. And I'm glad that, you know, that there is questions about, you know, the lists that have been submitted. I know that in our community, the community is eager to have regular chapter meetings like they used to before. And in fact, I do recall the first chapter meeting that was called back in September for Shiprock. There were a lot of people who were frustrated because they weren't able to voice their concerns, or they weren't able to voice in any of the chapter meetings because we still have just the elected officials. And so I brought this up the last time when we did discuss, you know, I brought up the issues that Kealan Begay brought up, also the issues that Wilson Stewart brought up, and then also these issues that are being brought up now by Herman Daniels about, you know, is this a fair, you know, look at what the needs are? And I can honestly say that after speaking to the farmers and hearing what their concerns are, and because there's a large portion, I'd say maybe about 60% of the lands in the Shiprock area are made up of farms. There is a concern about whether their needs were really being met with the letter that was submitted on behalf of the chapter. But it does bring the issue of whether the voices of the people are really being heard. And I feel in this sense that I can say with 100% certainty that I am speaking on behalf of the people, because I did call this meeting with my community, and I was able to ask those questions. And we did, as was stated by Delegate Rick Nez, there were many requests for equipment, but we did come down. And so right now, I think because we are the largest chapter, because we represent the largest number of farmers, because Shiprock is working with other agencies to supply food, and because this is all COVID related, I think that I am being reasonable in the equipment that I'm submitting here on behalf of the people, the 3 equipments that are listed. So with that, I appreciate the questions and the concerns, and again, I stand open for questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 4?
This is Hino to the speaker.
Chairman Hino, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Speaker Davis, Port Navajo Nation Council. On this amendment, listening to the conversation, I do agree, share the same sentiments with Delegate Herman Daniels. At the same time, listening to the explanation, meaning that this equipment will be used by the farmers throughout Houston. And at the same time, I'm just sitting here thinking, what does the chapter stand on their policies of heavy equipment? And when it comes to loaning out equipment, it becomes an issue with insurance, risk management, having a person that's not heavy equipment operator certified to operate these equipment when it comes to wear and tear, liability, certain things. And so this kind of presents a problem for me as far as these equipment that are being purchased. How it makes it sound like the chapter has a whole crew of heavy equipment operators that will be out there each day operating these heavy equipments for the community people there. And so I'm just wondering if that's the case, or if it's going to be loaned out, then to what extent, or is the guarantee that this the person that is being loaned out to is heavy equipment operator certified, that they know how to use it, and not bringing it back in one piece. So that's just a concern I have. And Speaker Davis, I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 7 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 4? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 19 seconds.
Thank you, Kudo. Mr. Speaker, Kudo. I don't know, Kudo. To the amendment, Kudo. Actually, Kudo, Babansi, Kesi, Banso, Kesi, Ashing, Kudo, eat Adoles, Kudo, Sissanat, Arno, Seniki, Ado, Ashisa, the nation, so Echo, Kudo. I would ask the great council amendment that met on an such you. Is the Rakut Zeniki laid now to give a Baban to the case of the Neban to the case of Kudo. And what says it all this Kudo, Sissanat, Arno, Seniki. I think could keep an coordinator this could so could once for has all this Mr. Speaker could I don't know could I yield the rest of my time could thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Oh, hold on, we have one more before I go back to you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chairman Nez, good evening. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. When we say equity, I had to stress that with my chapters. And I had to tell them that I can't support this legislation if we have so many equipment that we're requesting. And I think maybe what we should have done at the very get-go was to make it clear that all delegates should only get one equipment per chapter. That would have been equitable throughout 110 chapters. The main equipment that is requested is a backhoe because of COVID-19, auto motor grader for some. I don't know why motor grader. I can understand why. But that's NDOT's job. NDOT, they have inventory of how many miles each chapter will receive. And they should tell us, and they blade roads every quarter. If we're to get motor graders for chapters, then we're going to have to find funding for a person who's licensed, and then pay for the employee as well. So we're looking at all this, and I think, so that's what we should have done was just ask for one equipment. No matter what the registered amount of voters were, one equipment per chapter. So just my comment. Thank you. Yeah.
Delegate Paul Begay.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez. We go on to Honorable Paul Begay, and then I'll come back to you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Paul
Thank
Begay.
you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable colleagues from the 4th Navajo Nation Council, the legislation sponsors. I believe the main reason why we ask for heavy equipment is COVID related. So backhoe is the number one equipment that everybody had in mind. There's so many different things that we're asking for. Is it wants or is it needs? Right now I'm thinking these people are calling, they're texting, they want this. No. They've been requested on that. Those are wants. That's a want list. Igesichito inchiki. Kwen and so then then. But if it on his transni, then it's not has linky. Ebe. Ebe be cut or washiki. Eye the nigga. Accord. But they had all have you all Black Friday in Halot. Oh, have you see that it's so bandy. I agree that maybe one or two items, heavy equipment, would have been good. One of my chapters only ordered a trailer. They have a backhoe. They just wanted the trailer to haul the backhoe around to where it's needed. I don't know what that got backhoe there, here and there from the 5 chapters. Nothing more. Because they all had about this case. Need equity had all need a how out that Ilya it on the Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez and then get out. See how they in a given now we write our own legislation to get vetoed. Oh, you'll be the height so. And she don't want to need ne. Oh, the hell, one such case. As you eager see, never cut over she. 80 about 3 case or at $8. Oh, about this case. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That, we go back to Madam Chair. Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and also the delegates who have raised concern about this amendment. I think it's really interesting that in this case I'm arguing about farmers who are providing food, and there's an issue with the equipment, yet there's not an issue with chapters adding on trucks and vehicles. And the same argument could also be made in that these are all needs of the chapters. But I just think it's a little, maybe a little ironic that it's food versus new vehicle. And I think that in the Shiprock chapter area, the farmers have really stepped up and really assisted the Navajo Nation with a lot of the traditional foods that we have grown accustomed to. And that's really what the Shiprock area is well known for. So I do want to just point that out. And then as far as the motor grader, we don't have that on our list. Again, these are equipment for farmers, and these were requests made by the people themselves who I had a meeting with. And I just want to say that, that I made those same arguments that are being made today. Exactly the same arguments. And I was told that these were needs and that it wasn't a Christmas list and it wasn't a want list. And, and I questioned a lot. And I believe I questioned and I said, if you look at the original CARES equipment and you compare it to what was submitted, are we going from need to want? And again, I was shot down in that argument. And yet we have, we have these arguments that are being presented today that are questioning, the equipment that are being proposed today. And, I find it really, I can't really justify how those arguments can be made when we're talking about food being provided to the nation. And the question of need versus want. And quite frankly, I'm not surprised that it's these delegates that are raising these issues. Again, I made those exact arguments the last time, and nobody listened. Nobody heard anything. And so I just think it's a little bit strange, I guess maybe in a way. I don't want to think too much into it because, people are listening. But I think overall, as I stated, Shiprock is the largest community on the Navajo Nation. And, Honorable Otto So always makes this argument. Are we, we talk about chapters, and yet we make this argument about people. So I represent one chapter, but it's the largest chapter on the Navajo Nation. And, and so I think it's just, it is a matter of equity because we serve more families. And again, we're serving outside of our community. And I use the example that the Shiprock farmers are assisting Eastern Agency with food. And these are some of the things that they ran into. And I think Delegate Hanyo made a good point about the, the equipment operators. That argument was also made the last two times that this legislation was brought forward. And it was never resolved. So I guess that argument would go across to every single delegate that has equipment. And again, this came up. Is there going to be enough to hire equipment operators to operate the equipment? Who is going to be in charge of insurance? Who is going to be in charge of maintenance? And I just kind of feel like, do we get to pick and choose what delegates we want to listen to or which arguments we want to listen to? Because I'm looking back at, the arguments that were being made, and I'm seeing the same arguments that are being made right now. But I didn't hear those arguments when there were other amendments being offered. And I think it's a little strange that we're arguing about equipment that will help produce food, and we don't even, bring into question some of the vehicles that are added onto the list, or as another delegate stated, the equipment for surveillance. So I just think it's kind of interesting. But I hope I was able to answer your questions and your concerns. And I think, you have the choice to vote red, or you have the choice to vote green. But I can say with 100% certainty that this list is probably the only list where the people were actually contacted and where the people actually got to speak to this issue. Not the chapter, the people. And that was the farmers here in Shiprock. So with that, Speaker, I hope I was able to answer all of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going down. Some new colleagues in the queue. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Okay, Speaker, Tele, Otto Kodoso, Charles, Chairwoman Charles, and I represent amendment number 4. Otto Kodogi, Yabansis case get out colleagues. But that's the amendment 4 the art a farm, but it a connection. Navajo Nation, I get the Department of Agriculture in Kefalo. Art is a lot based on Bahalo, so artishing a law, joint insurance in Kefalo. Or a law website, go to chapter website to go AI farm tractors that hello. Aaron that this plows the biggest so lot on the website. Aro Kodogi Nana through the communication with the chapter yeah there's balers being going to be purchased. So I could not, so again, it goes back to the communication. So what's being done with the chapter?
queue.
Speaker, Delegate
Honorable,
So.
that. Honorable Otto So, are you want to be in the queue?
Put me in the queue.
Go ahead, Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. So, listening to the conversation, I do agree that we had better planning to this entirety of this legislation. Would have been different. And Otto, as listening to the conversation, and I listened to other conversations that happen at council, a lot of us, we say our chapter is different. And just thinking about Shiprock. I once lived in that community. It's a farming community. Farms down there, all in the San Juan Valley to Cuddyite, Area 7, Hogback, only Fruitland, only those cages. That community is a hot and a community maybe like in maybe in Black Mesa. Their livelihood, each region, delegate region that we represent, it's legitimate. I do agree. Don't get me wrong that we would have done it differently. We would have put that equity in there, from the beginning. We wouldn't be here. And that was the same thing I was saying yesterday related to the roads, to the TPT. How the transportation plan, long-range transportation plan was developed. And you look at how the agencies got so many millions of dollars, and you have one agency getting a little over $13 million versus the other agency. So, fair and equitable. We need to really, really, really stand on those. And as we move forth, we have to support each other on these. Yeah, there's some chapters out there that I agree that you have to treat them as separate. Just like Chairman Hinio. He has Rama, Alamo, and Toajale. They're out on the outskirts. They're not clustered. And I agree those chapters have different needs, even though they're represented by one delegate. But there's delegate regions that have, you drive 10 miles, you're in 5 miles, you're in another chapter. You drive 2 miles, you're in another chapter. So, I lived among them years ago. They're farmers. That lives in San Juan Valley. And support this. Just like the previous amendment, I supported it. The previous amendment before then, if Slater would have went with his amendment related to the power line, I would have supported it. So, reserve my time. I don't need an answer.
Reserve your time with 40 seconds. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Chairman Hinio.
Okay, so today kala Speaker Davis and out of the 24 Nomination Council the amendment on the Tinigi the Kuya Shiba that the I don't could I no next Shiba to just got the I just say that I the even the same for you on it though that I did I don't know so hold just the tonight entity so even now you'll the rest of my time.
Thank you. I don't think there was any questions back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. So let me continue on. Honorable Otto, 40 seconds. Anybody else in the queue?
Thank you very much, Speaker. But I do agree that we need to move with this legislation and approve it, and we'll see what the president does. We know that the president already told us that he's going to veto it. He don't support it. Ko ADG at a oshi nase be nas be kudi neso be nada dite naga don ne ko if we really say it's for the people, we shouldn't say, you know, whether it come from one chapter that has one large community or a chapter that has a small community of population. Since it's for the people, don't segregate the Navajo chapters out there. We talk about the people's fund. This is one of them, and this is what their wishes are.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board, nobody with reserved time. Ready to go? Are we voting? On amendment number 4. Once. And twice. Going 3 times. Go to the board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kay Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kay Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kay Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesvot Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesvot Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesvot Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate J votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green. I vote green. I'm sorry. I was muted.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Eugene So, green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul
Green.
Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, 17 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 4. That, let's go back to the main motion.
Thank you, colleagues.
Everybody else in the queue. So let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Member Crotty, 3 minutes and 48 seconds on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe at this point, I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Good afternoon, Speaker and 24th Nomination Council. I'm hoping that this legislation will not be vetoed. I think we're ready to vote. Some of these monies are going to be used for the COVID-19, especially the White Ruins Water Project. Appreciate it, colleagues, for voting on that. It's been since 1868. They haven't had new water in that area. I really appreciate your help in voting for that. And moving forward, heavy equipment. It was promised through the CARES Act, but thank for the sponsor on behalf of opening up the door to provide this heavy equipment. Was COVID related. 110 chapters need heavy equipment out there, and that's what they were requesting. It's a need, it's not a want. And I see that as a leader and legislature of the Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Speaker, hopefully we will move forward with this and help our people and expedite this funding for the purposes of what is in the legislation. Thank you, Speaker. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes, 55 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater going once. Honorable Slater going twice. Slater, we're moving on. That, Honorable Yellow Hair. 4 minutes, 58 seconds, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
I'll waive it, my friend. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable
I'll
Yellow
waive my
Hair.
time.
Thank you.
I'll waive my time.
Okay, thank you. That,
Yeah.
moving on down, on reserve time. Chairman Nez, 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
I'll waive my time, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Moving on down, Honorable Charlene So, 4 minutes, 57 seconds.
Speaker, I will waive my time.
That, Honorable Charlene So, thank you. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 15 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, I will waive my time. Thank you.
That, thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, on the reserve time. That, moving on down, a new colleague in the queue, Honorable Keon Begay. Che, floor is yours. Then I'll go back to the sponsor, Chairman Daniel So.
Speaker, I'd like to make a $20 million amendment. Amendment. What amendment that is Leader? Amendment 3?
5.
Amendment 5. Let me strike the first comment that I made, Speaker. Hoping we take it as a humor. We're too serious here. But I'd like to offer an amendment. I sent an email to the Legislative Council to see if we insert a language, unless it's already in there, that this particular dollar amount that the Navajo Nation will seek reimbursement from the FEMA administration or other congressional fundings, appropriations. We know that there are additional funding that will be coming forth that was signed last month by the current Washington administration, and there's also a proposed Recovery Act bill that's going to potentially be introduced with the incoming administration. So, language be that it's a equipment siki purchase delia a just has some base of cheesy a hot aimed lako Washington based on liniki not being the not tapping a hot egg go a na sadiki so and so additional. So I don't know if if our legislative council had drafted up the amendment AD Kodo amendment been non-starter as chairman, speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time, Honorable Keon Begay at 2 minutes, 48 seconds. We have not received anything here at the chambers. Ms. Barbroff, I refer to you.
Speaker, no, I have not gotten to Delegate Keelan Begay's request. I can't even find it on my email. I will get to it next. I'm finishing a big amendment for Auto So, which I will have out in about 5 minutes. And then I will go to Delegate Keelan Begay's.
Thank you. Keelan Begay. Your amendment isn't ready at this time.
Speaker?
Yeah, it was never sent to my office.
Speaker?
Hold on.
Delegate Otto.
Hold on, Honorable Otto. So can you?
It's a question privilege. Question privilege.
Hold on. Was Honorable Keon? I know, but is there exact language in his email? Okay, so hey Dana, that email from Honorable Keon Begay was forwarded to you by Miss Sherilyn Yazzie.
Oh, okay. I just got it, just now.
All right. So with that, Honorable Otto So, question of privilege.
Speaker? Yes, Dana, can you just strike my amendment? I'm sorry. I know you probably put a lot of time into it.
Yeah, I did.
I really appreciate it, but just strike my amendment. That's okay.
I'm finished with it. I am finished with it if you want it. I just am copying the document.
Okay. All right, just hold on to it yet. Thank you. That's all, Speaker. Allen.
Hey, any other comments, questions, colleagues? There's no comments, questions. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
I'll waive my time, Speaker.
Waive your time. That. Ms. Barbara, pertaining to Honorable Keelan Begay's amendment, how long do you think
I don't have it finished yet, Speaker.
No,
Give me just a second. I just got it.
Okay, so what I'm asking, Ms. Barbara, is how long do you think it's going to take? Because I'm going to go into recess.
Yeah, I think going into recess would be terrific. Probably about 20 minutes, except if other delegates have amendments, if they request, if they could just go ahead and get them into me. I'm still waiting on a quote for Delegate Eugene So. If anybody could help him with that, that would be terrific. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, staff reach out to Honorable Eugene So and Ms. Stedman, see what's going on with that. Colleagues, I'm going into recess. We're going into recess. Time now is 6:38. We're going to recess for 30 minutes. 7:10. Went back in at 7:10.
What type of help does Delegate Eugene So need, Speaker?
I don't know. We're reaching out to him right now.
Okay, so you'll have staff help him?
Yeah, we have staff helping him.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
You just probably need a quote, and we might have one. That. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's go ahead and get restarted out of recess. If you're just joining us, thank you very much for being with us this evening. We are on legislation 0309-20 and sponsored by myself, Honorable Freeland, and Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So is actually the co-sponsor for this evening. Thank you very much, Chairman. That, colleagues, we did take a recess for 30 minutes. And time now, I stated we were gonna come back out of recess at 7:10. Time is 7:11. So with that, let's go ahead and do a roll call. Get things going, and we can move on from there.
Don't say that.
Well, Linda, we're gonna do a roll call now.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keelan is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present. Yeah.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present for the meeting. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Good evening, Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty is present.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Helena is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Mahino is present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not
Delegate James
answer roll
present.
call. Honorable
Delegate
Vince
James
James
present.
answered. Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond
Present.
Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Winika is present.
Honorable Jimmy
Otto
Yellowhair.
present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Freeland's here. Sorry.
Honorable Eugene So.
I'm here. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 19 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. At 19 members present, back into session at 7:19 p.m. That, colleagues, we were on a request by Anbokian Begay. Is that request ready now? Was it sent out? Tim, can you put the other screen up? Go ahead. It's not Kai if you want to read into the record now. I'll read it to record.
So this is amendment.
By Honorable Keelan Begay. Amendment number 5 then, or 6.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is Amendment 5. On page 8, line 24, insert new section as follows. Section 7, Citizen Fund Reimbursement. The Citizen Fund shall be reimbursed for any eligible expenditures set forth in this legislation from any FEMA reimbursements and/or other federal funding, specifically including additional congressional appropriations for COVID-19 related relief made available to the Navajo Nation. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker. Members of the
Okay.
council and speaker, this, what I just read was Amendment 6. I apologize.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, the motion by Honorable Keelan Begay, is there a second?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Anybody texting in? No one has texted in. Going once. Going twice. Going
Speaker,
3 times.
Delegate Daniel, so question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Chairman.
Yes, on my notes, I have this to be amendment number 5. Amendment 3 was Chairman Ricky Nez. And then Amendment 4 was Eugenia Charles Newton. And then Amendment 5 would be this particular one.
It's Chairman, it's kind of confusing, and the reason why is because this legislation went to NABI, and then it went to council, and then it went back to NABI, and then it's back at council. And if you look back onto the committee report from the NAPKEATIC committee meeting, and then on January 7th, and then previously the council session on December 23rd, you'll see that adding those particular amendments up, we would be back onto amendment number 6.
Thank you. I stand corrected.
It's not that, Chairman. It's and it also is include, and the reason why is because it's including a NAPKEATIC committee amendment that we have to recognize as in there too as well. That happened when Nabi struck out Exhibit A for the new Exhibit A. And we had to make sure that that was in there too as well, or else there would be no Exhibit A, Chairman Daniel. So, but that's the reason why the language is in there, renumbering, relitter, succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly, so that when we adjust it, that the adjusted language is available for staff to go ahead and make sure that all the amendments are correctly adopted into the engrossed document. Chairman Daniel. So.
Ako sila kaya doon sa delegation.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. With that, colleagues, we were ready to vote on amendment number 6. What I'm thinking right now is, can Nabi strike out?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Nabi strike out council amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
So we're back to Amendment 5.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Winika votes green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 0 opposed.
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker.
this is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Doug Brown votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, the vote is 19 in favor and 0 opposed.
That, colleagues, 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you. That, colleagues, we go back to we are back to the main motion. That on the main motion. Any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue. I can go back to reserve time.
Delegate James here.
Okay. 2 minutes, 48 seconds.
With the rest of my time, Speaker. With the rest of my time.
With the rest of your time. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0309-20?
Delegate James here.
Honorable Vince James. Good evening.
Good evening, Shanother. Other members of the council. I sent out an email to you guys all for an amendment for Ganado Fire Department requesting for equipment in the amount of $2,644,380. So if I can have that read into the record, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Did you get it? Peggy? Okay, wait. This is a legislation. Oh, okay, all right. Clarify it's Amendment 6 now. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is Amendment 6 on page 1, lines 15 through 20, insert new wording as follows. An action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Resources and Development Committee, and the Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council allocating $11,924,571 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development. And is new language, adopting the Citizen Fund Chapter Heavy Equipment Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508, allocating $33,876,114 from the Citizen Fund to the Department of Water Resources. And is underscored as new language, adopting the Citizen Fund Department of Water Resources Emergency Projects Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. New language, allocating $2,644,380 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development and adopting the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. Let's see. Can you advance it? Page 6, line 11, insert new paragraphs as follows. P, this is all new language. P, Ganado Fire District is a political subdivision of the state of Arizona that serves the communities of Ganado, Steamboat, Kindathechi, Clagato, Cornfields, Wood Springs, Cross Canyon, Bashpi, and Toye, and others. Ganado Fire District is requesting $2,644,380 in citizen funding to purchase 10 emergency vehicles for use in serving the above listed Navajo Nation communities, Exhibit C. O, this is continuing new language. Ganado Fire District has provided a listing of its monthly emergency activity statistics as compared to those of the Navajo Nation Police Department for the first 7 months of 2020 and all of 2019, Exhibit C1. These statistics show an urgent need for the fire apparatus and rescue/medical support or transport units that Ganado Fire District is requesting for use in the above listed Navajo Nation communities. A new R. Ganado Fire District has provided its 2019 through 2020 and its 2020 through 2021 budgets, Exhibit C-2. These budgets show a shortfall such that the $2,644,380 in funding is needed for Ganado Fire District to obtain the requested equipment. Ganado Fire District has provided detailed descriptions of the fire apparatus and rescue/medical transport units that it is requesting, Exhibit C-3. New S, the Navajo Nation chapters of Ganado, Steamboat, Kindathechi, Clagato, Cornfields, Jedito, Noslini, Greasewood Springs, and the District 17 Council have all requested funding for the purchase of the fire apparatus and rescue/medical transport units for Ganado Fire District as shown in Exhibit C4. Page 6 at line 18, add the following. Are the Navajo Nation finds that using the Citizen Fund for the purchase of emergency vehicles as set forth in Exhibit C is within the purposes of 12 NNC Section 2502 A1 and is in the best interest of Navajo communities and the Navajo people. Page 8 at line 23, add the following new sections. Advance. Let's see. I can't advance it.
Oh, what? Oh, hold on.
New section 7, new language, allocation of $2,644,380 to the Division of Community Development and adoption of the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan. New A, new language, the Navajo Nation hereby allocates $2,644,380 $80 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development to implement the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan as detailed in Exhibit C. A new B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan as set forth in this resolution and in Exhibit C. A new Section 8, new language, approval and adoption of Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan administration. New language, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the administration of the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan as follows. 1, new language, the Navajo Nation controller shall determine whether the source of the $2,644,380 allocation from the Citizen Fund will be from the fund principal or fund income or a combination of both. 2, the funds allocated for the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan shall be distributed to the Division of Community Development within 10 days following enactment of this legislation. A new 3, upon receipt of $2,644,380 in citizen funds, the Division of Community Development shall promptly purchase the emergency vehicles listed in Exhibit C and arrange for delivery of the vehicles and transfer of vehicle titles to the Ganado Fire District. A new 4, new language, Ganado Fire District shall be responsible for operation, maintenance, and repairs of the emergency vehicles and shall obtain appropriate liability and other insurance covering use of the emergency vehicles. The Navajo Nation shall not be liable for any condition or event pertaining to the emergency vehicles. A new 5, new language, the funds allocated for the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicles Expenditure Plan shall be used solely to purchase the emergency vehicles described in Exhibit C, and any and all cost savings shall be returned to the Citizen Fund once the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan is completed. And a new 6, the funds allocated for the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan shall revert to the Citizen Fund principal if not spent or encumbered within the 90 days of the distribution to the Division of Community Development upon unless recommended otherwise by the Resources and Development Committee and approved by the Nabikiatia Committee. Page 8, lines 24 through 7, Section 7, effective date. This legislation and the Citizen Fund Chapter Heavy Equipment and is overstricken. Department of Water Resources Emergency Projects. New language, and the Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle. And then existing language is expenditure plans. Overstricken is expenditure plan. Existing language as set forth above shall become effective pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2505. Add new Exhibit C, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Nakai, for that. On amendment number 6. Motions by Honorable Vince James. Is there a second? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times.
Charles Newton, second.
Here, Charles Newton. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 6? Going once.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel, Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead. On Amendment 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adonana Kodo colleagues. 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kodo, yeah, Kodo. Adonana Kodo dam, ki Donana Kodo Hunzata Hol Jasho. Ado Kodo, speaking to the amendment Kodo, Number 6, Sicilia. Could have been Yaki Koto, Delegate James. They look on Kieldo. A hunch of eligible. He had could have been in Yakudo. I don't know could great chapters. This legislation could also trade chapters they Bahati Yande or even with Aja Horn Milk or you a quick that we should land Claho. But could I need that the last term Law and Order Committee cause that down there for 2 years. Out of before that the Health Education and Human Services Committee. What Ashanan is a slago. I don't know Diego and does the Anu Naveko in I don't know the areas that they serve. So Aja could have bought net Nagadam. We don't know Nagadam cornfields. We are that I was possible. A one blazy them service as the service area. A one blad may con eligible. So the dash Kogo other areas, other districts, the great coins preservation on the go. Yeah, which in the hasti. Yeah, Liki, yeah, which in the hasti. The coalition should have Angela what Esohodo. I see Peso, the car to Bahwinson. I don't know the great Arjeta at Philistine as a Dada could only get Mr. Larry Cheat as it ante. It has it at the fire chief in Le. I don't know could only get I know that Law and Order Committee priority list they had loan il Hagis Sohlan so the Baban case public safety. I don't know fire and rescue that Hagi that's the hospital 1 all the way down to 10, that's 12, that's priority list. So it is but I did this I don't know this was I need to see that this is COVID related. That's not that but so our frontline people those are our frontline people. Out the chapters chapter expenditure plan. You need chapter. According to the coin, physically, yes, that is not of a last. Art means in la bonnet, not on that, so about this case. All the fire departments, fire stations on the Navajo Nation should shake. My favorite shake or the delegate Chairman So, Daniel So, all the way down to Chi. My brother, without that. Delegate Paul McKay, I don't know, at the very time, Naho Kosovo. Delegate Charlene Sojoy, Asbe Nahonel, out of Shido Aja, out of Quizoto, should say, Delegate Walker, I don't know, Quizona Great, Shahas Tweet, Mr. Delegate Elmer McKay, out of a Taita, the Nahas Alto, the Yego Benich, how the order. Halita Badi, Nation so either, yes, that it all lesson so Baba, first case all. So this would be nice if this was a standalone legislation. What Alan John legislation from a bank this case could Sicilia it auto Baba Oshka, the Schnitty Shadow. So it could about seat or less. Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Okay, with that time, 27 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Nez, the floor is yours. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. Ado Nanta Beshwasa Amna Senege. I understand that we have 3 fire stations over here also. One at Upper Fruitland by Nappy,
one at Shiprock and one at Newcomb. I'm wondering what equipment they would need, vehicles, fire vehicles. And as Honorable Daniel stated, perhaps we can table this legislation and go back to our fire stations and see what they need also. I'm just thinking about what we're doing now. Chapters A had a need the chapter equipment request. Got a fire station, but maybe we should include other areas as well. Two of my chapters had asked for equipment when I asked them, is that what you want? You're requesting 2 new chapter houses is what I told them. They would rather have 2 new chapter houses. And Oban's case. How did this legislation emanate? What was the real intent? And so I own this case. So I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
That, Chairman, is 3 minutes and 1 second. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody on the board. We go back to the sponsor.
Here. Speaker.
Let me go to, are you Chairman Hinu?
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, let me go to Chairman Hinu and then Vice Chair Walker. And then I'll go back to the sponsor. Chairman Hinu?
As a again, I think the speaker day next national council. The amendment in just position the idea. The legislation was to fund Navajo chapters and Navajo entities. But now we're extending beyond that to fund Arizona entities, the state entities. I don't know if this is what the intent. That's a question for legislative council. Is it right to fund Arizona political subdivision entities with this legislation? This money. That's my question. One question, first question. So I'll reserve my time until I get that answer.
3 minutes, 57 seconds. That question is directed to you, Ms. Barbroff. I'll come back to you after we go to Vice Chair Walker and then go back to the sponsor and then give you some time to think about that question, Ms. Barbroff. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Speaker, though, members of the council, and then the listening audience. Good evening to everyone. Chairman I want to, I guess, line up my thoughts and comments with his concerns and his questions and his thoughts there to the waiting on the legislation. I know we all want to move forward. We want to, see this happen, but there's also considering all things considered, I guess. We look at our communities, the districts that we represent. We have tremendous amount of need right now. Called Eben Nashiko. Hajo Wadiaki Ida Pikaho. Queenson. Hajo Koto. Hajo Ko. Ado Hajo. Adon the Zonako. Without that, it Niki Ebakada Kijon Sonako Sunanta. I think I was thinking
that as leaders we could further discuss, say, things like farming, agricultural issues and agricultural interests that we have, and that some of our communities are doing right now, are trying to do. With the ECHO, I appreciated the discussion focusing on the Shiprock area along the San Juan River. That's a tremendous resource, and it's Navajo resource, and it's permanent. And then you go down to Southwest Navajo, where the communities that I represent, all we could do is dry land farming, unless we drill for wells, and unless we tap into the aquifer that we sit on, then we would be having tremendous amount of resources also. But to get to that, you'd have to spend a lot of money. You have to have a lot of resources. Because I think our people and future generations certainly deserve that. Thinking about that, I hope that we one day soon maybe have our version of our own farm bill, farm aid, dedicating our financial resources towards farming. Additionally, I want to just say that I support the idea of maybe holding off on this legislation. Let's look at it carefully again, because we're obviously moving in another direction, it seems like. And if we're doing that, we should be all able to line up with amendments, to address some of our needs out there, emergency services, fire services. All of us can relate to that. The farming, my area has a lot of interest in that. Like I said, I want to reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 33 seconds. And let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable James. Honorable James.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
I should have on Speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kado, see that amendment for Ganado Fire Department. The Shinigi AA frontline workers. Ado Kado the chapter. Lenigi AJ with a piece the store Banit Echo. Ako at Lana Ganado Fire Department. Navajo Nation you can't know. Ako at the what Navajo Nation la haja on the la just but doch nanit Mr. Chief has anje la holon has gita team so should that hit in taho the Ganado Fire Department the bihiki sa audit ako adults non should that be on the Navajo Nation you got ako Joe Paul Navajo Nation ambulance Navajo Nation fire truck gita ako quite key so Nihejan Ganado Fire Department it was based on Hiyokid not of place quite key Navajo Nation has only Nika Elo Nika Ashwaton Nego ako Lana Hoyquata has Ango Ado need of Neko priority listing that the whole Oko Jipa Hanaste Oko Mr. Chi A state ya just no e aja e hot out e na haza ako che hajo pa di need quite ki shin da ha shin fire truck na haske honorable Amber Crowdy dashin e a decision but those kid ko law and order committee ni blini ge a do sa ani da ko ako ta HSIK that asa ante Canada Fire Department that they baka of heat need ko ado in the honey head down so Canada Fire Department bahanas ko ado nana kwaiki law and order committee meeting that's in Glen Canada High School the AA that's in Glen so Canada Fire Department in Kitato ni kajo pa down no ko yanda oko ako ni na chikian to what has unlet ko okon de kodo di de nalsos ya hita shi to nalsos liniki edelia chapter which so kodalia ya da cares fund nena da ida sato tabe bakat on what you put abe ha o zile ko yen chapters based on what it's not the insulin ko that your cost for that holds hat ni go what ni based on the splat ko what ko o huge shina and the need honorable Daniel connect him that the what ne on late who is on the net on the competition between that the what ko on the the hey they gosh ko up and not that the Canada Fire District boundary then gosh quite that to the ship and the ahat the honey a quite keep a car eliate so hey ne na don't na don't da hey don't need that ko na to hot out to that the car yan hinan nes ko di ni to da need that ko shin gashi jo ba yeah Canada Fire Department but should the agent gashi ko Nina Ado Fire Department den sisse banana should this and then not the yopti had ila benilu hajo ba o miss Enia because na asa he kid asking someone no ya go dashi the kodosit the unit and the host eat that shit up a car has linked or listened a nego that has cow what the Canada Fire Department employees what sa baby yeah that title asking some of that the comment says he gets it asking some the yeah that the shit ashodo so on the score deep aunt that don't listen to就put out hata iti himla ako put out national penina ya hot out bizo sile ko ado hashinda shi ho pa yashki ke shapa Jensen new fire trucks which kotalia hashinda shi fire truck no which kotalia ko ni hedik atit akote anjin pa ko ye she be that is not jaham ada hali ako point faces under nazlin go yan de do ado kasan de that con the dot start na go Indian Wales white cone has jetted to a con then but that the what the chitted you say should they any get on the next critical I don't honor source of a car as exhibits chapters on Blinigi Yan da Oka had egi da update Nisa ko chapter per resolution that over has on the noda Bahanate Sako Adla the question la chapters resolution had they use ko Yan da Oka hola Kodot Oyo Dot Tajako Yanana Tie ajan sa ho asno fire truck be da iswat sa banda has need a honati ne ako asno did hot bana inch kato le so na so liniki work do be eta to ne to ben chita diot sit na so spita has on le ko hot ko do sa liniki nana adole not no liniki. With that, I'm going to go back to mute. I should on the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. That, colleagues, we are on amendment number 6. I don't have anybody else in the queue, but no one has texted in. So let me go back to reserve
Speaker.
time.
Speaker, it's Otto Self.
Honorable Otto, so
Thank you very much. Do I have the floor?
yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't nale asin sago ikodo benin ya do ani beyen ki ya ko shin jopa dinni ado ko shit ani ati indahi ko hota ko da shinza go te nishka ade le look at the fire department again. They basically told that I was on this is on with a penota. I did other chita, I can't hit jahata. Fire the now, then they just told it was this that. I did there, ya go nana, it was in the white cone to go. Go, I think so, little war. So I think so, a dita. I don't go so I don't le say total the kids ages le white room I don't the added net okay ever past the added neke I don't the hosta be kunna le ha to go say total ha be to see you kunna oh you cannot I don't imagine I would add on the only stand big itchigo. I think so. Any neke, she need not care, is in the other neke, other bogan. I didn't care on water. It did believe that I that is. I should and I don't know such chair had need Honorable Daniels. I just got a get towards I just so I don't I did Honorable Brown area can take it so what I think so never Washington do I just basically unique I don't it didn't make San Juan County just so has your best got it I say the former president, he thought just legal. Now we didn't have an agreement where San Juan County was supposed to meet at least about 50% of the cost in the Navajo Nation was going to pick up the rest. Fire department, but colleagues, there's a 1% of sales tax that's being collected, and I think we need to have that conversation to go ahead and try to address the need to fire department across the Navajo Nation related to fire safety, whether it's in Shiprock, whether it's in Ojo Amarillo, Newcomb, whether it's in Tohatchee or Crown Point, Wonder Rock, wherever. the past 2 years, they've been getting about almost $8 million in revenue with 1%. But this year, but and we have to look at that to make sure that we have adequate funding. And I think about Mr. Henyo's area. Li Rema do li Tohachile. Don't li Alamo. The longest 10-mile road I have ever driven is in Alamo. 10 miles. No, she thought you should. Oh gosh. She was about her. Ko in kid ishin she hard. No, she. Oh, on the oh, it is that reserve my time. Just a comment.
Serve your time at 42 seconds. Thank you, Honorable Otto. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Daniels, 27 seconds on amendment number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aronan Corruption Change on your heart, Delegate Arso, Coronagata LOC, Joy Ajadam, Nagata Coin, Tessata, Asha, Cheat, it's on that Uncle in all time. Has Robert, but the Cheda happiness, Penoshiliga, Ajad Nagata LOC, Coronagate Law and Order Committee. On the zone that are not in Nagata Penta, Tiki, Nagata Coin, Ajad in Michigan. So I don't go about Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Chairman Nez. 3 minutes. And 1 second.
Thank you.
On reserve time.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I think that we need to stay with the intent of this legislation. Chapters requesting heavy equipment. I think that's where we need to stay. I can't support this legislation because that was the original intent. Honorable James, I feel for him, but I also think that he should introduce a separate legislation for this that he's requesting. I have to vote red on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. With that, moving on down on reserve time, Chairman Henyo, 3 minutes and 57 seconds.
To the Speaker David, still willing to answer my question from the City Council.
Okay. Oh yes, sorry, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman Henyo, for the question. When Delegate James came and made the request, and by the way, I will mention that we do have it ready to go as a separate legislation also. But anyway, your question, Chairman Henyo, was whether it's a wise thing to fund a state political subdivision. I think that's what you would call them. We certainly looked at that, and if you will note where the money, we're not giving them the money. The Division of Community Development will purchase the vehicles the emergency vehicles, and then essentially the Navajo Nation will be, lack of a better word, donating them to the fire district. In our analysis, we looked at it very similar to if the Navajo Nation was funding providing equipment to perhaps a nonprofit type entity, and we came up with the similarities that it is primarily the same. However, as Delegate Chairman Henry pointed out, it is a state entity, and so it should properly be funded by them, but it's not happening. So we think that we have drafted the legislation appropriately and that it is legally possible to do that. Whether, of course, it's the right thing to do or such, that is a question for leadership. I hope that's helpful, Chairman Henyo, and thank you, Speaker. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you. That, Chairman Henyo, go back to you then. 3 minutes, 57 seconds.
Okay, yeah, that's to the Speaker Davidson. I don't know the response from our legislative council on how we can manipulate things to make it look like it's right. And so, it's kind of think on here that all the delegates that had amendments, they were up and down asking them, where are your quotes? Where are your quotes at? If you have no quotes, then we can't entertain that. Legislative council getting upset, clearly upset in their voice. And saying, well, I don't have quotes. I don't have the quotes here. I need quotes. Somebody else. We need that before I can draft anything else. And how come we don't have quotes on this amendment? There should be quotes attached to this. That way we can move forward with it. Reserve the time.
Serve your time at 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker. 1 minute, 33 seconds. On reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Although sponsor of the amendment, Delegate James. I think even yet and get that legislation so amendment to yard pay what on nature never have a cut to the I don't know that. What I in such case, China, Jimmy Yellow hair and a very different change. A change, your shade of yard, your shade of a kind of natural, the bigger national to do, or the Bohanet, no. So, Condon has the uncle. I say, need for us and see to Sunday legend. Ado the net on the Pashuidi, DJ engine done. Yardicate and it up. So there's under or you but a honor. The auto, Dodo, you see, Yarn done, they hold that. If the banan is FEMA, Archer, best of now, that all the grants for, getting the resources that you are discussing here. So I feel encouraged just talking about the different possibilities, having different perspectives on this subject here. I feel somewhat encouraged to do more for my region and my communities. Cameron is growing pretty fast, and so is Luke Apa. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That Vice Chair James, any response? Then Ms. Barbara.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker Chanel, other members of the council. Those is not us. Honorable Walker, yeah, Nico, without a Benian ha a yada Disney so those that don't hinan Shindanigi edo eat so Kodo Beso a honey tado list you could Anil to a what are a basemans on Niki. I hate our shade a base a unique shader. Abe can see case a base can't need water. Niki towards the shin lenko. Ani a ado that yat a dol says so yat a hot down in or listen to the nepa. Or the nebakaya for car but art so joke what are a in see case though. Be large and see case a quadonat ani glenko. Oko here ado dam Chanale ado honorable ado so as the oko ani a quado a yad a hopa hang the oko lake and tea nas arj the la hota lana lo in leko. Oko here a quite ba hanane the do the istan it in the oko. Ado the star in the shake at na kinaha ita ganado high school je lawn order committee / hesi a besasi league neko oko chene lanigi benas a classy league oko a put out a quite a ganado fire department hitch report the ila selene as LOC and hesi job but the nick at the kushina lay host dogo that hinda the ka St. John's that hinda the ka bana ini ka did our base of Latin hitch cosle chidiyat a higi chede and nindigi a hot a naha chide dost is that the no at lana khai chokot a ben hitch is the and lako ita coconado high school Sani planeta oko kunza the whole just ado ashes zaido kodo ato beshbans anensle heta aje ganado chapter president slaw to a 2 terms isla ko a big so just hosen the near not in the kaho the quid sheet a beso that has ado bakada grant the bakada oko akot all a the quid the shade that ilia selinko Dobin Yatwadi Daho District 17 45 Agency Council Akonda Nahabe Landa Ile Kunzaden his whole Jishako. But it's been over 10 years, 15 years between whole Jish Aton that Chide Anni Digika, but at now in the Zinstako. Do Ato a Kodo Nihidato. Ato Beshmans Anani Glenigi, Ato Hidato and Estako. Based upon that on Carnle, a quote arts conjet beso Nas Neljet, Behojo, but the need eco. Though be not in the car, a not source in the negi had that deed lako. Shady a shit in the end the negi to a quote out a be buses eco, quote all resolutions in the negi eco. A call aha you'd a not that na. In his battles and a call Tartnas Nille, Sahanatli, Asahandatli, Oko Batacho, Gas, Resolution Jokedo, Ahotina, Oko, D could echo fire, Ganado Fire Department, Oko, Gasan, she 3-4 months as a Biga Hako, Resolution G Laho, for the 13 chapters, Oko Ado and the Bisnana. Chapter District 17 then not that you see so for Defiance Agency then not that you see oko this whole position level a quite a not inch car as shown the ni hejane a con hit ho hashina hashit el has ango department Lenigi, Ashita Hot Ego Fire Trucks, which are Quadadiaco. Oko Ye go A. But they need less than hip hiking. He says, Annie, look up here, look at this article. Some of these chapters are not even my chapters in the Bana Oshka. They're under the Honorable Elmer Begay district, Honorable Raymond Smith's district, Honorable Key Allen Begay's district, and then also Honorable Edison Wanika, for St. Michael Lake Summit, and they go another one, of course, the Canada Fire Department, the Niki, Asia, Kodo, Nihil Eastern and Anish Ladon, which are nice is Condole, Kodo, Nihil Kanas is 20 Beshmas, underneath Lini, but odd Nihil Hanana, Seatole, Asia.
Speaker, put me in the queue as Vice Chair Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, well, James. That, Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours on Amendment 6.
Okay, Speaker, Tota Bishmasan, Latin T. Radota Shinal. Quoted Amendment in Lagi. Oban this case stated AETA quite resolution, but yeah, the Indi Chedo Pende cares money Hatot so peso Pendo Nish. Kadeya has Hassan or resolution Danish away cares money Baka. A call AETA cares money. Hold on, a conduct Kadeya Hassan. Adonan, Arizona, they peso Pendo Nishi Ajit Baza Akunda Ashita Arizona dot can not water laid one says the because under Ashine now peso they are here when not that laid the cheat is when it says in here could I see dan hochjes laid a very credible one till Klagoda Bahile Nikitoni a codo yash moda eight daika the call dated Arizona representative Wishna Hala Aja Conde Sesigi had to I see to a can not jutta. Because what that Agi, you must under Shadow in Nelda. They're on limited income. Because later peso, you can peso in Aja need oh. I see. Oh, she dead and CARES Act basically cloud it on day. Biga. I see certain the peso. Just have Dihas with there go 309-20 and Yegi Can't as nearly. Shouldn't that now? How do Twibbin, yeah? I guess my question would go to the Legislative Council speaker on this one. I know that citizen dollars are supposed to be for infrastructure. There are certain parameters, but we're like granting money now to an entity that is off the Navajo Nation within the Arizona jurisdiction. Is that permissible? What are we actually doing here? I know that the fire department needs help. And I do agree that we need to help the fire department, but are we legally doing something that's within the citizen? That's my
main concern. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 2 minutes, 10 seconds. With that, let me go back. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 42 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, atonda hashin go iya da isne to listo ashin ni hiben shohni hashin abe ha nehiki tonda if it wasn't within the jurisdiction of citizen guidelines of the fund, an amendment wouldn't have been crafted or what abe ta ni to de sa hata hikto de halit egon hika nalwo ko e de no e kunasa. No, we have senators, representatives that we need to speak with. So, thank you.
Moving on down. Chairman Hino, 2 minutes, 54 seconds.
Okay, Speaker Davis, Ado Kado Gibada Isligi on this amendment. I'm thinking that I have Rema Fire Department out in my area. It also takes care of the community, and it's not Navajo though. It's Gomali's Fire Department. If we're going to allow an amendment like this, then maybe we should buy some fire trucks for some Gomalis then, because they also take care of our area. And we're fun with that. And since I was listening to council is saying it's okay that we can go this route, using citizen Navajo money to purchase a vehicle. And we should start doing that. Start buying vehicles or equipment for outside entities. Because I have another volunteer fire department out in that takes care of our communities, which is our Candy Kitchen Fire Department. And Magdalena Fire Department in Alamo, they always sponsor Alamo. So maybe we should start looking at that too. That's what I'm looking at right now. And if we allow this amendment to pass, then I want to pursue legislation to use fancy money for that, and I just hope we'll get all positions if we allow this to happen. So anyway,
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairman Hino. That reserved time at 1 minute, 15 seconds. Chair, well, let's go ahead and go back. I don't think there was any specific questions to Honorable James, but there was a specific question to Ms. Barbara from Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. A couple of things. There was a question about quotes and quotations, and they are in Exhibit C3, I believe. As far as Vice Chair Smith's question goes, Office of Legislative Counsel did feel like it, the request did meet the purposes of community development as set forth in the CSN statutes, that it is supporting community development and within the Navajo Nation. And based on the information that was provided to us, the fire district offices are in Ganado. They operate out of Ganado. Their responsibilities, and they dispatch services to 5 or more chapters and communities within the Navajo Nation, and they do have mutual aid agreements. So I hope that's helpful. And I think to Chairman Hino's suggestion about funding other fire districts, I think a lot of it will really depend on the specifics of each district, but certainly if information can be provided and the delegate wants it done, we can look at doing some type of legislation or amendment. And as I did mention earlier, we also have prepared this as full CSN legislation. Delegate James chose to attempt to amend 0309. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. On Amendment 6, Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. The question that I asked was very, there was no confidence in that. What I heard was, it felt like, it feels like, and now that's emotions. Reason why I bring that up is because if you look at the amendment under 2, page 6, the new language, line 11, it says Ganado Fire Department is a political subdivision of the state of Arizona. Now, we're funding money into Arizona with the Navajo Nation dollars to provide services. The nation should have some sort of language in there saying that the Arizona state should reimburse the Navajo Nation due to the services are needed within the district as a subdivision under the state of Arizona. That's where I'm getting this as we talk about the citizen dollars. Now, CARES money, that's what it was supposed to be used for. But we well know that the CARES money has been sent over to hardship. So that's my big concern on that. And I think Arizona should step up to the par on behalf of this. Reserve the rest of my time.
Serve your time at 21 seconds. Moving on down on reserve time. Chairman Hino, 1 minute, 15 seconds.
If you're allowed to see a speaker there, I'm ready to vote because we talked about this long enough, so no, this makes time.
Thank you, Chairman. That, any response, Honorable James, or I need to hear a specific question?
Yeah, Speaker and the members of the council. Just really quick, in regards to Honorable Raymond Smith. Sinale, ada behind the ako nahat at the had anje content sisa, has anje jo aja hot the hot zo sto do aja chidaf do ada chidapet all kunzat the whole position leko ado nana di ganado fire department kodo hashin so ya na oka ahat da later ado la do bitten zen da leko ko ban sa KC ki ko ganado fire department anjin pa ko ya ka de shin hen ne ka ho ha jo pa be na o ka ho hot kon dia ko de in Hanasi gas Granada Fire Department. Ado Navajo Nation has ando so ado tapin zendan de hona behadet and leko. So our Granada Fire District is unique. The fire district that's on the Navajo Nation, and they're like an unwanted child from both Arizona and Navajo Nation. Akoko put out it has ako. Nihits on na on the door, nihits out the kandashi. Had edit needle list. And hit the net. Konda the car inabiti needle list. To put out nihit istana it is sleep is oko. Bejana aja daily store. Bejana the non city. Aja. Chiden the negi a son and the abazaka. Hot the non city echo. Harchin and the negi ajako. Oko Ashon de echo. Kodo the Ashon. Nihis has undo. The Nebukaya Hahot has undo. Ha and nidi chitted the neighbor Nichi his out the shin. And they host to there. Are there art all that? A link on Han Sakis to this. So, I share la. In all ayat is all the Akuna Ace Kisino Hano. Aliago that's it. John, he don't need to lick a cock. A cock. Evening na in Chicago. I do the army. Eliza Tahiki. President Ness. You get there's a question to Ako. I do she other. Corrosionale, Honorable Rick Nancy, Hadzi, Asaki, ich kann stolz nigi. Banadeni Strasako. Jo Oliako, not on it, Ahozakahan, Shihila. Abetahone Ado, Ohone Anagon, based on the Navy card. Has there no bunch or castle? Okodo, Ninchin store. It's obligated this so chocolate as local. A code as shown that Kodo Banan Hoshka. A code chaptered Aje A. The non the she got skin on the Halon a day in Lande or chapter base of the judge that Anada a cares fund Lenny beat no base of the nota. Ben Hikat or the wolf. Judge is done no nasto. The cuisine there's a naso quota there hold to show. Naso at base of a achido in hair. Jokot behana or the a kodo base master and it linear his 1,000. Resolution unique kid, especially if there's several chapters that are involved for that entity. You have to go to all of those chapters to get resolutions. and sometimes you miss the chapter meeting, or the chapter meeting has been changed, or so forth, or there's always something going on. Resolution, the Niki chapter resolution, but that's only after the next. Ako, she has some bakat do lehinde in the age of 8,000, and he caught nas Melinda Oka. Kinti de do nan se totaha. That do yanda Oka. Sonje chapters we get need iba ho yaniki, hata yanda Oka. She de ya kodo ni Eastern anani slado le sponsor kisto. But the innate as a child not being wanted on there from Arizona and now for nation upon the sheet she hit out the she baby card did was in leco put iba hunana street or le so not no niki yeah.
Thank you. James. With that, let me go ahead, and I don't have anybody else in the queue on amendment number 6. Actually, reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 21 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Could there be language in there specifying that Arizona to at least reimburse the amount and help with the cost of the vehicles? Could that be entertained rather than just grant them the money and then we don't get no return on it? Because we have that in the priorities in the Arizona Fire Department. Speaker, thank you.
That I don't, just looking through the amendment, I don't know if that language is in there. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker, and Vice Chair Smith. I can certainly figure out a place to put that type of language. But I will tell you up front that I do not know how it would be enforceable. But if you would like, I will try to attempt to draft something. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, any other comments, questions?
Eugene So.
Eugene So, go ahead on amendment number 6.
Oh, Michelle, on Yale, Honda, or your car, very kind. So, 18 fire department, though, it all the contains safety. We all help out the police department, and there's a ret also. We cut down the story. Now, contain can't around it. That's how I know. And I need you know, but outside in the metropolitan or cities, a property tax, then they like a lot. Police department, they are the stuff. The Makeda had any within that city limit. So many money they take out of their dollars. Keep the city going. If you Navajo Nation, we don't have that. If we would put property tax on the Navajo Nation, I reckon we can get some money.
but it's a reservation land. The treaty said it was for the people. The Mepe is not the government's land; it's the people's land. That's how I see it. I don't know how Miss Dana sees it, but that's how I understand the treaty, with a layman's term. So this here called fire truck, okay, or you go nazish, or you nazish, so I call it nazish. So show that you know, any edit the comment, so you can anyway, Arizona, Wakagi, it I guess it's done. Based on the open, me also got fire truck, but that is so that one this case. I would only thought it is bad or something. So anyways, we need to see, find out who has the main authority regards to those fire trucks. Is it Arizona? How much? What's that? Maybe there was an MOU or something that was agreed on during the fire truck came onto the reservation. Pretty sure there's some paper somewhere that has a little ink on it and some words on it that can be defined. So I guess we can figure that one out. I would think we should figure that one out, see how we work with Arizona and the fire department, and see how we can squeeze some money out of them instead. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, colleagues. I don't have anybody else on the board. Nobody with reserved time.
Speaker, this Helena.
Bologna, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. Good evening. Speaker Wanika. This amendment that we're working on right now, it says 309 is for equipment purchases for the chapters, for the people to readily use this equipment. The stuff for the fire department, the fire trucks, won't be readily used for the people. It's going to be there for a long time, yes, but not all the people will get a benefit from it. And right now, that's what we're trying to work on, is the people who need these equipment for their communities to use in the community. And the fire trucks and the equipment is not going to be used for that. I agree with Delegate Smith that some sort of dialogue needs to be open with the state of Arizona and figure out how we can get money from them to supply these type of things, equipment for the fire department. So I'm really against this legislation, because this legislation is for the people to readily use to assist their communities. And again, the fire department and fire trucks, that's not our responsibility here on the Navajo Nation. It's a joint responsibility with states. On the Mexico side, it's a joint responsibility with the county. So something else needs to be done. I think this legislation needs to be withdrawn. I think he should need to go on with a separate legislation to include all the other chapters like Delegate Nez responded to, that his chapters up there might need equipment also for his fire departments. But again, it's for equipment that needs to be readily used by the community. So for that reason, I object to this legislation. I can't support this right now. Speaker.
Speaking on Bologna. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Honorable Monica.
Speaker Wanika.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Members of Speaker and members of the council out on this legislation by Honorable James that was presented to us. I do have a problem with it too. Not because as for support, it's not that. Because every time we talk about the counties, the state, and the federal government, we always say outside. I can understand vice versa, people that are not members of the Navajo Nation. A lot of them live with us, but they can't participate in government. They can't vote. They can't run for office. We shouldn't be saying, when we talk about the counties and the state, we shouldn't be saying outside government. We are part of that government. We have a dual government. And we go to chapter meetings, we go to agency council meetings, and then we go to council meetings as far as the needs that we have. But we're also members or registered voters of the counties. And we participate in that government just as we do in the Navajo Nation government. But the thing that's lacking is when there's a need, we don't go to the counties. The only people we rely on are representatives. Like right now, the task force are the only ones that are always there fighting for the needs as far as the county and the state is concerned. They don't get a following of the voters asking for help, asking for the needs that they have. Just to give you an example, at Apache County, we have majority vote of the county supervisors. We have two Navajos that are on the Apache County supervisor. And we outnumber as far as the decision-making body. But when they're having a meeting, the only people I see there is almost 100% non-Navajos. Every once in a while, there'll be certain Navajos. The only person I've seen over there was Honorable Raymond Smith asking for help and this and that. We don't do that. Why don't we go over there and start having them take care of the responsibility that they have? Because we are part of the county, but we talk like the only government that we're a part of is the Navajo Nation. We need to start supporting the needs of the people as far as counties are concerned. No, that's not true. We're a part of that county. We should participate in that county just as much as we participate in our government. It's our government too. So we should help Honorable James. We can go to as far as Raymond Smith at Baida. We should one day go. A lot of us go to Apache County supervisors meeting and say there is a need for new fire trucks and vehicles and this and that. Without the indicator, then we can be able to go to the right sources for the needs that we have. And thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. We ready to vote on Amendment 6? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kiel Begay Jr.
Delegate Keelan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Delegate Brown
Nathaniel
votes
Brown.
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia,
green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henry. Honorable Jamie Henry. Honorable Jamie Henry did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Green, Eugene So.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Monica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Monica votes red. Honorable Ed Niazi. Honorable Ed Niazi. Honorable Ed Niazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 7 in favor and 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That 7 in favor, 11 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails. That colleagues, back to the main motion. I don't have anybody in the queue on the main motion. So we go back to reserve time.
Speaker Eugene So.
Okay, with that, I'll be Eugene So. Let me go to you first. I'll be Eugene So.
I had my question is I have a amendment there somewhere. It's I don't know if everybody has it. Thank you. If they do, I would like to put it on the floor.
Is there an amendment? Eugene So. Amendment number 7 or number 6. Ms. Naka, if you could read it into the amendment. Oh, it's on Tim. Yeah. Shalissa's screen.
I see the amendment, Speaker. It was sent out.
Go ahead, Ms. Nakai.
I got the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is Amendment 6, sponsored by Eugene So. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new row. Eugene So, Chinle Chapter, Motor Grader, $169,500. 2, adjust the amounts set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly in this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Service, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. With that, Honorable Eugene So, amendment number 6. Is there a second?
Vice Chair
Delegate recognized.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Second. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 6? Going once. Going twice.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniels.
Well, Daniels, go ahead.
I just have a question. Mr. Speaker, Legislative Council, Delegate Eugene So, amendment. Is this an add-on to what's in the legislation, or is this are you swapping out is this a swap out, or let's be behind so let's be behind so I'm trying to understand this amendment without so Mr. Speaker, I really need to look at that amendment without. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Eugene So.
It's an add-on to my pickup and my backhoe. I need that grader so I can take care of my whole field out there, Chinle all the way to Valley Store. We have flood areas all the time. This is a we don't have to look for NDOT or Apache County. we have our own grader to help us out with. We already got the driver over there waiting for his grader. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Once, twice, only 3 times. Let's go to the board. On Amendment 6.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes
Begay
green.
votes green too.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green.
Okay.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Gina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henue. Honorable Jamie Henue.
Yeah, vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henue votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, there's not. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Brown votes green. Oh, wait.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Penasquat Crotty did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red via text. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. That on amendment number 6. All in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, I don't have anybody else. Where did, Martin? Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels. On the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening. Kudos-nan Sokoto, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Island Legislative Council, Sokoto, Nal Sos Kurun Khas Kede, no, Neriki, I see here, Kudo, his staff, so I see I thought Hanagate, so Sunday in the council chamber. Diego, that, Kudo. Arunana Quetta all kill, Kadat, not 80, which speaking to the legislation, the main motion, Kudo. I really support the legislation from the beginning. Got a job with all these amendments. We're sinking the ship. We're Titanic now about that case. Should not kill yet. It's not either. The gun a little was what the amendments be the heat so you horn even though add-ons down but the numbers are going up. The basically you passion that Arunana Kodo and the Behasti Kodo Nagata we are done my chapters back how they caught the lot and you karata to the point without them over banan hosh kankodo Arunana Nagahun Nancher that Shanalabata English office of the President Vice President Kodo Nagai I see Kodo a Hashita a let or less Kodo. It's what I say only at it. I let also his veto ile erota how does when he's probably get at that so it's a bit so with that said, I'm going to make a motion to cease debate with Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve time to speak.
Working on the main motion. There's colleagues on the main motion. This legislation has been debated 2 times at council, and this time with 14 colleagues speaking to the main motion. This council has been debated this for 5 hours. There's 2 ways I can do this. One of them is that the only one that has reserved time is Honorable Vince James and Honorable Daniels. I'm gonna go to Honorable James, and if Honorable James wastes his time, then we don't have to do a cease debate. But if Honorable James wants to speak, then I'll recognize the cease debate. Honorable James?
Reserve my time.
Okay, with that, Honorable Daniels with 2 minutes, 55 seconds. There's been a healthy debate, and I don't know if there's any, I don't believe that there is any more amendments at this time. I have not received any. So with that, I will recognize the cease debate, Honorable Daniels. With that, colleagues on 309-20, cease debates recognized. Is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, cease debate. That. No discussion on cease debate. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Recognize votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable
I
Otto
vote
So.
red. I vote red.
Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote red and go.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 15 in favor and 6 opposed.
Thank you, colleagues. With 15 in favor, 6 opposed, the voting members that cast a ballot, we do have a 2/3 motion to cease debate. So with that, colleagues, let's go to motion carries. Second reading on legislation 0309-20, Ms. Nakai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council for legislation number 0309-20. The council started with Amendment 3, Amendment 3, where one is Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Ricknez, Upper Fruitland Chapter Truck, $66,966.80. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $66,966.80 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. A, Exhibit A, insert the following new row. Amber K. Crotty, Clabato Chapter Vehicle, $42,258. 4, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 3, page 6, line 3, and page 7, line 4. And then overstricken is, can't read that, okay. And then 7, Exhibit A, insert the following new row. Charlene So, Nth Chapter Trailer, $12,120. 8, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, page 7, line 4. 9, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Amber Crotty, Gutty Ahi Chapter, Truck with Flatbed, $64,888. Amber Crotty, Gutty Ahi Chapter, Meal Delivery Van, $64,860. 10, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $129,748 made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 11, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Jamie Henyo, Alamo Chapter, Forklift Carrier, $4,890. Jamie Henyo, Alamo Chapter, Pallet Truck, $1,050. 12, adjust the amount set forth in the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $5,940 made $40 made here, page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 13, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Motion was by Rick Nez, second by Mark Freeland. The vote was 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Amendment 4. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new rows. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Excavator, $74,094. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Crawler Dozer, $203,838. Eugenia Charles Newton, Shiprock Chapter Steer Loader, $56,710. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment of $334,642 made here, page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. The motion was Eugenia Charles Newton, seconded by Jimmy Yellowhair. Vote was 17 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting. And then thereafter, there was a recess and then a roll call. 19 members were present. Amendment 5, 1, on page 8, line 24, insert new sections as follows. New language, section 7, citizen fund reimbursement. New language, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed for any eligible expenditures set forth in this legislation from any FEMA reimbursements and/or other federal funding, specifically including additional congressional appropriations for COVID-19 related relief made available to the Navajo Nation. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Service, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment 6, the motion was made by Keelan Begay and seconded by Eugenia Charles Newton. The vote was 7 in favor, 11 opposed. And so the motion failed. Amendment 6. Okay. Amendment 6. 1, Exhibit A, insert the following new row. Eugene So, Chinley Chapter Motor Grader, $169,500. 2, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here, page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. The motion was made by Eugene So, seconded by Raymond Smith Jr. Vote was 12 in favor, 7 opposed. And then motion to cease debate. 13 votes was required. Motion was by Herman Daniels, seconded by Wilson Stewart Jr. The vote was 15 in favor, 6 opposed. Mr. Speaker. That concludes the second reading. My apology. I didn't read the First Amendment. And this was at the council session for this December 23rd, 2020. First Amendment, 1, delete existing Exhibit A and insert new Exhibit A. 2, on page 7, line 12, add new paragraph as follows. New language. 4, chapters shall be responsible for the repairs and maintenance and insurance costs for their respective heavy equipment. 3, adjust the amount set forth on the following pages and lines to reflect the amendment made here. Page 1, line 13, page 6, line 23, and page 7, line 4. 4, add to Exhibit A, number 97, insert truck after backhoe. 5, on page 9, line 12, add new paragraph as follows. New language. B, the office of the speaker and the office of legislative counsel shall immediately provide the Division of Community Development with all supporting documents used in the development of Exhibit A. 6, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed in the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. The motion was made by Honorable Edmund Yazzie, seconded by Honorable Daniel E. So. Vote was 22 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting. And then Amendment 2, on page 1, line 20, after section 2501 through 2508, add new language as follows. New language allocating, semicolon, new language allocating $4,974,992 from the Citizen Fund to the Water Management Branch and adopting the Wide Ruins SDS Project Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. 2, on page 5, line 22, add a new paragraph as follows. New language. L, the Wide Ruins South Phase 2 water line extension project as set forth in Exhibit G has been on the Indian Health Service Sanitation Deficiency System, SDS, for more than 5 years, but has yet to be funded, despite the fact that the project will provide water to at least 46 families in desperate need of water to comply with Center for Disease Control, CDC, guidance to prevent infection of COVID-19 and mitigate its spread throughout the community. 3, on page 6, line 18, add a new paragraph as follows. A new paragraph R, new language. The Navajo Nation also finds that using the Citizen Fund to fund the Wide Ruins South Phase 2 water line extension project as set forth in Exhibit G is within the purposes of 12 NNC Section 2502A1 and is in the best interest of the Navajo people and Navajo communities. 4, on page 4, line 23, add new sections as follows. New language. Section 7, allocation of $4,964,992 to the Water Management Branch and adoption of the Wide Ruins SDS expenditure plan. New language. A, the Navajo Nation hereby allocates $4,974,992 from the Citizen Fund to the Water Management Branch to implement the Wide Ruins SDS expenditure plan as detailed in Exhibit G. New language. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Wide Ruins SDS expenditure plan as set forth in this resolution and in Exhibit G. Section 8, approval and adopting of Wide Ruins SDS expenditure plan administration. New language. The Navajo Nation hereby approves the administration of the Wide Ruins SDS expenditure plan as follows. New language. 1, the Navajo Nation controller shall determine whether the source of the $4,974,992 allocation from the Citizen Fund will be from the fund principal or fund income or a combination of both. 2, the new language, the funds allocated to the Waterruns SDS expenditure plan shall be distributed to the Water Management Branch within 30 days following enactment of this legislation. New language 3, the funds allocated for the Waterruns SDS expenditure plan shall be used solely to fund the Waterrun South Phase 2 water line extension describing in Exhibit G, and any and all cost savings shall be returned to the citizen fund once the Waterruns SDS expenditure plan is completed. And new language 4, the funds allocated to the Waterruns SDS expenditure plan shall revert to the citizen fund principal if not spent or encumbered within 36 months of distribution to Water Management Branch, unless recommended otherwise by the Resources and Development Committee and approved by the Navajo Committee. 5, on page 8, amend lines 25 through 27 as follows. This legislation and the Citizen Fund Chapter Heavy Equipment and is overstricken Department of Water Resources Emergency Projects, comma, is new language, and Waterruns SDS expenditure plan is existing. Expenditure plan is overstricken as set forth above shall become effective pursuant to 12 NNC section 2505. 6, add new exhibit G. 7, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Motion by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., seconded by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Vote 22 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker Damon not voting. And so those are amendments 1 and 2, and then amendments 3 through 6 have been read into the record, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that concludes the reading of, or the second reading of legislation number 0309-20. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And that does, thank you, Ms. Nakai, for also getting the reading into the record on the December 23rd, when we first started this at Navajo Nation Council. So with that, colleagues, let's go to the board on legislation 0309-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbaugh-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesbaugh-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesbaugh-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Delegate Daniels votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I'm gonna vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
So it is that. Okay, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Moving back to Honorable Tanau Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Tanau Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair
Monica
did
votes
not
green.
vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. This legislation is 2/3 vote. 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That colleagues, that legislation will be packaged up and sent over to the executive office's final approval recommendation. That colleagues, moving on down on our agenda. Thank you, Chairman Daniel So. For
Oh, Kabila.
sponsored.
Adoshi. Zo Ayan Ha. Beladole. Without a Hitchadao, Idole. Nand I. Oshin to a citizen. We had I do Compinda. Oh, Zo Aya. Kabila is late dole. Without a teaching us seat dole as Tui Suzani. It is in it. With Idole.
Oh, thank you, Chairman, again. That colleagues, let's move on down on the agenda. New business, item number 6, there are none. Item number 7, closed session. Announcements, adjournment.
Motion to adjourn, Henry.
Motion to adjourn by Chairman Hino. Is there a second?
Second the motion, Eugene So.
Second by Honorable Eugene So. That colleagues, let's go adjourning at, what time is 9:48 p.m. Let's go to the vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul McGay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canisbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell
you.
Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie
Jimmy votes
Henyo.
green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez
Later,
votes
green.
Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green. Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, there's not. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazi. Honorable Evan Yazi. Honorable Evan Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 voting green and 0 voting red. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bello. With that, thank you, colleagues. We're officially adjourned. 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, have a good evening. Safe travels. We'll see you.
Good night.
Have a good weekend. Thank you, staff, very much for being with us.
Thank you, staff.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Oh.
Look on that.